All right. Well, hello, everybody. Thanks for watching. If you're watching this stream, well, I do thank you very much for that. And I hope you're going to enjoy it. You know, today we're just going to chill, get back into the stuff, the drawing we're working on, Knowledge Fight Animated. I have the night off. I have the day off tomorrow. So I'm going to take it easy and at least for the first couple hours or so, I'm just going to be chilling, maybe drawing something off topic, but we'll just kind of be settling down, getting into the flow. It's usually how I start. I'm always a little antsy in my pantsy, and just kind of got to settle down, start thinking about what the next step is on animation. In fact, I do have a checklist. I've switched from the big KF document. I've gone ahead and switched to sticky notes. And these sticky notes are just specifically for this one video. Are we back? Are we back? You know, we're going to have tech problems, and I do hope you bear with me. I'm being 100% honest when I say that I'd prefer that the internet didn't drop out occasionally. And if there was something if we're listening and it lags and like you want to go back, feel free to comment. Say, hey, set the podcast back 10 seconds. We missed it. Be happy to oblige. So anyway, let's get this started. I'm gonna get my drink. I'm gonna get settled in, and let's do some drawing.
Knowledge Fight. Dan and Jordan, I am sweating. KnowledgeFight.com. It's time to pray.
I have great respect for Knowledge Fight.
Knowledge Fight. I'm sick of them posing as if they're the good guys, saying we are the bad guys. Knowledge Fight.
Dan and Jordan. Knowledge Fight.
I need money. Andy in Kansas. Andy. Stop it. Andy in Kansas. Andy. It's time to pray. Andy in Kansas, you're on the air. Thanks for holding.
Hello, Alex. I'm a first-time caller. I'm a huge fan. I love your work.
Knowledge Fight.
KnowledgeFight.com. I love you.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Knowledge Fight. I'm Dan.
I'm Jordan.
We're a couple dudes like to sit around, worship at the altar of Selene, and talk a little bit about Alex Jones.
Oh, indeed we are, Dan.
This is Jordan.
Dan,
Jordan.
I have a quick question for you, sir.
What's up?
What's your bright spot today?
My bright spot today, Jordan, is the fog.
The fog. Wait, by Stephen King?
No.
Oh.
The literal fog that is outside.
Yes. There's quite a bit of it.
We got a crazy foggy day
It is.
in Chicago. Last night as well.
Yep.
I like it. I like the vibe. It's so ominous.
I mean, you're not to spoil sports or spoil too much information, but you're in a much higher floor than I think I've ever been.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? So
Well, it's
not
not-
like
it's
in
not
my
crazy
life.
high.
Not in my fucking life. You know
I'm
what I
not
mean?
like-
But
I don't live in a ridiculous high rise or something
right,
like that.
right.
Yeah,
But I'm used to second, third at max, that kind of thing.
I'm a little above that.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, and so now we're in the fog/cloud part of the fog.
Yeah, you can
and
kind
that's
of
serious,
feel like you're a part of it.
yeah.
And it's thick. It's a thick fog.
Yeah.
It's been a little while since I've seen a thick fog like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, enjoyable.
It's the kind that makes you feel like in those. It's physical. Yeah.
Ah, very nice.
It's nice. It's
So what's
nice.
your bright spot?
My bright spot was hopefully going to be tennis, but then it was not this morning, my friend.
Sorry.
Tennis has been great.
Yeah.
All the tennis, very good.
Good
People who
season.
play tennis, they're very good at it.
Okay.
The people that I wanted to play good did not play as good.
That is a downside.
That is a bummer. It is a bummer.
Alcatraz?
Went down.
Ooh.
Went down to Zverev.
Ooh.
It's dark. But
Yeah.
and it's good to see him come back from injury. Blah, 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 blah.
And didn't Rafa already get injured?
Rafa already got injured.
Yeah,
He
that's
won't be back till the French.
Tough season. Tough season for you.
He played one tournament, and then he's like, I'll see you in a few months.
Yeah. I'm going to die.
I am 800 years old as far as my body is concerned.
I'm older than Pete Sampras
Yeah.
and Andre Agassi combined.
Basically. Yeah. Anyways,
well, I'm
that's my
sorry.
bright
I'm
spot.
sorry that it was a bright spot that got pulled out from under you.
Oh, it's tough. Coco even lost.
Oh,
Coco!
no.
Come on!
Ice-T's wife?
No. The gorilla.
Okay.
Yeah.
That guy's old.
Yeah.
Or lady? I can't remember.
I can't remember either.
So, Jordan.
Yes.
Today we have an episode to go over.
Right.
Talking about something in the present day, but it is a little bit in the past.
Okay.
We're talking about January 19th, 2024.
All right.
So this is last Friday.
Sure.
And the reason I wanted to cover this is there's some crazy shit that happens, and it's worth doubling back for.
Sure.
But now I kind of regret it because as we're recording this on Thursday, Alex on his show supported secession for various states, and so I was sitting there like, oh wow, that timing is fun.
Yeah.
Right before we start recording, Alex gets into that shit, so that's probably first and foremost on everybody's mind, and we're gonna have to wait till Monday to get to that.
We'll
But-
see.
Well, no,
I
we
mean-
are going to cover it on Monday.
No, I mean,
that
we'll,
part we
we'll
won't
see if
about.
we get to Monday without the secession happening.
That's a fair point.
Yeah.
It's a long weekend. So we're going to get down to business on this episode, but first, let's say hello to some new wonks.
Ooh, that's a great idea.
So first, happy birthday, Tombus. Love, Sarah. Thank you so much. You're now a policy wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, happy birthday, Mewins Chatnip from Eastern Tony and the Seed Perverts. Thank you so much. You're now a policy wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Justin's not at the bar because he has 2 wonks at home now. Thank you so much. You're now a policy wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next, my cat Toki is 21 years old. Praise be to Celine. Thank you so much. You're now a policy wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Thank you very much.
And congrats on your engagement, Devin and Kara. Thank you so much. You are now a policy wonk.
I'm a policy wonk.
Thank you very much.
And we got a technical right in the mix. And I don't know if I can do this. I can try.
You got to give it a shot.
It says in parentheses Orson Welles' voice. And so thank you so much to 2 guys, 1. I can't do voices.
It's tough.
I just listened to an episode where Maurice LaMarche was on James Bonding.
Uh-huh.
And he can slide
He's
into
the
it
best.
so easily.
He's the best.
And it
Yeah.
just, so 2 guys, 1 hammer. Thank you so much. You are now technical. That was a terrible impression, and I apologize.
I'm a policy wonk.
4 stars. Go home to your mother and tell her you're brilliant.
Someone sodomite sent me a bucket of poop.
Daddy Shark. Bum, 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 bum. Jar Jar Binks has a Caribbean black accent. He's a loser little titty baby. I don't want to hate black people. I renounce Jesus Christ.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you very much.
I do not support that name, but I also realize in hindsight what I should have done is just done an Alex voice.
Yeah, yeah.
I should have pretended that was my Orson Welles impression.
Man, I think the best Orson Welles impression was from Maurice LaMarche on the Animaniacs. Was that the one?
Country goodness and green
The
penis.
green penis.
That's on The Critic.
Yeah, the Critic. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
That's what it was. Yeah. Fantastic.
Ooh,
The
these
best.
fish sticks. Oh, they're so good you can eat them raw.
So
I
good.
found a little bit in my beard. Yeah, those are great.
Oh, the best.
And the Orson Welles Paul Masson commercial outtakes.
Yes.
That's not an impression,
Well,
but that's the greatest thing ever.
You just don't get better than that. You just don't get better than that. He's just it is like the genius insanity thing. They're the same.
Anyway,
Yep.
speaking of insanity, but not genius,
Sure.
we have Alex Jones, and there's a lot going on this episode. There's a big story.
Okay.
That I don't know. Maybe you heard about. I don't know if you have.
I genuinely don't know if I have.
Man, I don't know your life. I don't know what you've heard about.
It's been a rough week.
So here we go. We're going to start off, and Alex will lay out the beginnings of this narrative.
Okay.
But I got a call right after the show yesterday by a very respected medical doctor, hospital director, former leader of the governor of Texas Health Task Force for 7 years, Dr. Richard Bartlett. And he said to me, you need to read all these documents I'm going to send you. And then after I went over the documents and spent about 2 hours, I called him and I had my producer call him and I said, please come on. He said, well, I'm running the hospital today. I can come on at lunch. And he's in Amarillo, so that's in 1 hour Central.
Amarillo by lunchtime.
Wow. I mean, if your doctor calls into InfoWars
During lunch?
the day, that's not your doctor anymore.
That's not a good sign.
not a good doctor.
So to hear Alex tell it, this Bartlett fellow seems like he's almost the most credible person you could possibly imagine existing. It's really amazing how Alex has access to literally the most important and credible people in every field in the world.
It is a stroke
And
of
then
luck.
they become less so when they do things he doesn't like Steve Pachanik.
Wow.
In reality, Bartlett is a doctor who came to prominence during the early days of COVID because he claimed that a standard asthma inhaler with the steroid budesonide was the, quote, silver bullet to treating COVID-19. And you know what? Research has borne out that it is the case that budesonide has some therapeutic effect that may improve time of recovery for some patients. The results didn't show it to be a silver bullet, but in terms of COVID solutions presented by folks in Alex's orbit, this one is at least better than a placebo, it appears.
All right.
It's not an answer. It's not a solution.
Sure.
It's not, as
Sure.
people like Bartlett would say, a reason not to get vaccinated.
Right.
But it's not like gonna hurt you.
Honestly, net zero is heroic levels of doctoring.
For these
in this,
people.
in this world, that is incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it makes sense that this would have some kind of a help because one of the central issues with COVID involves respiratory issues. But Bartlett is severely overplaying his hand in terms
Sure.
of it being a treatment.
I bet it feels like it works a lot more than it
Yeah.
actually does
Yeah.
because you got the steroid, you got the inhaler, your
Alex
brain
talks
kinda
about that,
Yeah.
because he got Bartlett to give him some of these
Right,
inhalers when he
right.
got COVID one of the times.
Right.
And
Jesus
you know,
Christ, I hate
the
him so
instant relief that you get from
Yeah.
the steroids
Yeah.
is like, it makes you think that, oh, I'm better.
Psychologically,
Yeah.
it's probably yeah. It makes sense, yeah.
So now I have to say that the simple act of suggesting budesonide is something that can help with patients with mild COVID is not that extreme. But it doesn't mean that Richard Bartlett isn't extreme himself. In 2018, he published a bit of a memoir called The Journey of a Medicine Man, Doctor Confirmed Miracles.
Nope.
Not good.
No! The courts of heaven shall strike you down!
The description of the book pretty clearly lays out that, quote, for as long as he could remember, Dr. Richard Bartlett wanted to be a missionary, and it appears he decided to use his position as a doctor to do just that. So here we can learn our first little tidbit about Bartlett, and that is that he believes in miracles, and perhaps even thinks that they're an important part of the medical field.
Sure.
So that's a bad start.
That's not good.
Alex makes a lot of claims about Bartlett in his intro, so I'm going to go through them. The first is that he's very respected. That's debatable and a matter of perspective, so I'll leave that for you to decide when we get to the end of this discussion.
Well, I'm going to nickname him Dr. Dick Bart, so I don't think I respect him very much.
Yeah, that's disrespectful.
Yeah.
Alex says that he's a hospital director. I can find zero evidence of this, and I don't think it's true. I think it's possible that he runs his own private clinic.
That sounds right.
But a hospital director is a completely different, much more serious thing.
Yeah, no, the moment he said hospital director, I was like, there's no way that this is a real hospital. This
Yeah.
is like a, Dr. Kellogg's hospital kind of thing.
So Alex then says that Bartlett was the head of the governor's task force for 7 years. This is just not true. Alex either doesn't know or is intentionally obscuring the fact that the task force Bartlett was a part of was the Texas Health Disparities Task Force, which sought to get rid of the ways that people in different communities had unequal access to health care. That task force was created in 2002, and according to Bartlett's bio, he was appointed to it that year. In a 2002 article in the Victoria Advocate newspaper, Dr. Adela Valdez is named as the chair of that task force.
Okay.
So he wasn't named the head of it.
But he was on the task force.
It does appear so.
Okay.
I don't know for how long, but yeah, he
Sure.
was definitely on it according to documentation I can find.
Right.
Valdez is once again credited as the, quote, presiding officer of the task force in a 2004 article in the Tyler Morning Telegraph. So it appears that she went on to be it for a while.
Sure.
Interestingly, in 2003, there was a run for the vacant seat left by the resignation of Larry Combest, the representative in the U.S. House for Texas' 19th District. Richard Bartlett threw his hat into the ring and ended up coming in 10th with just under 2% of the vote.
Ouch.
His candidacy was somewhat dead on arrival, as he was dealing with a complaint from the Texas Board of Medical Examiners after, quote, an investigation revealed alleged unnecessary diagnostic tests, medication, and treatments for multiple patients. According to an article in the Midland Reporter Telegram. Bartlett naturally argued that this was just the insurance companies coming after him because he dared to put patients first, and he swore that he would produce these patients who would testify on his behalf, and he predicted he'd get a letter of an apology from the board.
How'd that go?
Well, in December 2003, after a hearing, the Medical Examiners Board and Bartlett agreed to basically have him on probation for a year. He would need to submit, quote, selected patient records to be reviewed by the board-approved monitor. He would also then need to take a class on some medical stuff. After this point, I can find no official confirmation that Bartlett was on the Health Disparities Task Force, but that isn't the sort of thing that leaves a lot of documentation, so I concede that it's possible that he remained on it anyway after all this.
Yeah.
This is Texas, and Rick Perry's the governor at this point, so who knows?
Yeah.
From here, things calmed down a bit with Bartlett. At some point, he became the president of the Ector County Medical Society, which I can verify that he was at least in 2006. Various sources claim that he was in that position for 4 years, which could be true. I have no idea. And then nothing really happens for a while.
Right.
Then, in 2019, Bartlett reemerges, announcing a plan to run for the House of Representatives again. But this time he drops out before the GOP primary, and then he seems to, at some point, have lost his goddamn mind.
Right.
You see him pop up early in the COVID outbreak, insisting that budesonide as asthma inhalers are the magic cure for COVID, and if everyone just used them, the outbreak would be over. Research was in process around this kind of question, and it ultimately showed that while helpful, asthma inhalers would not just get rid of COVID-19.
Yeah.
I have a suspicion that this made Bartlett lose it. He began to become more antagonistic to the medical system as a whole. He appeared on a radio show in November 2020 with one of his patients who would go on to call the doctors and staff at the medical center hospital, quote, murderers.
Sure, that might be a little
This
extreme.
caused the people who ran that medical center hospital to be like, hey, please stop.
They take it pretty personally when
Yeah.
you call them murderers.
A little under a year later, things took a very bizarre twist when Bartlett was caught trying to sneak into the medical center hospital through the loading dock entry and appeared to be looking for stuff in their trash.
All right.
He was given a criminal trespassing
what?
Yeah. Looking around in the trash.
What is it? What is this, an episode of Law and Order? What is going on here?
So he was given a criminal trespass warning since he has no business to be at that hospital in the first place.
Yeah, well, obviously.
He's now going to be arrested if he ever goes back, unless it's as a patient. He claimed that
No!
they have a duty.
Now I've got it. Now I've got my heist plan going. This is a terrible idea. You leave no openings.
He claimed that he was looking for, quote, COVID bags, apparently trying to confirm a conspiracy theory that the hospital was putting bags on COVID patients' heads.
All right.
And there is, unfortunately, like a little bit of truth to this.
Sure.
And that is that early on in the pandemic, they had a very thoughtful method of transporting patients around the hospital
Sure.
who had tested positive for COVID.
They put a bag over their head.
There's at least one instance of this that has happened.
Okay.
I don't know how widespread it was or anything, but he was looking for the bags.
Yeah, well, what are you going to do? People put bags on your head.
Since this point, Bartlett has been essentially a non-entity in terms of legitimate medical circles.
Sure.
He may still practice, but in terms of his existence as a public figure, no one except people like Alex take him seriously. And that explains why he called Alex the day before this to tell him about this very important story that he wants to promote. Alex is the sort of outlet that has no standards, and Bartlett's shit can't really fly in any arena that does.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at. Bartlett called him up.
Let's think about some people
The trash man.
who have stridently called Alex with information that needs to be talked about that has led to people getting very seriously hurt in the past.
There have been a few.
Yeah, that could be happening.
So this story is fucking huge.
Sure.
This story is so huge that when I read this entire stack of documents, which is government documents,
Huge.
CDC documents, hospital documents, I was going to bed last night about 10 p.m., and it was so upsetting that I couldn't sleep, so I got back up about 2 a.m., and I've been up since then. So what am I talking about? Well, we just posted it on X. We just tweeted it. Let's put the live show feed that went up minutes ago on screen for TV viewers at Real Alex Jones. Real life nightmare. U.S. hospitals caught injecting experimental Ebola vaccine that sheds.
Oh, shit. Big news.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what?
What?
It sheds?
Ebola.
Ebola sheds. Mm-hmm. What does this have to do with anything?
We'll get to it.
Oh, God damn it.
So the idea here is that there's a hospital that's injecting people with an experimental Ebola vaccine. This vaccine, once given to a person, will allow them to spread this virus by shedding it from their body.
Right.
The short version of what's up here is that's not true.
Right.
The story is about how in November 2023, some frontline workers were some of the first people to get vaccinated in the U.S. with a vaccine whose brand name is Ervebo. It's an Ebola vaccine, but it's not experimental. It was approved by the FDA in 2019. It's just that most people in the United States don't have a reason to get it since they're super unlikely to ever come into contact with Ebola in the wild.
Right.
These frontline workers in Denver were given the vaccine because the city houses one of the HHS-designated Regional Emerging Special Pathogens Treatment Centers. In 2014, the last time Alex whipped the audience into an Ebola hysteria, the only cases that were not from people who caught it outside the country prior to coming here were 2 people who were treating the patients. So having a vaccine like this available to people in that position essentially serves to limit the amount that it's possible for future cases that are imported to the United States to spread any further than a hospital.
Right. That's the idea.
You can find all kinds of coverage of this from the end of November, and it's weird that it's just coming up for Alex now, probably because his audience really isn't that worked up about COVID anymore, and they need something else to be scared of. Shedding sounds scary, but it's important to understand that it's not the same thing as spreading. The likelihood of vaccines being spread that way is incredibly rare, and one of the only exceptions is the oral polio vaccine, which has largely been replaced. In some parts of the developing world, that oral polio vaccine is still used, which is why you'll end up seeing cases of vaccine-derived polio, and why Alex can trot around saying that the majority of cases of polio are caused by the vaccine.
Sure.
This dynamic does not exist with all live attenuated virus vaccines, and that's the only thing Alex is going to go off of, like when he's saying this vaccine is shedding and it's going to cause other people to get this. It's just going to point to the polio vaccine.
Right.
He has no evidence that this applies to the Ebola vaccine, and neither does Dr. Trash Thief. This is all just ridiculous.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So that's the basic bit of the business.
Okay.
Basic bit of business.
I was... Excuse me. I was... because I was thinking that they were talking about a vaccine where if you get a vaccine, then you can spread the vaccine like a super spreader kind of thing, which seems like a great idea.
Well, actually, that is some of the possible effect that unintentional effect that the oral polio vaccine can have in parts of the developing world where it's used.
Right. But that's more of a building up immunity in a more kind of like responsive way as opposed to a vaccine. Like an mRNA vaccine type deal, kind of thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's not advised. I think that having a plan of like secondary vaccinations of people is first of all incredibly unethical.
Right.
You don't have the informed consent of the people.
Right.
And see, that's kind of the argument that anti-vaxxers have around this shedding business is that like vaccines shouldn't be allowed because you shed them, and the people who then get sick from you, which they can't prove happens, then they didn't consent to be around you with your vaccine.
Right.
And so that's kind of like the standard anti-vax argument that goes around this stuff.
I feel like blow darts should be more involved in the vaccine process, and that's just a throwing that out there kind of thing. Not necessarily a we need to table this right now kind of thing, but I'm just in the future.
I've been a blow dart guy from way back, but I don't know about its application here. Again, I think we run into the same ethical issues about informed consent. But
not if I'm well camouflaged. Then there's what's that? I think I got stung by a bee.
Sure.
And then we move on.
See, when I was younger, I had some friends who like wanted to get knives and stuff.
Okay.
We wanted to have some weapons because it was cool at the time.
Sure.
And so I was like, I want to be different. I'm going to be a blow dart guy. And so I decided to get like a.
You got a little blow dart? Yeah.
I never got good at it. So,
tough.
Alex gets more into this conspiracy.
Sure.
So listen to me very, very carefully. They've been hyping.
We were born to
that
hype.
The next big attack will be an airborne Ebola.
When did they hype
They've been
that?
saying brace for it. And if you track the outbreaks of Ebola that happened during the Obama administration, they were directly linked back to the UN and the Pentagon with pharmaceutical companies in a whole bunch, 7 different Central African countries.
You're not even trying.
Congo, you name it, injecting the population when there was almost no Ebola there, almost no death, with these experimental shots. And now the very same company that did that, and they admit, I have mainline news saying the Ebola outbreaks.
Eboutbreaks.
Do you hear what I just said?
No, because you cut out. So nothing Alex is saying there is true or connected to reality, but that drop in audio seemed suspiciously timed.
It did.
There's this is what I'm using is audio straight from Infowars, but I was able to find another feed of it, and he just says that the old Ebola outbreaks were caused by the shot. So it's just kind of
Probably
it's random.
legally.
No.
Oh, no, it's just a random.
Because he says it at other points, too.
Oh, okay.
Like,
well,
it's
then
just
never mind.
random tech glitch.
Just, okay.
So Alex is lying. The 2013 outbreak of Ebola in Guinea, Sierra Leone, and Liberia, among other affected countries, was the widest spread in history. The outbreak began in December 2013 in Guinea, and then it spread slowly at first, but then it picked up steam in the spring of 2014. By August 2014, there were already about 2,000 cases and almost 1,000 deaths from the outbreak, and in that environment, shit was very serious. At this point, the drug that would become Ervebo had been studied and showed promise in non-human primates, but it is understandably pretty difficult to test something like an Ebola vaccine on human subjects, given how deadly it can be and how quickly it can kill a person.
Sure.
Considering the circumstances and how severe the outbreak was, it was deemed ethical to deploy this vaccine on a trial basis among some people in Basguinea, Guinea, generally among people who had a contact with someone diagnosed with Ebola within the previous 3 weeks.
We call it the nothing left to lose kind of thing.
It's a compassionate,
Fuck it.
ethical...
Might as well. Hey, we'll throw anything at it at this point because who cares?
Right, you have a 50% fatality rate and you have cases in the thousands.
You got it.
The trial lasted 2 years, and they found among the 5,000...
Hello, Chad. Good evening. I don't remember, but I think, right? I wish you well, no matter what time of day it is. We are drawing some faces and listening to Alex be fucking crazy. Anyway, thanks for hanging out. I'll be streaming for a while, probably a couple hours at least, maybe more. So, it's nice to see you chatting, though.
837 people who had received the vaccine, there were 0 cases of Ebola. Of the 6,004 people that they monitored who didn't get the vaccine, 23 people were infected. This level of efficacy is shockingly good, and in 2019 there was another outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Ervebo vaccine was given to approximately 90,000 people, and it had a 97.5% effectiveness rate.
That's awesome.
That's a little bit down from 100% in 2016, which was at the end of that other outbreak.
Sure.
But still very good, especially considering for years there's been no prevention, treatment, or cure that we know of for Ebola.
Sure.
Now, it's important to point out that when really a number that we can ever know.
Talent show. You were at a talent show. That's very cool. I would like to hear a few things. First of all, what did your niece do for her talent? And who was the worst kid, assuming it wasn't your niece? But was there any just god awful stuff that went on too long? I remember something like that always happens at a talent show. There's always one act that's just so ridiculous, but they go for too long. Anyway, if you got any stories like that, I'd love to hear them. Or if, however it goes. Yep, Alex Ebola fear. I remember school talent shows. I was a drummer and guitarist in school around the age of middle school and high school talent shows. So I always did that. I would get a little band together and we'd try to play a song cover. Her school does a circus skills group. juggle, ride unicycles, stuff like that. That's pretty handy. That's a really cool, like, is it extracurricular? I imagine. I can't imagine riding a unicycle and juggling would be a core class, but who knows? It's like I gotta take juggling too this year. That's awesome. Circus skills. That's so fun. That's really cool. I remember seeing people who could do that. And I just thought, like, how on earth do you get into that? And usually you'd have to get into it just by, like, knowing people who do it and then basically being family with them, right? Because you got to, like, tour the country and just practice your ass off. Yeah, the skits. Kids' skits are bad. They don't understand editing, you know? And that's okay. You have to learn as they go with that. Because it's actually interesting how different things appear from outside of your own brain when you're performing stuff. And it takes some experience of, like, seeing yourself recorded and, like, oh man, is that what I looked like? Is that what I sounded like? What did I do? I used to I kind of thought of, like, multiple stories at once, and then they all knocked themselves out. But yeah, just thinking, oh yeah, I was like, as a kid, I remember getting this, like, paper towel tube and feeling very inspired, like, cause I had been listening to, like, radio hosts, radio DJs. And I was like, I'm gonna do some radio patter into this tube cause it's pretty loud. It amplified my voice. I'll just get up in this tree and just announce the radio to the whole neighborhood. And I just thought, like, everyone was going to be so impressed and people would come out of their houses and be, like, all amazed. But all I was doing was going into a paper towel tube, like a cardboard tube. And I was saying some things, but I was also just like, okay, now let's go to a song. And then I'd sing the song. And I didn't know that many songs, so I was just like, whatever songs I could think of, I would just sort of sing the lyrics. And then, like, chatter, like, in the radio between the songs. And in my head, I was like, this sounds so amazing. This sounds just like the radio, I bet. It's popular. Yeah, I bet, man. I bet that's a really popular club. They probably got cool teachers, too. Like, I can't imagine, like, an uptight, mean teacher being like, okay, let's learn how to juggle and ride a unicycle. And, like, teacher probably, like, swallows fire, like, at the end of the year as a treat, right? To show the kids. This is so... What I'm doing right now is I'm just kind of doing this thing where I kind of just play around with faces and I draw lots of random faces. I want to try to get lots of different expressions, and then occasionally I'll stumble upon one that's, like, really good, and then I can kind of copy it and use it. So that's sort of what I'm idly doing right now. Yeah. I also love to hear dumb kid stories of stuff you did as a kid, or little things you believed as a kid. Is it a PE teacher? I guess that works. Not an actual carny. I hope they at least know some carnies. They had to have learned it from someone. who's got carny blood in them. Someone who can swallow nails. You know? Or at least someone who could tell you exactly how to do it. Anyway, I'm having fun. I took tomorrow and Friday off, so I've got a 4-day weekend. And my goal is to finish this video within the weekend. I think I can do it. A lot of what's slowing me down is just thinking of what to do. And once I've actually done it, it goes by pretty fast, I think. Let's get back to the podcast. Here we go with the podcast number blah, blah, blah.
Because it's essentially impossible to set up a trial that includes placebos and control groups where the subjects would then be exposed to Ebola.
Yeah.
Those 5,837 people did not get Ebola. We know that much. But we don't know that if some of them, like they would have if they were, just they weren't exposed to the virus. It's complicated, so it's probably best to stay away from like hyperbolic claims, but the vaccine showed and shows a lot of promise. There's a lot you could say about this set of circumstances. For instance, you could take issue with the use of this experimental vaccine among people in that earlier outbreak when it hadn't been tested for effectiveness on human subjects. That's a definite ethical question, and it's possible to have mixed feelings about it. On the one hand, they didn't know for sure if it was going to work. On the other hand, there were thousands of cases of Ebola with an almost 50% fatality rate, and the outbreak showed no signs of slowing down. A strong case could be made for trying the vaccine with people's informed consent, and that you could make an argument that that's the only ethical thing you could do in that situation. If Alex wanted to have a discussion on this kind of a ground, I don't think I'd agree with him. I don't think I'd end up on the same side, but at least it's a rational conversation to have.
Sure.
Claiming that those outbreaks were caused by the vaccine is a disgusting lie, the perpetuation of which is just going to hurt more people, though.
Yeah.
That's not a rational conversation.
Yeah.
There's zero reason for Alex to be pulling this kind of shit, because the strategy that's been used and found effective with Ervebo has been what's been called ring vaccination. This is, it's an outward rings starting from the point of a confirmed case, vaccinating the people who they've been in contact with. As of this point, this has not been a vaccine that has been used at population levels,
Sure.
like the way that you would try and reach herd immunity through vaccination.
Right.
It's a prophylactic emergency strategy that's used to prevent outbreaks from spreading further.
Sure.
And let me be clear, I don't think it's impossible that we could see another case of Ebola come into the country. Like, Alex, I don't think that, like, him suggesting because he's talking about the globalists and he's like they're pre-programming all of this.
Sure.
It's just people warning that, like, it's possible that we could have a case.
Sure.
You know, it happened in 2014. It is possible that that could happen.
That's an interest. You know what? Thinking about it, now that I think about, like, what possible civil war kind of thing there could be, I think if there was another outbreak, it's possible that we could have a significant part of the population on the side of the virus at this point in time.
Well,
like, we're talking,
I mean,
a lot of people.
I don't know. You get into a little bit of murky territory when you're, like, on the side of the virus, because
Sure.
I think you could make a pretty solid case that a lot of Alex's behaviors are indistinguishable from being in favor of the virus.
I mean, it is.
But he's not actually, like, in his head being like, I want to spread this fucking virus.
Sure.
At least I can't say that that's what he thinks.
Sure. Well,
But his actions are indistinguishable from someone who would want to make it more difficult to deal with a public health crisis.
Right. Yeah, no, if I was a Native American, I would be like, oh, I don't think these white people are trying to spread this disease, but you know what? You gotta go.
Not quite the same. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
So there's a possibility that you could see a case of this. You know, it's just a part of being in an interconnected world.
Mm-hmm.
The issue is whether or not it will become an active outbreak here if something does happen. And the only thing that determines that is how our leaders respond.
Right.
If we have a response like what happened in 2014, then there's a good chance that we'll end up with a similar outcome where things are well contained and it doesn't become a public health crisis. If we have leaders like we did in 2020, I find it hard not to think that we will be fucked. Fingers crossed, though, that we never have to find out. It's not an inevitability.
Yeah.
But it does introduce a scary prospect.
Yeah, it has. I will say that I think I've kind of noticed this, and it hasn't fully connected into a thought that I think can be fleshed out yet. But since the pandemic, just baseline competence has turned into a lot sexier thing for me. You know what I mean? Just like, man, people just doing their jobs at a good level. Wow.
Well, I think
it seems
especially
a little,
especially within like bureaucratic things,
Sure.
and like places with a lot of variables,
Yeah.
like government. It is more impressive than you realize.
Yeah,
for people to
yeah.
be competent.
It dropped my expectations so far that it now is,
Well, that's great.
Yeah, I mean, it's a silver lining. Think about positive attitude.
Right. That's what you start every episode with.
Things could be worse.
Right. So Alex believes this to be breaking news.
Mm-hmm.
And now they're giving the shots to healthcare workers at hospitals in the United States. This just broke. And what's crazy is doctors finally noticed this, even though they started this in December a month ago. So this is breaking now here.
So this happened in November. This isn't breaking news, but Alex's narrative on it is.
Right.
You know how Alex pretends that he spends all this time studying and reading the news, figuring out the plots of the globalists? You really got to think that if that were true, he would have heard about this before his idiot doctor/raccoon friend called him about it. So there are 10 regional emerging special pathogens treatment centers in the United States, of which Denver Health is one of them. It was their choice to vaccinate some of their frontline workers for Ebola, which really raises the question, if this were part of an elaborate globalist plot, wouldn't all of those regional emerging special pathogen treatment centers be vaccinating their employees? Why is it just Denver? I guess the conspiracy has got to be that that's where the outbreak's going to start.
I mean, they do have the airport.
That's true, with
Yeah.
Lucifer.
See, now I'm listening.
They have murals.
You say Denver, and now I'm listening.
I will say that there's a shocking amount of restraint that Alex shows in terms of not bringing the Denver airport.
There's so many options, really. If you've got Denver as your epicenter of a conspiracy, that's adjacent.
Mm-hmm.
You're right there.
Yeah. So Alex complains in this next clip here. He talks about how he thinks that the vaccine is linked to all these outbreaks.
Sure.
And then he complains about the Washington Post for some reason.
When I say breaking, it's on the hospital websites. It's on the CDC site. They admit they're doing it, and then we can track the exact so-called
website
vaccine
looking for that information.
linked to 4 global Ebola outbreaks. So, special guest, Dr. Richard Bartlett, and one other guest I'll announce once he joins us in the second hour today. You need to tune in. You need to share. You need to research, because unlike the Washington Post that just wrote a big article 2 days ago that we wrote about last night at Infowars.com, we want you to do your own research. Washington Post, latest outlet, telling Americans doing own research is bad. And the first example they use in the big report, we have a screenshot of right here with a link to it on the site, is Infowars.com reporting that leftists have been caught setting fires in Australia, and they say it's false. But then later in the article admit it's actually true, hoping you don't read deeper.
Fires
and we got it from the AP of Australia and the Brisbane Times. So we want you to do your own research.
Got it. I will.
This doesn't count. All you got to do to start fires in Australia is carry a magnifying glass. That doesn't count as a crime.
Sure. And we talked about this 500 episodes ago.
I was going to say, yeah, this one's all, yeah.
So the term linked to, in Alex's claim that the Ebola vaccine has been linked to 4 outbreaks, is a pretty weaselly bit of business. Demonstrating that this vaccine was used in the context of Ebola outbreaks is not the same thing as it causing them. Further, there are examples of outbreaks where the vaccine wasn't used because it's only effective against the Zaire strain. Alex needs to prove a causal link instead of this weak shit he's doing, and that burden of proof is on him, and he is not up to achieving it. Also, Alex says that the vaccine is, he says that it's linked to 4 global Ebola outbreaks, and there haven't been global Ebola outbreaks except for one.
Right.
You could call that 2013 to 2016 outbreak global, since a few cases popped up around the world, but other than that, The outbreaks have all been in Africa, particularly the Democratic Republic of Congo, Uganda, Guinea. Alex is being very sloppy with his language because the goal is to sensationalize the story to scare the audience.
Yeah.
And that's the name of the game. Alex brings up this Washington Post article, which is just an op-ed covering a paper published in the journal Nature that found that people who do their own research online tend to, quote,
We have a screenshot of right here.
There's a little snippet from this podcast that I think I want to grab and
Here,
isolate.
with a link to it on the site is Infowars.com.
This doesn't count. Oh, yeah, this.
We have a screenshot. It's false, but then later in the article admit it's actually true. Hoping you don't read deeper.
Fires
And
on?
we got it from the AP of Australia and the Brisbane Times. So we want you to do your own research.
Got it. I will.
This doesn't count. All you got to do to start fires in Australia is carry a magnifying glass. That doesn't count as a crime.
Sure. And we talked about this 500 episodes
I was going to
ago.
say, yeah, this one's all, yeah.
So the term linked to in Alex's...
So that little soundbite, we want you to do your own research. Got it. We will. I kind of like that. That might come in handy. In fact, might take a break from the drawing and maybe we could work on the... Okay, we're back. So I don't know who Fudgy's real name is, but they have made the most useful thing ever. So this is where I can find basically anything that was ever uttered on Alex's show. And I can find the text.
And they come up and stick a swab up your nose.
And I can listen. And it's pretty amazing. So I can look for like little words and phrases and stuff. Like, we'll see if anything, like when he says do your research, I can take that from the podcast. But I want to make like a, something. Chicken fried steak. What should I search for? How about, he makes videos. 2 results?
He makes videos.
So a lot of these aren't actually Alex speaking, they're callers or other hosts.
Yeah, like someone like Shane Dawson, like he used to make...
Yeah, that's PJ Dubs. Let's see how...
Yeah, like someone like Shane Dawson, like he used to make comedy videos and stuff. Now he makes videos about how iPhone...
Oh, researching in my mind. Can I hear him say that? Yeah!
And I've been laying there unable to sleep for about an hour, basically meditating, focusing, researching in my mind, thinking.
Laying there, unable to sleep for about an hour, basically meditating, focusing, researching in my mind.
And I've been laying there unable to sleep for about an hour, basically meditating, focusing, researching in my mind, thinking. And I just felt overwhelmed by the whole. And I've been laying there unable to.
I don't know if I can actually get these as MP3s. The way I've been doing it was actually recording it on OBS. So I could just do that.
And I've been laying there unable to sleep for about an hour, basically meditating, focusing, researching in my mind, thinking. And I just felt overwhelmed.
Researching in my mind. Okay. You should be watching. Does he ever say that?
Well, you shouldn't be looking outside. You should be watching television.
You should be watching your ass. You should be watching your kid.
Yeah, you should be watching your kid. They should be playing the road. But I will tell everybody now, you should not be out after dark in any major urban area, and you should be packing, and you should be locking your doors, and you should be watching your ass. Yeah, you should be watching your kid. They should be. Or you shouldn't be looking outside. You should be watching television.
That's funny. Does he say that?
Country. Now that's funny, Mr. Savage.
Now that's funny, Mr. Savage.
Anymore. Oh.
Started. That's funny from the. That's funny. I had my children up.
Didn't know then.
Yes, that's funny.
They just think that's.
Well, that's funny.
It's funny. President Trump has gotten the flu, but.
I go, that's not true. It's funny.
That's real.
That's
Randy
funny.
Savage. Who's Randy Savage? Hey, Veronica.
Oh, that's funny.
Hey, Veronica. Right now we're looking through Fudgy's list of everything Alex has ever said on air and looking for little sound bites to make the outro.
Well, that's funny.
That's a good one.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, he's actually laughing there.
Oh, that's funny. Delivers 2,000 rockets for Iraq, but holds half back. Obama, I will never engage in politics in which I'm trying to divide people. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. That's a good one. We've never been at war at East Asia.
That's funny. That's a good one. Nice. So I'm recording all of these on OBS right now, so I'll be able to put that on my in the video editor, and we can pull them from there. The clip Dan used a couple times, and Alex says, "Oops." Yeah. I was thinking of something else. Oh man, that's funny.
Oh, man, that's funny. And
you think that's funny?
Cute? You think that's funny? You think that's something you should get upset about? You think I'm the weirdo because I'm upset like a wild bull in a cage?
Can't believe this. Farting for his life. That's a good one.
We're coming to visit someone.
Oh, man, I can't believe this is happening. So everybody's talking about 15. Folks, I can't believe this anymore. It's God, I can't believe this has to happen.
He's been astonished, and he says,
"Oh, I want to say, they take me out of context." I might just do me out of. Okay, there's a couple. This might be the same one.
They take me out of context. So examples, they take me out of context, and then the conservatives were all mad at. They take me out of context. Where
How about cut and splice? Does he ever say that?
Easily, I could cut and splice.
Just some other dude. Editing my words. I bet he says that. Only once?
And then, meanwhile, that's the name of the Rise of the New Right show on MSNBC, implying that I'm calling for violence by editing my words out of context.
By editing my words out of context. They say I said. I'm sure he says this a lot.
So they say I said that in court.
They say I said that.
Talks about InfoWars. They quote things that they say I said on the TV show.
There have been some good times when Dan played a clip of Alex saying people take him out of context, and he basically says, and that's why I made this show. Mm-hmm. Exactly.
But the reason they've been demonizing me and saying I should be taken off the air, and they say I said that Parkland should edit it and then try to deceive, but the edit doesn't even say what they say I said. I mean, now isn't that what they say I said about? They say I said that. And again, it isn't about Alex Jones.
They say I said that. That was a good one.
They say I said that the government did 9/11. I'm saying they say I said that the government did 9/11. I'm saying criminal elements work with Saudi Arabia. I've had congressmen on like Jones confirming it. We're proven right on that again. And in the news today.
By the way, Alex is I mean, like, the way it's so obvious because we all know that he's completely unprincipled, right? He'll just say whatever the fuck his stupid brain thinks is going to be the most advantageous to him. And he likes to be completely, like, wishy-washy on everything. So he's like, 9/11 was an inside job. Bush is a war criminal. Building 7. Hey, I never said the government did it. I said it was criminal elements within Saudi Arabia. Like, it's just going to be this big thing it's just not what the official story is. So he can just wiggle out of ever holding a position because he's no, they're not those clandestine illegal criminal organizations in the Middle East. Other ones that you don't know about. It's just, you could never pin him down. It's like nailing Jell-O to the wall.
Yeah, so then they say, I said something I didn't say. Then they say Trump endorsed.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Is making video. How about draws these pictures? Draws these pictures. Draws these lines. My face. Does he ever talk about his face? It's good. It's good on Facebook.
In my face.
Covered.
This is of my face. How about like a picture of my face? Out of my face. I don't know. I do have a lot of him saying subscribe as much as I can. I always come looking for more subscribe. It's usually other people, not Alex, saying subscribe.
There is a free podcast there you can subscribe to that we serve out.
He sounds really tired there.
We had over 40 million.
It's only $39.
No, I don't want to hear David fucking Knight.
.com. If you go there, you can go and become a subscriber and see all of.
Shitty. If you ever create a store to sell products, I have plenty of clips of Alex to use for that. He just cut all his ads into new advertisements. To subscribe, I'll say have to.
That's in Arbitron stuff that's come out years ago off of, just the stations that buy the ratings. Buy that, you have to subscribe to even be able to have access to them.
You have to subscribe.
There is a war on.
Fucking A.
You have to subscribe to the numbers. About 3 million listeners.
It says YouTube just changed it so people effectively have to subscribe twice. What?
YouTube just changed it so people effectively have to subscribe twice. I don't know if
That's Steven Crowder. What a fucking idiot. How do you subscribe twice? Oh, is it because you click the bell?
Ever be normal, but we do not have to subscribe.
Buddy, otherwise you would have to
We do not have to subscribe. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I'm sure he says that. Yes, you do, little lady.
For the salt.
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do, little lady. My wife said, we don't have a cat. She goes, yes, you do, little. It was like a witch. Yes, you do, little lady. And I said, turn the other cheek. Yes, you do, little lady.
But the truth of the matter is that, yes,
You can go, wait a minute, yes, you do.
Wait a minute. Yes, you do. That's perfect. She'll go, we do not have to subscribe. Wait a minute. Yes, you do.
Sent to tyranny.
Yes.
Yes, you do. Oh, yes, you do.
on God.
No,
I was
yes,
listening
you
to
do.
God.
That one was pretty good as well. Oh, yes, you do. I wonder if there's an exact string of yes, you do, no, you don't. 0 results. What about no, you don't, yes, you do? I'm just curious. I'm sure. Even if that was said, it was probably said like over each other, so it comes out. No, you don't. You don't do. No, you don't. You do. Like the Dan Ackey cut at the start. Yeah, me too. Sometimes I want to make the intros even longer so we can hear the song more. Yeah, I'm also very pleased with the intro and outro music. That's why I did it twice in a row and decided I'll just do that. Because at first I was like, maybe I'll do different music for each episode. Obviously, like, some of them don't even have music, the early ones. But I think it's great. All right, so we don't have to subscribe. Don't have to subscribe. I'm going to just make sure I got that.
We don't say that you have to...
It was the exact one. Okay, maybe it was just have to subscribe.
Ever be normal, but we do not have to subscribe.
Yes, you do.
you have to subscribe. You have to subscribe.
I don't know who that is.
Is InfoWars
So instead of going to...
It's just insane. I'm sure, I think he says this a lot. It's just insane.
It's just insane. And the letter went out last night. I've got the article right here.
Ooh, next week, Tuesday.
Minutes. It's just insane. It's just insane. It's wet. It's like saying, it's just insane. It's like saying nice cold Coca-Cola and after you mowed the lawn is.
It's weird. It's weird.
It's weird.
It's weird psych.
Feel good. I tell you, it's weird.
It's weird.
Ooh, Veronica, you're going to the live show. That is so cool. Yeah, I hope you get a photo. I hope, yeah, that's awesome. Are they just playing in one city? I don't remember what their tour. Are they just playing like? I know they're Boston, right? But I can't remember if they're doing other. I just haven't even paid attention because there's like no way I could go. All right, the guy who makes these. Is there anything similar? Guy who makes these. Nothing. Who draws these? Let's just take out guy who draws these. Who makes these? Someone has to say who makes these.
That may be. Well,
languages, Facebook plus Instagram. C-19 vaccine, currently global, 66 languages. And the very first thing that...
Where? These scientists know who makes these. They know...
A suitcase nuke. I don't know who makes these.
Who makes these decisions?
No one ever said makes these videos? In 30 years? He makes these. All right. I'll stop there. Otherwise, I'm going to have way too much raw material to work with. Cool. So we collected a few sound bites. Another sound bite I want to get is from this episode at 32:32. Alex says, we want you to do your own research. And Dan says, got it, we will. It's epic. So purple sticky note is to write down sound bites if they're not, if I have to pull them from a different video. The other sound bites that are not on the sticky note are in the video that I just recorded of me listening to sound bites. And here's on things to draw today. Actually, I did tweak the mouth timings for Bluehead. Do you guys want to watch what I have so far? Maybe we should do that. And because I want to watch it, actually, and then it'll help me think about what I'm supposed to do. What to do next.
All those key blue cities where they murdered so many people before they rolled out the COVID shot, just to get some numbers up, they would cocoon you in a bag, put a catheter in you, and then murder your ass. Talk about a captive audience. There it is. Right, our movie.
What's up? You're losing a little.
Sorry, there's just a rhythm to that. Like, hey, they'll put you in a bag and they'll murder your ass. Talk about a captive audience. Yeah, right. I just feel like you don't need to cocoon people.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's an extra step.
No cocooning?
No cocooning.
Well,
it's just a waste of...
But it's part of it. The demons tell them to cocoon people, and so they must.
I mean, it's like metaphorical.
But honestly, maybe it's not demons.
Maybe
it's large holograms that appear in boardrooms.
And the executives go into these hologram rooms in corporate America and the government, and it goes, and a avatar head pops up and says, here is the command recommended progress action to expand the overall directives. And then they sit there and go, yes, launch operation. And the human gives the AI the final order, And it goes forth. Imagine they go in a room, they're there, hologram of a AI avatar, looks like a person. I'm told in most of the systems it's a beautiful woman.
Sure.
And then they talk about the battle plan and what they're going to do to us. And the AI estimates in different reports how long until they've got total life extension or basically immortality, they believe. But by testing on the massive population, they'll both do the main directive, depopulate, while discovering how to live forever. That's their main goal, by using us as the guinea pig.
This sounds legit. What?
Rangers going into the wrong cave.
Yeah,
and
no
just
shit.
There's a bunch of executives there getting a different set of orders. And oh, sorry guys, we thought we were talking to Zardoz or whatever. Yeah.
It's a rich scene in your mind.
Yes.
It
Little
seems
robot.
seems like a lot of pageantry for what the goal of what one of these meetings would be.
because if this meeting takes place as described, that means that weeks in advance, one of these guys was like, "Hey, Marissa, we got to make sure we have the 3D model up. We got to have the hologram all set up. If anybody fucks up, everybody's dead."
Right?
Because you would have to kill people.
I assume you'd have to kill people anyway.
Yeah, right.
There's
so many people who die for every goddamn meeting.
I've been to like all hands meetings at companies and stuff, and I've been there when like something hasn't worked exactly, like a video didn't play right. And I just imagine this AI hologram like sort of like fizzling in and out, glitching.
That's Brain. So I don't have any more visuals for the rest of the video, for the rest of the clip. Brain just saw his Brain's mom just came in the door. Little kitty. I don't know if we can see her from over here. So, little kitty is the mother of Brain. And she just came in and she is having some dinner. She's kind of elusive. She spends most of her time at the neighbor's house. I don't know why. She doesn't really like her kittens because they always want to bite her nipples. Hey, kitty, 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 pretty kitty. So anyway, let's I want to run this back a little bit and watch a couple of these things again because I got distracted by the kitty cat.
They talk about the battle plan and what they're going to do to us, and the AI estimates in different reports how long until they've got total life extension or basically immortality, they believe. But by testing on the massive population, they'll both do the main directive, depopulate, while discovering how to live forever. That's their main goal, by using us as the guinea pig.
This sounds legit. What? You don't think that super attractive lady holograms are plotting the demise of humanity in Fortune 100 boardrooms?
I just
seems legit.
I have the mental image of like the Power Rangers going into the wrong cave.
Yeah,
and
no
just
shit.
There's a bunch of executives there getting a different set of orders. And oh, sorry guys, we thought we were talking to Zardoz or whatever. Yeah.
It's a rich scene in your mind.
Yes.
It
Little
seems
robot.
seems like a lot of pageantry for what the goal of what one of these meetings would be.
because if this meeting takes place as described, that means that weeks in advance, one of these guys was like, "Hey, Marissa, we got to make sure we have the 3D model up. We got to have the hologram all set up. If anybody fucks up, everybody's dead." Right? Because you would have to kill people.
I assume you'd have to kill people anyway.
Yeah, right.
There's
so many people who die for every goddamn meeting.
I've been to like all hands meetings at companies and stuff, and I've been there when like something hasn't worked exactly, like a video didn't play right. Just imagine this AI hologram, like, sort of like fizzling in and out, glitching a little.
Oh, the moment you got to be like, listen, we're going to switch to the overhead projector. That's a bad day. That's a bad day.
Yeah.
Yep.
Especially if you're in the globalist cave.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, so disappointing.
Brutal.
Dan and Jordan. Dan and Jordan.
Yeah, what point should Jordan's feet be kicking? Where is his, like, big laugh? Because he's also, I feel like in the beginning, he's losing it.
Talk about a captive audience. There it is. Right out of a horror movie.
What's up? You're losing it a little.
But so that, it's kind of a different laugh. That's more of the, like, he's on the floor. But I don't feel like his legs would be, like, kicking as much as he would just be, like, holding his stomach, right? Because he's like, right? There's a lot of that. I might have to try to maybe draw, like, a rolling on the floor laughing without the feet.
Sorry, there's just a rhythm to that. Like, hey, they'll put you in a bag and they'll murder your ass. Talk about a captive audience.
What horror movie do you reference? I don't know. Which horror movie did I reference? Do I reference one? Let's see. Right after Dan says, that sounds legit.
100 boardrooms? Holograms. What? This sounds legit. What? You don't think that super attractive lady hologram?
So there, I imagine as Dan says, that sounds legit. There's a beat, and
By using us as the guinea pig. That's their main goal.
This is legit.
As the guinea pig.
This sounds legit.
There's like, this sounds legit. And so I think I want to like make him like turn red for that little second. So he's like holding a laugh in, and basically it bursts out. And so right as he goes, he's just not too loud. Do you want to reference a horror movie because Alex says horror movie? Oh, right. I don't know. I am not a big horror movie fan. Not that I'm opposed to doing a horror movie reference, but I'm just like, I'm ignorant on all of them except like really old ones. So if you have any ideas, let me hear it.
What? If Lady Hollywood 100 boardrooms?
I just
seems legit.
I have the mental image of like the Power Rangers going into the wrong cave.
Yeah,
and
no
just
shit.
There's a bunch of executives there getting a different set of orders. And oh, sorry guys, we thought we were talking to Zardon or whatever. Yeah.
I love this look that Lana gives. Like, both of these. This like, she's like, who are these guys? And then like, these people. Like, can you believe this? Dracula horror movie. Yeah, so what's happening here is I'm less interested in exactly what Alex is saying at all, which is why I wanted to fade his audio in, and maybe visually we're just getting like a little slow pan of the room, right? So we're panning and we see Celine, in the pepper plant or whatever, and then we're just hearing the two guys listen to Alex, but it's just kind of fading in, right? It doesn't really, he's just saying some bullshit. But then when the audio kicks in where you can hear it is when he
Audience,
says,
there it is.
they'll
Talk
stick
about
they'll stick you in a
bag,
cocoon.
put a catheter in you, and then cities where they murdered so many people before.
So like this first part is just
All those key blue cities where they murdered so many people before they.
So that would be just like fading in, and then
About a captive audience. There it is.
There it is. There, I kind of want to have him at the desk, right?
Ash. Talk about a captive audience. There it is.
And then just have an
Right out
Alex
of a
face.
Horror
movie. Like when he says horror movie, I'll do like a really funny face for him. And then we'll cut to the room again.
What's up?
And then we see just Dan in frame and maybe Alex Jordan's feet because he's on the floor.
You're losing it a little.
Sorry, there's just a...
And as soon as he starts talking, that's when his head will pop up.
There's
Sorry,
just a rhythm to that.
Rhythm to that.
Hey, they'll put you in a bag and they'll murder your ass. Talk about a captive audience. Yeah, right. I just feel like you don't need to cocoon people.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's an extra step.
No cocooning?
No cocooning.
Well,
it's just a waste of...
But it's part of it. The demons tell them to cocoon people, and so they must.
That might be a good little rolling on the feet kicking laugh there. But it's part of it.
Cocoon people, and so they must. The demon, but it's part of it. The demons tell them to cocoon people, and so they must.
I mean, it's like metaphorical.
But honestly, maybe it's not demons.
Maybe
it's large holograms that appear in boardrooms.
And the executives go into these hologram rooms in corporate America and the government, and it goes, and a avatar head pops up and says, "Here is the command recommended progress action to expand the overall directives."
A demon. Yeah, they are such part of his lore. Are there any good bits where he describes demons? There's one section I've written down and thought about doing was his globalist hierarchy. But I don't think he talks about demons, actually. He talks about zombos, gremlin wraiths, and a couple other things. Stick you in a bag and murder your ass. Not sure. So right now, at least the thing that I was planning to do tonight is to kind of fill out some of this ending part. Where Dan, who is going to join Marissa and Jordan as, employees / security guards. And talk about how like sometimes shit doesn't go right. So we're going to make like this hologram machine start sparking and wigging out, maybe burst into flames. And then we'll have Dan kind of like, trying to tinker with it. And then Jordan's going to walk in holding a overhead projector, like an old school, just basic overhead projector. And that'll be the end, kind of like to cap it all off. The childhood end episode, when he's describing demons, basically taking it from that book. Okay. What is that? I'm going to just... The childhood's end. Arthur C. Clarke. Oh, okay. Yeah. Like your standard, just like red guy with horns and goat legs and wings. I kind of like this sort of birdish looking one. What was that? This is a little more bird-like, I feel. Fuck you, turn off your ad blocker. Don't do ads. I will never turn off my ad blocker except for YouTube because it won't fucking work without it. Sucks. Okay, he points it out. That's good. So, childhoods and demons. What do Google? Oh, you can't see this, but Google autofill is like, I know what you want. You want to know what demons look like. I didn't even write demon yet. I swear I didn't write demon yet. All I wrote was what do. Google, fuck you. Maybe I was gonna say what do bunnies eat. Fuck you! You already knew I was gonna say eat. That's what demons look like, motherfucker. They look like circle feet guys. I'm sure that's gotta be biblically accurate, right? I'm sure that's like that's gotta be a biblically accurate one. Dobby head. Medieval art. Medieval art's great. I love it. Cause a lot of medieval art looks like children's drawings. It really does. Medieval elephants. Cause people just drew them based on like someone's description of it. So they just draw like big pigs or big horses. And they exaggerate a lot of stuff, but they never can exaggerate enough to make an actual trunk. And they definitely can never get the ears big enough. It's like, no, they got huge ass ears. I'm telling you. Yeah, those are pretty big. Yeah, but they're not big enough. I'm telling you, these guys got fucking huge ass ears. I like this. A lot of like demons or like supernatural stuff. It's just multiple animals kind of smushed together. I like that this one's just got a house cat on the shoulder. And like, I don't think the snake's not actually coming out. He's riding the snake. He's riding the snake, and he's got another snake coming out of his shoulder. He's got a cat coming out of the other shoulder. Yeah. Great. Whatever this is, it's famous enough to be on Wikipedia. Occult encyclopedia. Okay, not Wikipedia, but Occultopedia. What is this? How come you can... Okay. There's information about it. Goetic demon aim as depicted in the Infernal Dictionary. A book on demonology describing demons organized in hierarchies written by this dude, 1818. Guess what's happening? We're in a Wikipedia rabbit hole. The Goetic demon Baal. This looks like a political cartoon. This is not a demon book. Look at this. It's a big spider with the head of like probably some specific guy, king, a cat and a toad, which probably represent like some other motherfuckers. Oh, there's a big spider. And I don't know. I'm not buying it. I don't think these guys know fuck about demons. Some of my coworkers think demons are real, including some InfoWars. Saddens me that they're so worked up about it. Yeah, most of my family believe in literal demons and devils, and it's so bizarre when you really think about it. It's like there's these little evil guys, and they try to get you. They make me do bad stuff. They made me look at naughty things on the internet. And they also... they're also the reason why, like, children get cancer. Yeah, I'm starting to think this whole demon thing might just be kind of made up. If I'm being honest. I think they're making it up as they go along. So let's get back into drawing. We are listening to episode 892, and I did that thing again where I have to replay it, and I don't remember where we were. But we were a good way into it. I'm going to say we were like 45 minutes. Let's put it there. And we'll do the pod. Thanks, everybody, for chatting along. And again, throw ideas and comments as much as you want. I'm usually able to see them pretty quickly, but sometimes I get in the zone and I kind of ignore them for a while. But let's go. Here we go.
Distract the audience from his past bullshit with new bullshit. But he it's just a way to not own up to being wrong about this stuff. And I don't know, especially when it's about something as like potentially volatile as Ebola outbreaks.
Yeah.
It's pretty irresponsible.
Well, I mean, when you stop to think about the mass psychology of millions upon millions of people dying due to disease, and how people after like 3 years are like, let's just be done. Let's just not talk about it. Yeah, okay, there's a new way. Who fucking cares? I'm just tired. That's what I am.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where even people are like, the government is killing us with it, are like, fucking, just do it then. Fine. I'm just tired of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
One way or the other, let's just be done with it.
It's interesting that you can be tired of it, that way, that burnout, but also the sensational bullshit nonsense. It'll tire you out.
Human beings are just going to get burnt out.
Yeah.
Sooner or later, you get burnt out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the only thing that doesn't burn you out, Alex's dumbass. Apparently.
Apparently.
So Alex talks about how these vaccines are linked to all these outbreaks.
Sure.
And it's trying to really pound out this narrative, basically, into shape, like a person at a forge.
Like a steak.
Shame Bill Gates backed live Ebola. Oh, he'd be involved. Shame Bill Gates backed live Ebola vaccine distributed before Africa's 2016, 18, 20, 21, 2022, and before that under Obama outbreaks, was just given to Colorado healthcare workers. U.S. Army now developing Ebola medicines.
Okay.
We have all the documents.
So many documents. So that Bill Gates thing is a reference to Gavi providing some funding to Merck to help produce the Ervebo vaccine. That's the Bill Gates connection.
Sure.
What Alex is reading there is a headline from John Fleetwood's Substack. You may have heard him mentioned earlier. He's Dr. Bartlett's weirdo friend who's going to be the other guest on this episode. And so Alex was reading off this Substack headline and decided to throw, quote, and earlier under Obama in there for no reason. It's not in the headline. So Alex is making that up.
Oh, man. I just want Fleetwood Mac's Fleetwood Substacks.
Ooh, that's not good. That's not bad. He would be wise.
That would be. Mick, get to work. Wait, is he dead? I think he's dead.
I don't care.
That's a good point.
So Fleetwood's Substack post does literally nothing to demonstrate that the Ervebo vaccine is linked to increasing spread of Ebola during these outbreaks that are listed in the headline. It's purely an exercise in misrepresentation. In each of these instances that Fleetwood brings up, there was not a vaccine campaign that then led to an outbreak. In each of these cases, there was an existing outbreak, and then vaccination efforts were launched to hopefully limit the spread of the virus. The methodology used with the Ervebo vaccine is wholly responsive. There's an outbreak, and then healthcare providers track contacts and get them vaccinated. It's an emergency response paradigm, not a blanket coverage paradigm.
Yeah.
The argument that Fleetwood is making is simple. In these past instances, people were vaccinated, then there was an outbreak. Now, some doctors in Colorado got vaccinated, so there's probably going to be an Ebola outbreak there.
Right.
It's a faulty argument built on false premises, but I'm noticing something here. Both of the main stories today, the one about the Colorado doctors and the one about the Colorado State University lab, are from John Fleetwood's Substack. This guy's sure getting a lot of play out of nowhere.
Looks like he will be our mystery guest on today's show.
He is.
I knew it!
But also, a cynical person might wonder...
Is he paying for it?
What is going on? I don't know, but I also think that maybe it's just so desperate for content, and Richard Bartlett called him, and he's like, I got this weirdo friend.
That's always possible.
So John Fleetwood has been a writer for a few years at a blog called American Faith, where he writes about all the hot right-wing grievance memes that are going around.
Oof.
Even after being on InfoWars, he has under 600 followers on Twitter, and I think that in 2001 he self-published a bit of a futurist fiction novel called 3000 AD, A New Beginning.
Ooh.
I recommend everyone, including you, get your phone out.
Sure.
I recommend everyone Google that book and look at the cover and tell me that it doesn't look like a guy wielding a big erection.
All right, let's see.
I can't find the entire book, but apparently shit goes bad when the stock markets fall apart in 2700 or so, around then. And then somehow God ends up in a climactic battle against Satan.
That sounds suspiciously familiar to my fan fiction.
Have you?
His,
but look at the cover. I mean, you're not going to compete with this cover.
A new beginning. So 3000 AD, a new beginning.
Yeah.
All right.
Look at that.
That is astonishing. You are joking. How did you get that on the TV screen?
I looked at that cover and I was like, whoever made this could not have run it by anybody else, or else they were trying to make it look like a dick.
At all.
It's crazy.
And the eyes looking at the dick are somehow even more disconcerting.
But look at the guy's face.
I see it.
He has a sword in his hand, but it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, no. He looks like he has a sword in both hands, and a dick is growing out, and he's staring at the dick like, whoops.
It's wild.
Yeah.
Anyway, people, check that out.
You got to see it.
So one of my favorite
You won't
parts
believe it.
Of this book that I read was on page 7.
Sure.
Quote, people from the country formerly known as the United States began exploring west from the agricultural region at the center of the country. Groups broke away and founded new communities in Denver, Houston, and Los Angeles, changing the names of the past to reflect a new beginning.
Sure.
I feel bad. I shouldn't shit on someone for a creative endeavor. That's not cool.
No.
I really don't mean to be mean, and fuck me for this, but, like, seriously, Google the cover of the book.
You gotta.
I couldn't have found that and not brought it up.
You gotta.
Also, if it's written by a different person named John Fleetwood, I apologize, but then again, that cover is impossible to ignore.
I mean, hey, if there is a Fleetwood that is also, no.
It's
if
the
there's
same spelling of the name, too, because John is without an H.
If there's two John Fleetwoods, both of them in this particular field, both of them with a level of...
and he's a big Christian person, and the God vanquishes the devil at the end of his fiction novel. That makes sense.
And a clear willingness to debase oneself for really any amount of money.
Or none.
Yeah. Seems right.
I guess none is a part of any.
Yeah.
So Alex, he does exactly what you would expect him to do.
Sure.
Now, pull up the headline from Reuters, please. Also AP. Majority of global polio cases caused by vaccine.
Well,
that's what's insane, is that they hide this in plain view.
Yeah, so we've talked about the dynamics of the polio vaccine 100 times, so I'm not going to get into it again here, but this is still important because it's the only thing Alex can point to make his case. The orally administered polio vaccine is the exception to the rule, where shedding experienced by people who got the vaccine has more of a high likelihood to spread the virus. While it's not true of all live attenuated virus vaccines, that is the impression that Alex is trying to give.
Right.
But this is the one gotcha type thing that Alex can pull out to prop up all of his claims about this Ebola vaccine. He can point to the that other article about 31.7% of children shedding the Ebola vaccine, but what he can't do is prove that this can cause infection in another person.
Right.
Because he can't do that, he just points to the oral polio vaccine and pretends that his case is made, and it is not.
Right.
He has more work to do, and he's not up to it.
Man, hard to believe how much on the side of polio he is. You know?
I mean,
we fought polio real hard as a species, and then won, and then it turns out that the polio will rise again.
I mean, this kind of behavior is the stuff that leads to...
The South polio will rise again. All right, let's move on.
So, Alex lies a little bit more about them doctors in Denver.
All right.
Where's Ebola in the United States? It's hardly even in Africa. Most outbreaks are linked to these tests, these inoculation operations. And then they're not, it's not just Denver. We know it's going other places, so we got that here. They're injecting healthcare workers who they then test on and put in a report admitting 31% got Ebola-like symptoms when they took it.
So Alex can't demonstrate where else these doctors are getting the Erverbo vaccine. I think what he might be talking about is that in clinical trials.
Right.
I think that's what he's...
That has to be.
But that's not what it sounds like from the way he's saying this.
No.
So there's a single story from last November out of Denver, and he's saying it's happening everywhere, which is not going to be substantiated by his coverage.
Right.
So Alex is further lying about his source, but in a compounded way. These doctors were not the people who were included in the study that cited the 31.7% shedding number. That was entirely different and reflected a, quote, randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled trial conducted at 6 centers in 4 West African countries. It wasn't testing the efficacy of the vaccine, but it was testing how well antibodies were produced and stayed around. And so, you can do a placebo-controlled study around that because there wasn't the challenge of the Ebola in it.
Right.
So Alex is lying about that being related to the medical workers in Colorado.
I can't say that I don't prefer my medical advancements to be performed on the doctor themselves live on a stage. Those are pretty cool. Whenever he's like, I've developed a new thing, and then he drinks it, and then he's like, now I'm free of it. That's how most vaccines, I feel like, should be announced.
Well, but they don't, like, make you transform. So it'd be an unsatisfying show.
That is true. It's an unsatisfying show. I mean, back in the day, they didn't, during the Depression, they didn't really have much to watch anyway, so that was enough.
Yeah.
Now
People would just gather around if someone had a megaphone.
Yeah.
It was exciting.
Yeah.
Oh, he talks a lot louder.
Ooh.
So Alex is further lying about the results of that study. He's saying people in the study got Ebola-like symptoms, and that's not the case. Unless, if you get Ebola, you get a headache. And so if you get a vaccine and you get a headache, that's not Ebola-like symptoms.
You can't say Ebola-like symptoms.
It's a matter of degree.
Unless I'm, like, melting, you can't say Ebola-like symptoms.
Yeah. So all of this really is just an egregious anti-vax demonstration. And so he spins this off into other vax conspiracies.
That's just like they admittedly killed 43,000 U.S. troops in the 2 different anthrax injection tests they did under George Herbert Walker Bush. There's the Reuters headline if you're a new viewer. I don't make this stuff up. Vaccine delivered, poliovirus detected in Congo. Vaccine delivered. But let's go back. That's not the actual headline I wanted. How the oral polio vaccine can cause polio. That's NPR. I want to show the exact headline that Joe Rogan didn't believe 3 years ago and pulled up, was blown away. Majority of new polio cases caused by polio vaccine. That's the headline. I want them to see it.
So that shit about the anthrax vaccine is not true. Alex is mixing up statistics.
Yeah.
43,000 military members died from influenza during World War I.
Sure.
That's the statistic that he's
slightly
mixing
different
up.
from anthrax.
Yeah, during George H.W. Bush.
A little bit different, sure.
So you can see from that clip, though, how important the precise optics of this polio vaccine thing is to selling the shoddy argument he has about the Ebola vaccine. The crew pulls up a very serviceable article about a case of vaccine-derived polio in the Democratic Republic of Congo, but that's not enough for Alex. He needs that majority of cases thing because he thinks it's going to blow the audience's collective mind, but it's just sleight of hand tricks.
Yeah.
Just look over here.
Here's what I'm fascinated by. Why do journalism schools exist if they don't have like this exact scenario, right? Like, to me, this is what makes perfect sense. You can't have journalism in America unless you, like, confront this. That journalist wrote, majority of new cases, that's the headline you wrote. That cannot be.
Right.
That simply cannot be. So, however, we got to get that into schools everywhere that are like, hey, you see this? Here's an example. This cannot be.
Yeah, a new, and maybe, I didn't go to journalism school, and
Sure.
I've been out of college for a while, so maybe things have changed a bit, but a priority for people who are in the field in this current state of the way the clickbait is misused and abused by actors like Alex and so many more now.
Yeah.
You have to play preemptive defense against what you're writing being used as a weapon.
Yeah.
And that is definitely the case. I agree with you. But I also, the only reason I have some pause is I don't know if maybe some journalism schools are incorporating some of that understanding.
Sure.
That very well may be.
Right.
It certainly hasn't fleshed out.
Yeah. No, I just mean, like, if you study the history of journalism in America, that is a problem that has never even been addressed.
True.
It is one that is, if anything, been, like, barreling towards worseness since the start.
Sensation is sold since people were selling papers on the street.
The fucking Gutenberg Bible had a pair of tits on it to get the sales numbers juiced up. That makes sense.
Hell yeah. So Alex realizes at some point here.
Yeah.
The headline he has for the show that he's tweeted out.
Sure.
Maybe it isn't sensational enough.
It could be better.
So he starts to workshop it on air.
That's a good idea.
And now Bill Gates, say it again.
Bill Gates.
Bill Gates. In fact, our headline on X should be this. I wrote the headline before we went live. It's not sensational enough because it needs to match the reality. So let's retweet, let's repost again the live show feed. Breaking. Bill Gates caught secretly. Well, it's not. It's hiding in plain view.
Trying to avoid
Bill
adverbs in your
Gates
headlines. Just throwing that out there.
funding.
Sure.
Experimental injection.
Okay.
Of Ebola vaccine.
Stop. Period.
To Americans.
No.
And it spreads. No, that's not even hardcore enough.
Not hardcore
the headline
enough.
is what says it all. I mean, what is happening?
No one cares about anything but the headline.
Breaking. Bill Gates caught funding the administration. This is all about my pay grade, folks. It's all about yours. I mean, these people.
The writer's room is below your pay grade.
He's trying to say he hasn't read any of
Bill Gates
this.
funding the injection of live Ebola vaccine in the United States. Or breaking. Americans now being injected with live Ebola vaccine that sheds.
That's even worse.
Funded by Bill Gates. Or Bill Gates funding the inoculation of Americans with live Ebola vaccine in the United States. I mean...
So, yeah, I mean, it is kind of an exercise in exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Alex is trying to figure out that headline that is the sensational thing that will, you know, he's trying to figure out, like, what can I stand behind?
Where are my tits on this Bible?
I'm not going to get sued.
Yeah.
But what can I stand behind in terms of a headline that is fucking sensational, is going to freak people out?
Man, he is not good with the English language. Truly, it is amazing to listen to that man work.
Yeah, I've noticed that. And if you read his books, the kind of one of the telltale signs that he didn't write it is some of the
sentences make sense.
Some of some have commas in the right places, and then some use words that I'm like, there's no way I should use this word. You'd listen to thousands of hours of him talk, and you get a sense of like, all right, this is his
the rhythms.
patois.
Yeah.
So anyway, he goes on to lie more about the study.
Sure.
And now we're sitting here while they're injecting medical workers in Colorado and other states with a live, quote, attenuated, but it's still live, Ebola shot. And then 31% in their own government study shed it onto other people and they get sick. Just like the Pfizer shot and the Moderna shot. And you're like, well, they got big balls. Yeah, the sky's the limit, folks.
Yeah, sky's the limit. So in that clip, you see the layers of made-up shit that Alex is working with. He says that people in other states are being given this shot. He can't prove that unless what he's just talking about is trials, clinical trials.
Yeah.
And it was approved in 2019.
Right.
I don't know. So he's misrepresenting 31% shedding number and making up out of thin air that people got sick because of it. He was making up that the Pfizer and Moderna shots cause shedding. Those are mRNA shots and literally cannot cause shedding because you aren't even being given a weakened version of the virus.
Yeah.
I recognize that this might be a little bit repetitive, but there's something going on that Alex is doing in this episode that I wanted to illustrate. He has a very poor grasp on the story he's covering and making it into the biggest news of the day, so he has to constantly repeat the basics of the story in order to get used to the beats of it. He's practicing, and in one take, he hits one exaggeration or fabrication. Then in the next, he works in a second one, and as he goes along, he combines them into the larger threads that make up the lie and then become the overarching narrative. We're essentially seeing conspiracy oral tradition in practice here.
Yeah.
And it does not happen all the time. Like, listening to his show, you don't always hear this, and this is a really clear-cut example of it.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's definitely that, like, that aspect that he brings that is so specific, which is it can only be him in the writer's room. You know, like, there's nobody there who's going to be like, no, edit that, cut it down. It's got to be something that's purely generated by this fucking idiot.
Yep. And, you know, he goes on to practice some more here.
Okay.
So, they are injecting...
How many years have we been doing this, and he's still here?
Hospital workers, you know, there's other trials going on, with a Ebola vaccine that creates this derivative of Ebola in the body that then replicates and then sheds onto other people. And then it lists here headaches, nausea, comas, passing out, bleeding sores, Ebola.
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 So I wanted to be sensational. Bill Gates caught injecting healthcare workers with live Ebola. That's really what it is. But it's so horrible,
that's pretty
I can
sensational.
back myself and say, well, you know.
That's illegal.
Let's talk about it coming up.
He's a public figure. It's probably fine.
I want to get ahead of this. Because if you look at the globalist war games, they're constantly talking about Ebola hitting the United States or Europe and the panic it's going to create and how they're going to use that for control in their UN treaty.
So you can kind of feel like what Alex is doing is he's talking himself towards the edge of more sensationalism.
Yeah.
He's trying to justify and rationalize by inch, by degree, trying to get there to the end goal, which is he wants to just say that Bill Gates is trying to give everyone Ebola.
Yeah.
He's just trying to get there. And I'm not sure that Alex fully understands what Ebola is.
I was trying to think of it as something, and then I was like, Ebola vaccine sheds then spreads. And I was like,
shedding and spreading.
That's a pretty fair headline, because in my head it's like, okay, the headline, you make people want to read further, and then I was like, Jordan, you fool. In InfoWars world, the headline should be all of the information that you are looking for.
Right.
And the idea of writing anything further than that is that's what you do to give somebody money.
InfoWars operates on the Onion model.
Yeah.
You know, it's mostly the headline.
Mostly the headline.
So yeah, I don't think Alex has a grasp on this virus.
I mean, here's the problem. All right, here's the problem, and I think that's what he really exploits. I don't think anybody other than a very, very informed scientist has a clear grasp on Ebola. Because that's fucking Ebola.
You can know some broad strokes of it.
Sure, I know some broad strokes. It's a virus.
Saw that Dustin Hoffman movie.
Scary as shit. It's got like a little curvy thing whenever they show it on a microscope. I get it.
True. There's that curvy thing.
It's a little curvy thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's terrifying. I get it. But it's not like I understand Ebola and how Ebola is like specific.
Mm-hmm.
Ebola might as well be influenza, might as well be a virus is a virus in my head.
Well, then I guess I would advise you to look into it a little more, because you can.
No, I understand that I can. I understand that, all that stuff. But as far as functional knowledge for human beings as a whole,
right?
You know, like I could look that up and I could know that for a very short period of time.
And I think some of the unfamiliarity about it comes from a place of luxury, that it is so disconnected from our realities that you don't need to know much about it other than it's scary.
For sure. And that's what Alex can exploit there,
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
But it's not like something that's unique to InfoWars listeners that is kind of like stupid, you know.
No.
Like I'm trying to point out that I don't know that much about viruses, is all I'm really trying to say.
Well, you didn't go to school for it.
I did not.
And you don't write a Substack, so you're fucked.
Well, if I did, I would know less about viruses, I feel like.
Based on my experience, that might be true.
Yeah.
So it has a distorted list of adverse events here that are seen in the Ervebo from the trials that they've had. I can't find comas listed anywhere. And when he says bleeding sores, I guess he just means mouth sores.
Bleeding sores, yeah.
It doesn't sound quite as scary when it's just mouth sores or whatever. I didn't see passing out listed, but tiredness is on the list. I guess that's close enough for jazz.
When was the last time? You've got passing out disease. Well, what are you talking about?
So in terms of actual analysis of adverse events, the vaccine has relatively few.
Yeah,
it's a pretty safe profile for a vaccine.
Cool.
So we all know what this is about. Alex is sensationalizing like crazy, and then dun 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 dun.
Because once they're identified and once people admit the horror of what we're facing, there's no way for the globalists to ever reverse this. But we're headed into unprecedented times, and now's the time to boost your immune system.
Yeah.
Now's the time to be as healthy as possible.
System.
Now the time is to drink the purified water and get as much sunlight as you can.
Purify that water.
And now is the time to support free speech outlets that tell the truth and don't back down. And we need funds to continue on, plus you need the products we've got. So please go to InfoWarsStore.com right now and take advantage of our new big special.
Yes, I mean, it was all, it's all essentially leading to the call to action.
Yeah.
I think that there's a deeply unethical part of this that he starts the ad with, now it's time to boost your immune system. Like, he's obviously using the specter and fear of Ebola to sell his products.
Yeah, I mean, he got a written letter from Letitia from New York,
Yeah,
right?
James.
Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. So if he can keep doing it, then that letter really doesn't mean fucking shit, does it?
Well, there's a narrow set of actions that he took that caused that.
Right.
This is within the realm of, like, shitty marketing behavior.
Right.
It's not something that's going to get you a cease and desist.
Sure.
It's just deeply unethical.
Right. I mean, but by letting it happen now, you understand that's what leads to the ceases and desists later.
Yeah, no, I agree with you.
Okay.
I just don't know if the government can take action on something like that.
Yeah.
Whereas we can call it out and be like, go fuck yourself, you
Fair
ding-dong.
point.
So now Alex has something sad to discuss.
Oh, no.
And that is that, well, it's about Robert F. Kennedy.
Okay.
And here is a Jezebel article, and it reports on a...
Do you read Jezebel?
Variety report, an interview with the wife of RFK Jr. Cheryl Hines seems cool with RFK Jr.'s conspiracy theories, but draws the line at Alex Jones. And then she goes on to say, and it's a pup piece for her.
That really
She
hurts.
tells her husband, don't associate with Alex Jones and with Steve Bannon.
Okay, so this is the lady from Curb Your Enthusiasm who was married to RFK Jr. And she won't let him talk to Alex Jones. Okay, let's keep listening.
And that he follows her orders.
Cheryl.
Well, it's not like I need him to come on my show. That would just add to his credibility. But it's all right here. Wow, your wife tells you, it's an interview, they're quoting an interview here. I don't just believe the media when I see it. This is her on a podcast. RFK Jr.'s wife has him by the balls.
Dun, dun,
dun,
dun, dun,
That's sad right there.
That's sad, man. Alex is lamenting that Cheryl Hines won't let RFK associate with him anymore.
Cheryl Hines won't let me hang out with RFK. I hate the present. I want to go back to the past. I don't even care which past.
Yeah.
The present involves sentences like Cheryl Hines won't let Alex Jones play with RFK anymore.
I do think that there was a past where I didn't know that Cheryl Hines was married to RFK Jr., and that was more pleasant.
It was a better past. It was.
I gotta say that Alex has a weird line there where he says, I'm not just believing the media. This links to a podcast.
Yeah.
So you didn't listen to the podcast. You are just believing the media. You didn't consult the primary source.
Nope. It links to the primary source,
Yeah.
and I didn't follow up on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
That's a brilliant moment right there. Alex is like, don't just believe the media. Alex, you didn't even listen to the podcast. You are just believing the media. Because Alex just gets the story. The media talking about what they said, what someone said on a podcast. He's like, according to MSNBC, this podcast said that, blah, blah, blah. Well, fuck them. I don't need that shit. It would only help him to come to my show. RFK Jr. and the brain worm. Was it a literal brain worm, or was it like a mind virus? Like a mental thing. I don't remember what the brain worm story is.
Small point.
In a nutshell is so much.
Your wife tells you, it's an interview, they're quoting an interview here. I don't just believe the media when I see it. This is her on a podcast. RFK Jr.'s wife has him by the balls.
Dun, dun, dun.
That's sad right there.
That's sad, man. Alex is lamenting that Cheryl Hines won't let RFK associate with him anymore.
Cheryl Hines won't let me hang out with RFK. I hate the present. I want to go back to the past. I don't even care which past.
Yeah.
The present involves sentences like Cheryl Hines won't let Alex Jones play with RFK anymore.
I do think that there was a past where I didn't know that Cheryl Hines was married to RFK Jr., and that was more pleasant.
It was a better past. It was.
I gotta say that Alex has a weird line there where he says, I'm not just believing the media. This links to a podcast.
Yeah.
So you didn't listen to the podcast. No. You are just believing the media. You didn't consult the primary source.
Nope. It links to the primary source, and I didn't follow up on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
I'll be honest. If I had a worm that went in my brain, I guess I might prefer that it did die. You know? Because, well, I mean, if it's alive, then it's like eating and shitting, right? Probably like start controlling your mind. I mean, on the crazy end of the spectrum, what if it, read your thoughts and it's the demon or the antagonist in Animorphs, right? Like a slug that goes in your brain and then it can just make you do whatever it wants. Or at least it's just eating your brain. Like, if you want to just be rational about it. Either way, no good. I mean, maybe it is good. What if the brain worm could chew away, little pathways, and suddenly I would be really good at thinking of the fucking word that I'm trying to say. Futurama, the brain slug. Yeah, that's what it seems like. So whatever's in the brain, I think if it's dead, then that's good, right? Was he saying that was a good thing? He would have choked on a gummy worm. Exactly.
That
point.
In a nutshell is so much like that is the level. That's do your own research. You know what I mean? Like, that's what Alex is talking about when he says do your own research. When you're doing your own research,
go find somebody that says this thing.
Go find somebody, but if they have a link, then it's real.
Yeah, you're fine.
If you hyperlink, then you're real.
You're fine.
If a place doesn't hyperlink, if there's no hyperlinks, that's just some asshole talking.
Yeah. And in the case of some outlets, that's generally like, maybe you don't need to go as deep.
Microsoft Encarta.
Sure.
Yeah.
But it's something that's going to be exploited. That mind trick that's like, well, they wouldn't include a link if it didn't prove exactly what they said.
Yeah, right?
And then it's like,
you wouldn't hypertext something to nowhere.
Oh my God, this is a blog post by Dr. Marbles.
Unreal.
What is going on?
How are we here?
So this whole show is basically, up to this point, and maybe for a while, just repetition of this narrative.
Yeah.
It is just getting the beats worked out.
By the way, print me all the articles I asked you to show earlier. Headline AP Reuters, majority of polio caused by polio vaccine. That's going to be very useful to show how that's a live virus, too, and the same thing. Yes, our government with Bill Gates is injecting healthcare workers in Colorado and other states with live Ebola, and they're shedding it.
Do they
Working down the street with a Pentagon project studying Ebola. You know it's a Pentagon project. Old headlines, Pentagon cigarette release bioweapon, killed people in New York subways, 1968. It's the same thing now. Our Pentagon is seized by globalists, by eugenicists that are at war with us. Our military, on average, isn't bad. That's why they're being purged and given experimental shots and taught critical race theory and transgenderism, because they're purging the military.
Sorry?
Military's great, but not the leadership.
What?
So print me those articles I had you pull up earlier. I want to show that, dovetailing with all this to explain it next hour with Dr. Richard Bartlett and other expert guests on this huge breaking now news story. The government, with Bill Gates, is injecting medical workers with an Ebola vaccine that creates Ebola-like symptoms and spreads. My gosh.
Oh, my gosh.
And please support us. Please go to InfoWarsStore.com and get amazing products like Next Level Foundational Energy.
Yeah, these products are great. So one aspect of what Alex is doing is practicing the narratives and working out the beats where he wants to exaggerate things. But another aspect is just repeatedly driving the narrative into the audience's head. He says this over and over and over because if you do that, there's a better chance that your audience is just going to take that on as true, whatever you're saying.
Yeah.
In this clip, Alex has directly connected the healthcare workers who were vaccinated with the Colorado State University Bat Lab, which is apparently a Pentagon project now, too.
Sure.
It's just down the street, after all. The healthcare workers are in Denver, and the CSU lab is in Fort Collins. It's a good 70 miles away, just down the road when the road's a highway.
Sure.
Also, Alex is going to need to show that the lab is a Pentagon project, and just talking about some unconnected incident from the 60s isn't going to help. They got an NIH grant, but that's not going to cut it in terms of Alex's claim either. Another problem with Alex's narrative...
Okay. He's hitting the... I'm not talking about Alex or that podcast. I'm just talking about the lunch button. It's just making me giggle watching Dan push the lunch button. Because, like, he's going to... You know, that's just the establishing shot. He's just normal day at work, gonna get some lunch. Right next to the launch button. I can't remember who was it that told... I talked to somebody in chat about drawing a lunch button next to the launch button. And it was just this stupid thing where I was just like misspeaking when I was talking. And it just so it's like, it's not even a joke from the podcast or anything. It's just, there was a lunch button by the launch button. And of course, Dan doesn't fuck up. He doesn't hit the launch button by mistake. He hits the lunch button. So it's all good. I just hope I get to use this like set, like these backgrounds and all this in more. If we're ever animating more like scenes that it's like the globalists are planning this or doing this, like it all has to be happening here, right? With Dan and Jordan as like the minions, along with whoever else, like random characters. But I don't know, it just I've been sort of like aware of it, and I was obviously animating it, but I just couldn't help it. I have to fucking talk about it and laugh about it. So, thank you to the commenter who reminded me of the lunch button joke on the day that I was writing this. And I guess you could go back in the stream and find what that was. That historic moment when the lunch button was invented, was drawn. Oh, boy. So, anyway, I just had to get that out. Let's keep going with the podcast. Whatever the fuck. I wasn't even paying attention to them. I was just looking at my lunch button.
The narratives and working out the beats where he wants to exaggerate things. But another aspect is just repeatedly driving the narrative into the audience's head. He says this over and over and over because if you do that, there's a better chance that your audience is just going to take that on as true, whatever you're saying.
Yeah.
In this clip, Alex has directly connected the healthcare workers who were vaccinated with the Colorado State University Bat Lab, which is apparently a Pentagon project now, too.
Sure.
It's just down the street, after all. The healthcare workers are in Denver, and the CSU lab is in Fort Collins. It's a good 70 miles away, just down the road when the road's a highway.
Sure.
Also, Alex is going to need to show that the lab is a Pentagon project, and just talking about some unconnected incident from the 60s isn't going to help. They got an NIH grant, but that's not going to cut it in terms of Alex's claim either. Another problem with Alex's narrative is the Fort Collins lab is explicitly not going to be studying Ebola. It does not have the clearance to do that, and the bats they're going to be studying they're going to be born there free from wild diseases.
Right.
So there's no chance that Ebola is just going to randomly pop up in that environment.
Right.
One of the reasons...
There's no chance it'll randomly pop up in that environment.
You get it.
Yeah.
So you can see how Alex has this narrative that's built up from all these distortions of various aspects of these two stories, and on their own, they don't really do much. But when they're combined, they form into a really powerful clickbait story that's going to be useful to freak the audience out. That's what he's practicing on air here. The best way to combine his lies in an effective thesis statement that conveys the right amount of terror to the audience to get them to go to InfoWarsStore.com.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking about the distance there, and in my head, from stand-up driving, all that 70 miles, it's about an hour. That's practically nothing. But then you think, like, okay, 70 miles, but they're carrying coolers with like super deadly murder viruses, kill the whole world kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want to be driving that far. You don't want to be driving an hour. You don't want to be driving 10 minutes. That should be walking distance. You know what I'm saying?
You know who you call? Smokey and the Bandit.
Oh, yeah. For a convoy?
Yeah.
You need a convoy?
There's bats in East Arcana.
I think that would work.
They're thirsty. They've got vaccines in Atlanta.
Right.
And there's
Okay.
bats in Texarkana.
I'm developing a plan. All right, so we're in our heist situation. We get Dr. Dick Bart.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we infect him with Ebola. That way, he gets back into that hospital that he's not allowed to unless he's sick.
Well, no, because then he would have to go to the one in Denver.
That's the only one.
Well, actually, no, because he's in Texas. I'm not sure. So each of there's regional centers that cover a number of states. I'm not sure if that Denver one covers Texas.
Ooh.
I did not. No, it doesn't, because there is a Texas. There's one of those centers in Texas.
All right. Well, then my plan is starting to come together.
No, it's foiled.
Shit.
Wrong hospital.
Damn it.
So anyway, Alex rattles off his evidence here, and I think that this is worth paying attention to.
Then they're giving this experimental shot to medical workers, and we have the studies that they're 30+% are shedding it. How is it doing it? What's happening? And why is Dr. Bartlett saying, medical doctor, this is so dangerous? I think we can all.
Why do you have to repeat medical doctor? Doesn't that say more about you?
With us right now. Ebola vaccine that sheds onto and infects others.
Shed it, don't spread it.
Ebola vaccine that sheds onto and infects others 31% of the time, given to Colorado healthcare workers just down the road from the new Ebola bat lab in Colorado. Here is the Immune Colorado announcement. Denver Health Medical Team receives Ebola vaccine. Can you give me an overhead shot? I'm going to show people this. This is from the local government. Here's the actual breakdown of the so-called Ebola vaccine from the FDA. There's the document there. A randomized controlled trial of Ebola vaccine disease therapeutics. What these vaccines have done, all the outbreaks they've caused. Same Bill Gates-backed live Ebola vaccine distributed before Africa's 2016, 2018, 2020, 2021, 2022 outbreaks was just given to Colorado healthcare workers. U.S. Army now developing new Ebola medicines. So it's not hard to see what's happening here. This is crazy. What are they
disagree
doing?
with that
a vaccine that sheds of a deadly pathogen to healthcare workers. This is a big, big deal. From the evidence I've seen, it's ultra illegal.
Ultra illegal. That's a legal designation.
I would hate to be doing something ultra illegal.
So, man, that sounds like a lot of evidence that Alex just rattled off.
I really don't think it does.
It feels kind of like he has this thing well documented. There were a bunch of headlines.
I genuinely don't think I understand exactly what it was he was even trying to apply, really.
So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take that clip and I'm going to go one by one through the headlines that he used
Sure.
and illustrate why this is a pile of nothing.
Yeah.
So here's the first one.
Okay.
Ebola vaccine that sheds onto and infects others 31% of the time, given to Colorado healthcare workers just down the road from the new Ebola bat lab in Colorado.
So that headline is an article on John Fleetwood's Substack where he misrepresents that study about shedding in children. That study doesn't show that anyone was infected by this. That's a fabrication on Fleetwood's part, which is why Alex is using the Substack post as a source instead of the actual study.
It would be
Also, the bat lab isn't down the road, and they aren't studying Ebola. John's Substack post doesn't prove any of this. It's just asserted in the headline, which is the only part of any of this that Alex pays attention to. Further, John's post straight up lies. For instance, he says the CSU lab, quote, proposals for the 14,000 square foot facility indicate the lab could store and study some of the most deadly or transmissible pathogens on the planet, including Ebola, Nipah virus, and COVID-19. You can find the grant summary for this bat lab, and they say in it, quote, pathogens transmitted by bat vectors continue to burden the health of humans around the world, as evident by the number of emerging zoonotic viruses that cause high mortality in humans that originate in bats. SARS-CoV, MERS-CoV, and SARS-CoV-2, Ebola virus, Marburg virus, Nipah virus, and Hendra virus.
Yeah.
Then there's a side note right up to the side.
We're not fucking with any of those.
It says, quote, CSU does not and will not have these pathogens or any on any of its campuses. These pathogens require the highest level of biosafety in a laboratory. CSU does not have laboratories with these capabilities. Research on these pathogens take place in other states with specially equipped laboratories. So the proposal says the opposite of what John's Substack is saying. Yeah.
New headline. None bat lab.
It's not bad. There's something there.
Okay.
So here's the next headline Alex has instead of that one, which I wish he had.
All right.
Here is the Immune Colorado announcement. Denver Health Medical Team receives Ebola vaccine. Give me an overhead shot. I'm going to show people this. This is from the local government.
So that is a real headline, and so we've established thus far that some healthcare workers got a vaccine.
Yeah.
That is an uncontroversial fact. No one is disputing that.
Healthcare happening.
So here's the next one.
Here's the actual breakdown of the so-called Ebola vaccine from the FDA. There's the document there.
So that's the FDA's page, including the approval of this vaccine from 2019, and a discussion of evidence of its efficacy. This doesn't further any of Alex's narratives.
FDA does job.
Right. So we've established those two things, basically, and then John's Substack was nonsense.
Here we go.
Here's the next headline.
All right.
A randomized controlled trial of Ebola vaccine disease therapeutics. What these vaccines have done, all the outbreaks they've caused.
That's about therapeutics like monoclonal antibodies.
Right.
This has nothing to do with vaccines, but Alex doesn't know that because he hasn't read it and he doesn't understand this headline that he's cold reading. He claimed he was read all these for 2 hours.
Yeah.
It's such bullshit.
Yeah, that's dark.
So here's the last headline.
Okay.
Same Bill Gates backed live Ebola vaccine distributed before Africa's 2016, 2018, 2020, 2021, 2022 outbreaks just given to Colorado healthcare workers. U.S. Army now developed.
Headline from John Fleetwood Substack posting that doesn't go on to justify its assertion. I noticed that this is pretty much all John Fleetwood stuff, and it made it click for me that this is like Alex is reading off this headline about therapeutics, and he thinks it's about virus. The vaccine, excuse me. It made me understand that. He doesn't understand the story he's covering at all, and he's making it up as it goes along. But part of that Fleetwood blog post about shedding included complaints about the use of remdesivir as one of the therapeutics people were trying in relation to Ebola, and he links to that New England Journal of Medicine article that Alex thinks is about vaccines.
Right.
It seems clear to me that John Fleetwood just sent all this over to Alex. He didn't read the therapeutics article nor John's Substack posts, and has just made up his own story about it. The more I see how much of this is just kind of an ad for John's Substack, whether it's paid or not. Like it's all just panic about Ebola. Go to my store and read John's Substack. Either way, whatever the case, this is a mountain of evidence that Alex is presenting behind his narrative, and none of it means anything.
Yeah.
He can fool his audience by rattling off a ton of headlines in a row, but if you take the time to assess them individually and see what he's talking about and where it comes from, you'll find that he hasn't proven anything. Which is your instinct to begin with, so I think you were right on.
You know what I find fascinating about that is that is, in essence, intelligence failures. Like, across the board, whenever you have, like 9/11, like, yes, you have all of the information. You have more than enough information. So much information so that if you hand it all to somebody, they're not going to be able to make any decision other than to pick out the information they already like and pursue that.
Yeah, I mean, it's all noise to Alex.
Exactly.
And there's no actual signal coming through.
Unless you have signal clear, then you're fucked. Yeah.
Well, thankfully, we have these two anti-vax weirdos on to clear up the signal.
I don't think that's good.
No, it's not.
I don't think that's good.
So here's Richard Bartlett showing up.
Oh, Dick Bartlett.
Never before have we had anyone in Denver, Colorado, or in Colorado at all vaccinated for Ebola. So this is history-making 2 months ago.
Is it?
Why would they be doing that? They said they're doing it in preparation for a potential Ebola outbreak. Why would they be thinking that's possible? Well, there's a lab being created down the street from Denver in Colorado Springs, where it's advertising that they will be doing bat research, and it has been reported that they will be working with Ebola, Nipah virus, and COVID.
So notice the way that Bartlett said that there. It's been reported that the lab is going to work with Ebola and all this stuff. That's a crafty workaround where someone can kind of lie without technically lying.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody says something, a synonym for saying something is reporting. And if I say somebody is reporting something, that's like reporters reporting something.
So I was asking myself, it's been reported, but by whom? Is it just John Fleetwood's Substack post? So that post on his Substack has a source, which is a Daily Mail article, which doesn't have any proof, but it says, quote, proposals seen by this website show how the 14,000 square foot facility could store and study some of the most transmissible pathogens on the planet, including Ebola, Nipah virus, and COVID-19. They don't present these documents in the article, and I can easily find the grant proposal abstract that explicitly says the opposite, so I guess the burden of proof is on them, which hasn't been reached. So I can see that what they might be misrepresenting is that these conditions very well may be studied elsewhere using the bats that are born and raised in the Colorado lab that is in question. But that research will be being done elsewhere.
Yeah.
So I dug into this a little bit, and I think I found out what's going on. There's two different grants, and they're being confused and conflated together. Everything that I've said is accurate about the Colorado State University Bat Lab that got this grant, but there's a second grant for a different thing that is also at CSU.
Right. Like that time I confused Horace Grant and Hugh Grant.
Big mistake.
Love Actually was the wrong movie. That I was.
Hugh Grant doesn't wear the goggles.
No, doesn't wear goggles at all.
So this is for research that's being done by a doctor named Tony Schontz. The part that has like with Ebola and Nipah virus and that stuff. He runs a lab at the Center for Vector-Borne Infectious Diseases, which is associated with the Colorado State University.
Sure.
This is a BSL-3 level lab that has been around for decades that does work with insect as well as bat-related diseases. Schontz got a similar grant with the title, quote, Establishment of a Bat Resource for Infectious Disease Research, awarded in September 2023, whereas the grant for the Bat Lab is titled, quote, Establishment of the Bat Resource Center for the Study of Zoonotic Diseases. And that was awarded 2 years prior, and it is run by a completely different professor at the school.
Right.
Even so, this other lab is not going to be dealing with Ebola. That's work that they may be associated with or participate in those studies, but that's being done at a different location where there's BSL-4 facilities and everything. You can look through the papers published by people at this lab, and when they involve BSL-4 pathogens like Ebola, the research is done elsewhere, like in the case of a 2018 study on snakes and Ebola that was done at the United States Army Medical Research Institute of Infectious Diseases. Their grant application mentions some of these more serious pathogens because that lab is actually studying those, but they're doing it elsewhere.
Here's what I think is funny about that. We never stood a chance.
No.
The moment that happened, everybody should have been like, "Oh, is this a good idea?" And then this was going to happen.
So the issue that we come to at the bottom of this is that there are these two different grants that are being mixed up and conflated.
Right.
And the Daily Mail article is relying on documents that were shown to them by the White Coat Waste Project, which is a right-wing animal rights activist group, and it appears that they may have gotten some of their facts wrong.
I'm sorry?
Whether it's through sloppy handling of facts or through intentional misrepresentation, I can't say, but it appears that these two bat-related grants involving Colorado State University have been turned into the same thing by figures of the conspiracy and right-wing media, and that's how we've gotten to the place that we're at now.
Right. I'm still confused about Nazis that don't torture animals. I'm confused about this whole idea. That's wild.
I didn't look too deeply into them.
Yeah, I would like more information on these silly people.
I mean, look, I think that caring about animals isn't exclusive to the right or the left. Excuse me.
I'm not saying that it is. I think caring about animals is certainly a great thing that all human beings do. Organizing around it, organizing around it, and right-wing principles seems very difficult to do, though.
I think some of it may be a cover for anti-vax beliefs because a lot of the stuff that I found on their website was about like
You
the
need
Wuhan lab.
You
and
need
shit.
free animal testing clinics, but really we're not caring about the animals so much as we are making sure that all scientists are murdered.
I don't want to say that for sure that they don't care about animals because they very well may.
Sure.
I don't know enough about the subject.
We all care about animals.
But it does seem like a lot of their coverage is about anti-vax stuff.
I've seen a lot of that.
So that's what's going on with this lab shit.
Sure.
There are two different grants that no one is realizing that they're talking about the wrong one.
Right.
And so there we are.
And if they are, they really don't care, and they wouldn't want you to know anyways. Yeah.
I detect obliviousness.
Yeah. No, totally. But I mean, even if they did know, it'd be like, well, we're just going to... It's better for us if these are the same. Yeah.
So Alex has said hello to Bartlett, and now he throws it to the old Fleetwood.
All right.
I want to spend a few minutes with your highly recommended investigative journalist, familiar with his work, John Fleetwood, johnfleetwood.com and on Substack. John, you've been helping collate to get this all together. We got about 4 minutes to break. Give us your view on what you're witnessing.
Well, if I can, General Jones, it's an honor to be on your show. I've been listening to you for a long time. I learned how to read and report the news from you and your crew. And if I could, I would just like to recommend that everybody get Survival Shield on InfoWarsStore.com. I haven't gotten sick since I've been taking that.
Bad start.
It's like a disease. It's like a call and response thing. Just, you're welcome to the show. Hey, I love whatever crazy product you're selling your ass off today. I don't know.
You taught me how to report the news. Well,
oh my God!
Get ready to get sued down the road somewhere, then, buddy, because you've been taught an irresponsible model.
His monotone sounds almost computerized. It's bad.
You think it's the Klaus Schwab AI?
It has that vibe. It has a vibe to it. It's not good.
Well, let's hear a little bit more of him and see what you. Oh, I agree with that.
Yeah.
And Alex gets real fucking bored of him.
I believe that. I believe that strongly.
Yeah. Apparently, the compliments and flattery are not enough in this case. But here, listen to a little more of him.
So what I like to do is see the whole picture here and how everything is connected. The Ervebo vaccine is made by Merck, a pharmaceutical company, and Merck is owned by BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. Alex, you report on those asset managers a lot. BlackRock has $10 trillion under management.
Sure.
That's more than the GDP of every country in the world, leaving out the U.S. and China.
Big things to leave out.
That's the problem here. That's how it connects with the WEF.
Oh.
Okay.
So seeing the whole picture is code for drawing connections wherever I want to in order to write a fun story.
Yeah.
Vanguard holds 9.18% of Merck stock, BlackRock 5.13%, and State Street 4.57%.
Sure.
Even combined, they don't represent a controlling interest. Even if you add in the stuff that's held in mutual funds that they control, of Merck stock, it's still only a few percentage points more than that.
Sure.
All said, the three companies are about 30% of the stock, which is a lot. But Yahoo Finance did an analysis and found that, quote, 25 of the top shareholders collectively own less than 50% of share register, but also found that only 22% of the stock was held by the general public.
Sure.
So it's not a great picture, but it's not what he's saying. Fleetwood has taken some stuff he's got out of context about Merck stock in order to connect the manufacturer of the Ebola vaccine to BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, which then allows him to connect it to the World Economic Forum and the boogeyman of the season, Klaus Schwab.
Yeah.
Seems like there's an easier path to this. The World Health Organization, I think you could just draw but it's fun to talk about BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard.
Here's my problem. Here's my ultimate problem with all these fuckers. All right? This is when we get down to brass tacks.
Brass it.
Brass tacks, all right? Fuck all your conspiracy theories. If you're going to pull this shit, take one of them down, all right? Get all your conspiracy nuts, take down Vanguard or whatever, and then see what happens to just see, does any of this connection shit actually make any fucking sense? Knock over a domino and then see where the rest of them fall. Stop telling me about it.
Well, they're also
so annoying.
Well, they're also ignoring. I thought it was funny because Charles Schwab also owns a lot of those stocks.
Exactly.
It's I think maybe you don't bring that up because it confuses you.
It would make
too many
people
Schwabs.
think they're too many. Yeah. Oh, Klaus and Charles, are they brothers? Are they working together? Yeah. Fucking. Oh my God.
So when you say knock down one of the dominoes, what do you mean?
Just knock it over.
Okay.
However they choose to interpret that sentence. The point is,
I don't know if that's possible on an individual level, but
sure, no, but that's what I'm saying. All right, so you're
in your head, if you imagine the absence of this one company,
yes,
what does that then imply?
Right.
Yeah. It that exercise would be difficult.
Yeah,
because it's all connected, baby.
That's how this is all connected. The WEF is the head. Maybe you can go behind that and point to the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers. Maybe you can do that. But what we can prove
They're like the
beyond any
eyes in the
doubt
head.
is that the WEF is pushing this depopulation agenda, their Great Reset, at the end of which you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. They have as an official partner BlackRock, this asset manager who owns all of the pharmaceutical industry. They also own all the news industry from CNN, ABC, CBS.
Wow, they got them both.
Fox News. So
that's
the same asset managers who run all the news agencies from Fox News to CNN. It doesn't matter if it's left or right, or if it's mainstream. It's owned and controwed by BlackRock, who's a partner with the WEF.
This is a real Boardwalk and Park Place type shit.
Industries from Pfizer is owned by BlackRock. AstraZeneca is owned by BlackRock. Johnson & Johnson.
So they own the government responses, they own the regulators,
so they own everything.
All, and now they're injecting people with live Ebola in Colorado. I mean, it's just, what an incredible scandal.
Amazing scandal.
I see. Now this is what I'm talking about. All right, because this is fucked. You can't do that.
No.
You cannot do that shit because now you have said they own the media, which is already something that I hate.
Right.
All right. They own the government, which is already something I hate. They own all the fucking pharmaceutical companies. You have accidentally concentrated too much power in too small a space.
In an imaginary villain.
Yeah, because in this case now there's only one answer, which is let's go fuck those guys up. Right now,
because there's no alternative.
Yeah, you've pointed them out.
You are totally disempowered.
I can't be in the media. That doesn't mean anything. I can't be in.
If you try to get a message out into the media, they'll just destroy you.
Yep.
They own the government, so you can't get any reform through.
What's so important for these is the aspect of it's possible to make change from the inside. You know, there has to be that level of like, if we stop this, if we get the Patriots in the stuff, if we do the right thing, you can't concentrate too much power there because then the answer suddenly becomes, okay, well, then we'll get 30 guys and we'll kill this guy. And that's what we have to do.
Well, maybe that's where your mind goes. But the other alternative is read my Substack.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I had not considered that.
When you disempower an audience so heavily, the way you're describing, there is the reaction that is like, well, now we go Project Mayhem. And then there's also the reaction that's like, well, I can't really do anything about this. I better support the people who are fighting, and those people are Alex.
See,
John.
But that's the thing. Like, I agree with you. I just don't understand the support the people part because to me it's like, well, anything that isn't solving the problem that you have clearly laid out.
Right.
There's no mistaking it.
Yeah, but there's this imaginary premise that's built in that once we expose that this is the reality, we can do something about it or whatever.
See, you just can't make them too powerful. That makes your options so limited.
It should. Yeah. It should make it that way. But somehow, everybody's just in a passive state of
That's fair. That's fair.
Taking this information in.
I'm the fool thinking that things matter.
So it is true that asset management companies represent a significant problem that we need to address through greater regulation and likely breaking them up. But to just pretend that they control everything, that's a lazy cop-out. What does it mean to someone like John Fleetwood that BlackRock owns these companies?
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anything in his world because it's not a concrete claim. It's just a shortcut to connect various threads together. Honestly, this stuff does make me kind of mad. Maybe not as mad as you, but I'm a little mad.
I'm an angrier person.
Because companies like BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street are an issue we need to deal with, but shit like this will never begin to mount actual opposition to the companies, except for, hypothetically, what you're talking about, like blowing up a Vanguard
I don't mean it. You know what I mean.
No, I mean, I think that what you're saying is that is a conclusion that if you take in John's premise of them,
well, in
you're
the
saying
world
go over and fuck them up.
In the world we exist in, you can say these guys are a problem. Okay, so now we have legislation on the table that's going to curb the amount of that you can own at
Yeah.
That's a way we can handle this.
Antitrust is something that has been done in the past. It's something that is possible.
Yeah, Teddy Roosevelt, blah, 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 blah. You have now established, though, that the same people who I would be regulating if I got into government my own damn self own it. So I can't do that. Right. There's no avenue other than violence or an aspect of something, like subterfuge or like stealing it, like
or what is essentially submission in the form of just
or just saying like, fuck it, whatever. Yeah,
and it's creating a impotence in terms of dealing with the actual problem, which to me is really frustrating. Because you just turn them into a boogeyman that like you pretend to fight against, and you're not. You're not fighting against anything.
No, I find them so much more terrifying because they don't care.
Like Alex and John?
No. The BlackRocks and the Vanguards and all that stuff. Like if if I believed that they were trying to kill us all, I would at least be like, well, at least they acknowledge that other human beings exist. I think the most terrifying aspect of them is that they don't care. Like, they own 5% of Merck, but that's just because they get a better return on investment.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with pharmacy. It doesn't mean anything. That we'll get 5% extra compared to if we invested in this. It means nothing to us. Human beings are nothing to us.
Yeah,
that's scary.
Yeah, and to whatever extent the individuals within the company may have some humanistic feelings and stuff like that, that is probably the case. But as an entity, that it is a bottom line issue, and it does suck. But anyway, but my large point is that this is just, as we've illustrated, disempowering boogeyman nonsense that doesn't help anything.
Yeah.
So Bartlett comes back in.
The number one cause of polio now in Africa is the live virus vaccine virus. And so what could happen with a live Ebola virus vaccine that they have already started to use in Colorado? We can only imagine. But we need to intervene and stop this gain-of-function genetic engineering with deadly viruses. It's supposed to be a level 4 biosafety lab if it's going to work with Ebola. And it's been reported that lab is supposed to be a level 2, which is not supposed to be working with Ebola. So we need to have more information. We need eyes on this. We need everybody scrutinizing what's going on with that lab right now in Colorado Springs.
So you can see how much of this traces back to and relies on misrepresentations about the polio vaccine and insisting that this vaccine is the same. It's sloppy. So Bartlett wanted people to look into this stuff, so I have, and I found that his work is shit. The lab's in Fort Collins, not Colorado Springs. They aren't doing gain-of-function research. The lab that works with the more dangerous diseases is a completely different lab associated with CSU, and that one is a BSL-3 lab.
Right.
There are just countless errors with the narrative that's being put forth, and that's because this isn't an organic conspiracy, which is to say, it's a conspiracy that begins with a conclusion and is working backwards to fill in the details.
Yeah.
I've scrutinized the information presented. I have eyes on this as Bartlett has requested, and I find it all lacking. It is shit.
If I was concerned about a lab having a disease potentially capable of killing a large number of people,
and possibly people planning to release it through that,
the absolute last thing that I would want is a bunch of my conspiracy weirdos around the lab. Even if I know for a fact there are evil, shady businesses going on with there, they are only going to cause more problems than they are help the situation.
Well, the good news is the lab that they're all worked up about isn't the right one.
That's also good news.
So in terms of the damage they can do, it's probably negligible.
Yeah.
But also they can still harass the shit out of people and make them miserable, and that's really inappropriate.
Sure.
And that's undoubtedly happening.
Again, don't fuck with people near any disease labs. Why are disease labs a place that you would be like, let's go hang around there? That you shouldn't be hanging around there.
Not a cool
place. They should be under domes of. I'm all about domes. I'm telling you, domes are huge for me.
You love a dome.
I love a dome.
So Fleetwood comes back in. And I gotta say, I'm worried about this guy.
Uh-oh.
Listen to this shit.
Okay.
So what I do, for example, for my COVID research, is I go to PubMed, I type COVID, and I type vaccine. I hit enter, and then I sort by date. So I get the most recent peer-reviewed studies right there at the top. And all I do is I go looking for oil. I go reading through all the most recent headlines with those two keywords. There's usually about a dozen, sometimes more. For some reason, with the turn of the new year, there have been a lot more studies that have been coming out talking about COVID
Give me
and vaccine.
one thing you learned that you didn't expect.
You go looking through the headlines for something that you think there might be oil there. You click it. You then go read the abstract, which you're always quoting on your show, the abstracts of these studies. Anybody can read these. And if you can't read them, just copy the stinking thing, plug it into ChatGPT or plug it into whatever AI, type simplify and hit enter. And it'll simplify you, dumb it down as much as you want. Explain this to a kid. Explain this to a high schooler. Explain this to me like I'm 5. Sometimes you have to do that with some of these studies, but anybody can do that.
Oh, man. That is bad. That's a bad process.
Okay, so during Prohibition, right, the government very wisely was like, let's poison a bunch of beer. And then when people drink it, they'll be like, let's not drink beer anymore. And then later on, the government was like, we murdered a lot of people by poisoning the beer, right? I feel like that is exactly what is happening when that guy says, like, just put it into ChatGPT. Like, you are poisoning a lot of fucking people with this.
Information-wise,
You're
yeah. I mean,
insane.
what you're doing is a shit process.
I mean, that's insane.
There's multiple levels of shit process that are going on here. There's the relying on AI to explain things to you.
Everything about that is wrong.
Not good.
Not good.
Second, there is the I'm just going to go on a fishing expedition for COVID vaccine stories and studies that seem appealing to me. That's not good.
Here's what I don't want to hear from a PhD candidate. My research process was I picked 2 words and skimmed. That's not good.
And then I had a robot help me.
Yeah, not good enough.
Yeah. So I got to say, I'm worried about this guy.
I'm worried, yeah.
They love Bill Gates, even though you look at him and he looks like, you say, he looks like a gargoyle, and he doesn't look healthy at all. Like we're taking, health advice from somebody who doesn't lift, who doesn't go to InfoWarsStore.com and take those supplements to feel great and look great. And this guy, who, by the way, says his favorite meal is a hamburger.
Oh, my God.
We're listening to this guy for advice.
Can you believe it? He doesn't lift.
All right, sir. I apologize for this, but a swirly is about to commence.
Yeah. Fucking dork.
Doesn't go to InfoWars store and buy all those great products. Excuse me, swirly. Go on!
Is this a job interview?
That is ridiculous.
What are you doing?
Doesn't buy all the great products. And fuck you.
It's pretty impressive stuff.
Lay it
pretty
on
impressive
thicker.
Stuff.
Christ.
So we get to some actual information that Fleetwood is bringing to the table. Because at this point, Bartlett's lunch break is over and he's got to go back to the clinic.
He's got to go back to
So Alex is just left with this guy.
Sure.
And so here's something.
The insert for the Ervebo vaccine that they're giving to these Denver health workers in Colorado, it says that they can detect viruses in the saliva and urine of the vaccinated individuals for up to 28 days. Now, that doesn't mean that they went looking and they did the studies and tested for a year or 2 years to find out how long it was, and it's only 28 days. They're just saying 28 days at least.
That's a flat-out lie. From the FDA insert, quote, viral shedding was greatest on day 7 and declined thereafter with no shedding detected after day 28. John is making this up because he's just consulting the FDA insert instead of reading the study that's based on, which is the study that we discussed earlier. Because he doesn't know the underlying source, he doesn't know that this study actually did track the children for 3 months and found that there was no shedding after day 28 and none after the second dose for those that got the second dose.
So that's the problem when you go...
I just want to set this to 100%. 99, 101. 99, 101. Like, no matter how slight I move my mouse, I'm just barely moving it. 101. I just want it to be 100, and I can't type it in. Can I? Oh, I can. 100. That's such a weird problem. I have little things like that happen a lot. All right. Let's go back. Let's go back. Why you do things like that? Why wouldn't you snap to 100? What a silly program. Sometimes it's so silly.
Fishing
Yeah.
is that once you've caught what you're looking for, you don't then go follow up on it.
Yeah.
You go home and you fry up your fish.
Yeah, I mean, it's you just when you're looking for oil, and the oil that he's looking for is shit that'll freak out my anti-vax audience.
Right.
So,
Right.
yeah, it's his process is shit.
Right.
Leads him to bad information, and
Hey,
what do you got?
it's black, it comes from the ground, and it smells terrible. It can't be shit. It's got to be oil.
Bingo.
Yep.
Bingo. So here's Fleetwood saying some more dumb stuff.
All right.
This very same vaccine made by Merck, who's an official partner of the World Economic Forum, owned by BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street.
And Disney World?
Their Ervebo, E-R-V-E-B-O vaccine that we've been talking about was given in mass campaigns across Africa before the 2016 outbreak, before the 2018 outbreak, before the 2020 outbreak, before the 2021 outbreak, and before the 2022 outbreak at least. So these are reported in major mainstream.
And that's the biggest takeaway is they give these shots, outbreaks happen. So are you expecting an outbreak in Colorado?
Well, we're not Nostradamus.
Say yes.
And
the answer is yes. What are you doing?
The opportunity to talk about it. I always say we're not Nostradamus. You don't want to predict something like this, but it's highly suspect. And it's in mainstream sources.
Oh, highly suspect.
How do you not fucking know how to do this?
I think that is probably the way to do this, because, you know, you don't want to be on the hook for saying yes in case nothing happens.
But you say yes!
You probably should say yes.
You just
Alex
say yes.
wants you to say yes.
Even if you're a regular doctor, you're like, oh.
So I consulted John's Substack article about this, and he fails to demonstrate that these vaccines were given out before the outbreaks he's listing off. He does need to prove chronological and causal connection in order to make the sort of claims that he's making, and he does nothing of the sort. Further, he doesn't seem to have any understanding of the ring vaccination paradigm that they used, where the vaccines were given out after identification of cases to the people who had close contact with the person infected, like a ring around them.
Right.
Take, for example, the 2018 outbreak that began in the Kivu provinces of the DRC. John says that Merck approved sending the DRC 7,500 doses in May 2018, and then in August 2018 there was an outbreak. He does nothing to illustrate that those doses were administered to anybody, when in reality, it could just be that they stockpiled those for use whenever an outbreak did come.
Sure.
He needs to illustrate this, and he doesn't.
That's how it works.
Or in the case of the 2021 outbreak, he says that in November 2020, the WHO announced that they had vaccinated more than 40,000 people in the course of that outbreak in the DRC, which was declared over.
Okay.
Then, in February 2021, there was another outbreak in the DRC. These were in entirely different locations. The outbreak that had ended in 2020 was in the Equator province, and in the February 2021 one was in the North Kivu province. They're distinct from one another, so claiming that vaccinations in one region caused the outbreak in the other is going to require a little bit more work on John's part, which he has not done.
You know what I find fascinating? What I actually not fascinating, sad, terrifying, and awful about the human race as it stands. But it is like, it's capitalism, really. That's okay. For me, if I'm watching polio die, if I'm there on the last day of polio, watching that poor virus breathe its last, going, right?
Mm-hmm.
My next thought is, who's fucking next, man? You know, like now we're going after this virus until every last one of them is dead.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but it is so much like
Marburg, you're on the list.
Yeah. Every fucking one of you is gonna die. Yeah, that kind of thing. But it is like looking at this. There are 5 outbreaks in the. It's just money. Like, we have the money to make the vaccine for everybody in the Congo.
You know? It is theoretically possible. There are other factors that are at play. If you read up on it, there are reasons why a blanket vaccination campaign is not necessarily the strategy that they would go with.
Right. I understand, but that's not my point. My point is not this particular virus.
Yeah.
It is that we exist in a space where it's like, we could just say, fuck it, we're not doing something else today until we destroy this virus.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that we can't do.
It is unfortunate.
Because Vanguard owns 5% of everything or whatever.
That's not the only reason.
I know.
There's a lack of public will also.
Right.
You may have that vigor, but Alex doesn't.
No, totally. That's what it's not. It's not like me being like, oh, this is awful. It is like, this is humanity in a way.
Capitalism is a function in it.
Sure.
It plays a role for sure. But to say it's all that, I just don't think is...
Oh, no. Imagine trying to convince people to...
Now, you could say that there are secondary implications of Alex's financial and capitalistic motives that play into his opposition to taking care of some of these issues. You might be able to make an interesting argument down those lines. But, yeah, it's a mess. I agree with you, though. I think that it would be an interesting next evolution of our society to take on the paradigm of fuck you viruses.
I mean, it is hard. It is genuinely hard for me. Like, if I stop and remove myself from being an ape for like 5 seconds, it's legitimately, truly insane to think that the Iraq War happened and we haven't gotten rid of more than polio. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's just insane.
Yeah. If it is just a matter of throwing money at it, which that is a large part of it,
Yeah.
that is uncautionable.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It is. It's just crazy.
So, but back to John here. For him, there's problems like what I was describing all over, because this is the result of someone having a conclusion that they're going to arrive at and then molding the information they find to get to that conclusion. That's
Right.
all he's doing.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
all shit. But if you take nothing away from this episode, know that I had to do it because of the cover of 3000 AD A New Beginning.
It really is.
It's
you have to see. You just have to see it.
It. I as I was preparing this episode, I kept questioning myself. Am I overstating this?
No.
And then I would pull back up the picture and I would laugh.
Yep.
It's crazy.
No, every single thing of like the Chuck Tingle cover, that all of those will never compare to somebody who's so earnestly making a dick like that.
But
it's just amazing.
But it's art too.
It
Not
is.
to say the Chuck Tingle isn't art, but
No,
it is
no.
realistic. There are pictures of people
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
covers
yeah.
and stuff.
Huh.
And this is much more.
I mean, it's
something.
Wow. It's something.
So Alex, he can really tell that he's getting bored of talking to this
Yeah,
dude.
I imagine so.
So if I have to extrapolate out, finish your point. Go ahead.
I'm just saying it's the same. We've seen this before.
Well, we'll have to
We've seen
extrapolate
this
out.
before
Give us your
during
thing, but we have to extrapolate out. They're trying to create a secret project to have Ebola cases and then test on people that have Ebola.
All right,
There's a
let me
whole
teach you how
secret
this is
Ebola
done.
testing project in Colorado.
Fleetwood shitbag.
That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, and you asked the right question. Why are they
I
doing
didn't
this?
ask a fucking
Why are
question
they
to you,
doing
though.
this? And that's a good question.
Yeah, it's a good question. So yeah, he was complaining about remdesivir prior to that clip starting, and Alex, you could just tell, is just like, I'm not interested in this.
Too late,
buddy.
Too late,
buddy. We need to tell a story.
2 years too late.
I am just gonna throw out some fucking weird shit because
Just absolute. That was about as much of a hey, step aside. Let me show you how it's done.
we need to make this exciting for a little bit because you're boring me.
Let's bounce this up a quick nut. Here's what's going on.
There's a secret experiment where they want to.
Yeah, absolutely. It's 100%.
Yeah.
And it's somebody doing a pitch like, no, your screenplay sucks.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. We got two people walking to it.
Or it's somebody who's like, I got to step in here and save the ship.
Yeah.
And I'll lay back and let you bore people for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
So he does. And
like when I was hosting open mics, there'd be like three bad guys in a row, and you'd be like, hey, I know you're not next, but you're next. Get up there.
Yeah, we need to save this thing.
Yep.
So, unfortunately, another bad performer comes to the stage in the form of John Talking More. Ooh. And he's... So the basic premise here is that you can't get an emergency emergency use authorization for something if there is a safe and effective thing to be used.
Right.
So if there is an Ebola outbreak, they can't get an emergency use authorization for some new vaccine.
Right.
But that's ridiculous because the FDA has already approved the vaccine that they're talking about. But this ends up with him talking about a treatment for Ebola that he believes is safe and effective and perfect.
Oh, God,
we have treatments for Ebola that are safe and effective. Remember the EUA, the emergency use authorization? I don't know if they're going to maybe be making a new Ebola vaccine that they might have to get an EUA for. I don't know. But if they try to do that, what I know is you can't get an EUA if you have safe and effective treatment for the disease, which with COVID, we had budesonide, potentially ivermectin, and down the list.
Nah.
So you can't get an EUA for dangerous mRNA or other vaccines if there is safe and effective treatment for the disease. Well, with Ebola, it turns out we do have safe and effective treatment that the NIH, that the FDA have already confirmed works. So what are those treatments?
Iodine.
The first one is called NTZ. NTZ. That's Nancy Tom Zulu. Nancy Tom Zulu. NTZ.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Zoxanide. Nitazoxanide. NITAZO.
What are we doing?
NIDZ. NTZ. Nancy Tom Zulu. Now, it is safe and effective. It's an antiviral, safe and effective treatment against Ebola. How do I know that?
Don't.
Well, I do what Alex Jones does, and I just quote peer-reviewed, published research that's already been established. This was published in iScience. It's a peer-reviewed scientific journal back in 2019. So we've known at least for 2019, but it goes back even farther than that. Here's a headline from iScience, peer-reviewed study. The FDA-approved oral drug nitazoxanide amplifies host antiviral responses and inhibits Ebola virus. It inhibits Ebola virus, NTZ, according to iScience 2019.
Sure, so we know they suppressed therapeutics during the COVID deal.
Yeah,
they're obsessed
I'm
with
about
Ebola.
as exhausted as
the
that.
WEF, the UN says it's imminent, and now we know they're injecting people with a live sloughing virus. It's a giant crime, and Trump, if he gets reelected, has got to put a stop to this. We got to shut down these bioweapon labs. It's how the globalists plan to get pure power. They've admitted in their own documents they're going to use viruses for control.
He can't even
Operation
get it up
Lockstep
out
is
of
just one
this.
example, and it's so
Can't lift the plane.
transparent what they're doing.
Yes, sir. I'd love to hear your thoughts on Trump.
Wow.
That's fun.
Wow.
Yes, sir. So that study that John is citing about NTZ, they found that it's effective in vitro, but it's not been tested in vivo, which is to say that it shows promise in cells, but they've never done an actual test on human bodies.
On a living.
Which would be very difficult, except in the context of a compassionate use within a active pandemic or outbreak. Excuse me.
Yeah.
But this distinction, maybe the AI that he was using to explain the study to him didn't pick that up.
Possible.
Also, you can really tell that Alex is bored, and you're so right. Like Alex can't even get the wheels moving.
I mean, that is
it's just
boring.
We're in mud.
So boring. How many times he said NTZ, then he repeated Nancy
Tom.
Oh my God. And do you know what? Here's how Pachenik ends that. Do you know how I know? Because I gave myself Ebola and then cured it.
I was patient zero.
That's how Pachenik ends it.
Yeah.
Not like this, not like this. Do you know how I know? I look up peer-reviewed studies.
This isn't fancy.
That's not a swing.
Doesn't cut it.
That's not a swing.
No.
Get the fuck out of here.
And something you mumbled at the beginning of the clip made me remember that I had totally forgotten that Mike Adams cured Ebola.
The Ebola drink? Yeah. Mike Adams cured Ebola by putting some Ebola.
Little Ebola, get some vodka.
Ebola, put it in the drink. And nom, 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 nom. Now I am cured.
Yeah, that's the kind of shit that flies on InfoWars.
That is the type of shit.
So we have one last clip here, and it's kind of satisfying in some ways.
Okay.
I want a cage fighter to go up against the mainstream media. I want
Sure, but how do you square the thing? And I understand that he didn't want forced injections and he didn't want all that, but he did go along with warp speed because he wanted to open the economy. And I'm really concerned they could pull another virus and he might go along with it. We need to see more. I'm supporting Trump overall. We need to see more decisive statements that he won't go along with the new viral power grab, or they'll run the same play against him again. Your take on that? Can you hear me, John Fleetwood? Yeah, we just lost John's audio. All right, just reconnect with John.
Heartbreaking.
And we'll come back to him. Folks, here's what happens in slavery. It's being normalized. They have level 4 bioweapon labs, over 100 of them across the country. And they're testing every horrible pathogen and souping them up, gain of function. It's totally illegal. And they're doing it in the name of safety, but it always leads back to them where it's released from, and they get all the power out of it. So they have the motive, they have the history, they block the therapeutics. These are bad people. John, I was asking what you think of Trump supporting warp speed. Is your audio back? All right, well, we'll end the interview now. Thank you, John. We got some technical difficulties. I appreciate you joining us. Great points.
Great points.
Great points.
Yep, kind of fitting. Just
man,
I feel like he in many ways was responsible for all of the content on the show because of Alex's dancing around and him getting the beats of this argument and this narrative in the beginning. But then once he actually shows up, he ground this thing to a halt.
He doesn't got it.
No,
that's
no chops.
That's rough.
Yeah,
that's rough. He doesn't think he did a good job. He can't. Like,
you heard the way he said yes, sir.
I know, but though the problem is he studied. He knew what to do, and then he fucking whiffed.
You mean promoting Alex's products,
He knew
calling
the
him
whole
General
thing,
Jones?
and he just doesn't have. He's not on mic. He shouldn't be on mic.
I would say that there's a probable dynamic.
Yeah.
To that.
Brutal.
Yeah, but, Alex will probably still use his Substack articles to come up with bullshit in the future.
Sure.
So he can take solace in that. But, not a prime performance.
You gotta, that's the thing. This is an industry that attracts people who do not want to do the work.
But dude, he did try.
He tried. Yeah, he did.
He said that Bill Gates doesn't lift. Stuff like that.
He did.
He was there. He
tried.
Yeah.
He did all of the stuff. He tried. He listened, and then he thought he was doing an open mic.
Mm-hmm.
He thought he was like, oh, I fucking practiced in front of my mirror, so when I go up on stage and I talk to Alex, it'll be real easy. I know what I'm doing, and then he fucking chunked it.
Yeah, and maybe he had the misguided opinion that Alex wanted to get into the weeds.
Maybe.
Like he's wrong about a lot of the details of these stories, but he was trying to get like kind of granular with the parts that he's wrong about.
He was.
And I think that Alex really wants the broad shit, like there's a secret program or they want to test on Ebola patients.
That's the idea.
Yeah, that's that's the territory we want to be in.
Yeah.
And he was taking it to a place that's boring as shit and the audience doesn't really care about.
Yeah, and then at the first sign of trouble, what?
He's trying to get the body of the article, not the headline.
Yes.
And that's the problem.
Nailed it.
Alex is
Perfect.
all headline, no body.
Shit don't spread, baby.
So, look, I think that this was a crazy pile of nonsense for Alex's show.
Yeah.
And I think that until earlier today, when Alex was talking about secession and all this stuff, I figured we're going to have to be dealing with this Ebola vaccine stuff for a while. And now I kind of think that maybe this not a priority anymore.
So that's nice. I like that.
So hopefully this is a bottle episode.
Yeah,
whatever we move on to is different. But so Monday is going to be a mess.
Yeah, it could be.
So anyway, we'll be back with whatever. But until then, we have a website.
We do indeed. It's knowledgefight.com.
Yep, we're also on Blue Sky.
Oh, are there any requests? Which episode should we listen to? If not, maybe we'll go back to the old school. I think the last old school one I listened to is episode 14. Back in February 2017, was it? Excuse me. Earth-shattering changes took place tomorrow. Alex shows be Monday, February 1st and Tuesday, February 22nd. Can Alex do character-based improv comedy? Does Alex know what straw man means? How much money did Alex lose overnight? Did that New York Times article turn out well? Whoo boy, I don't know if I remember any of this stuff. Now I'm intrigued. So let's give it a listen. Interesting. He just called this Mun-Twos. This is episode, what was it? What was it? Oh man, my memory is so bad. 15? Yeah, 15. All right. Okay.
Andy in Kansas, you're on the air. Thanks for holding.
Hello, Alex. I'm a first-time caller. I'm a huge fan. I love your work.
I love you.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Knowledge Fight. I'm Dan.
I'm Jordan.
We are a couple of dudes who like to sit around and drink wine and talk about Alex Jones. Twist is, I know a lot about InfoWars.
I don't know anything about InfoWars.
And therein lies the fun.
We're on how many episodes? I still don't know anything about InfoWars.
I think you know more about it than a lot of people who listen regularly.
That's true.
I think because of your keen bullshit detector, your awareness of history, these sorts of things. Jordan, I've been building up today's episode insanely.
I can't begin to describe. His Friesen, your face is lighting up like Christmas fucked Independence Day. Like,
There's-
this is insane.
There is a reason, and I am thrilled.
There's a reason for the season.
Today, we are going to be covering February 20th and 21st.
All right.
In the life of Alex Jones, the coverage of the Alex Jones Show on the InfoWars Network. And this is a show that I would like to call What a Difference a Day Makes. I would like to start trying to give our episodes names.
Oh, boy.
And this one is What a Difference a Day Makes.
All right, all right.
Holy shit. This is going to be or a Goebbels hipster.
I preferred his early work.
I listened to Goebbels' podcast before the Nazi thing.
Yeah. You guys will never be there.
Also, please, if you tweet out you like the show, just tell your friends about it. Word of mouth. It's like that Ludacris album.
Yeah. Oh, also,
well, that's word of mouth.
Also, I'm gonna break tradition. I'm gonna put my personal handle out. It's at
my God.
Jake Mondale.
Oh no.
Here's what I realized as I was driving earlier today. First thing I thought was, I've never gotten death threats. I'd like to see how that goes. I bet that is fun.
I bet you won't.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I did run a targeted ad, and I made sure that it only got put on people's Twitter walls who have a college diploma.
So we're free in the clear.
We're safe.
Eventually, we're going to have to David the InfoWars Goliath.
Possibly. We might have to confront our fears and actually tweet at them at some point.
Sooner or later.
But for now, let's enjoy let's not fuck around anymore. Let's get to the fun.
Excellent.
So, Monday, the 20th, it's fancy-free, classic Alex in the studio, like a kid who doesn't know he's about to get hit by a bus. Alex Jones.
You are gleeful. You might do a pirouette at any moment while introducing these clips.
When we get to why, it'll make sense.
Okay.
But at the same time, we'll get to my whole encompassing. I fucking hate that I.
Let's do this. Let's get into this.
Alex starts off the broadcast on Monday complaining about the new season of Homeland.
We got a call here at the office a few months ago that the whole new series of Homeland, popular TV show, was going to be coming out and is based around me. And I'm this evil talk show host that puts out disinformation and causes disasters.
Just to pause for a second, he's not bullshitting.
No, he's not?
No, there is a character that's very clearly based on him.
Okay, because I was going to say, it seems like that's a classic Alex Jones embellishment there.
Later in the show, he plays a clip of the guy, and he's like, taking umbrage at this guy, playing a version of him on television, and they play a clip, and this guy is just talking about the globalists. Talking about how everyone needs to share links to InfoWars.
Okay.
It's just,
it's literally, do they even sound the same?
The guy is doing a bad impression. I think I could do better.
All right.
Quite frankly.
All right.
But it's like, the guy just says that there's globalists, and that people should share links, and that the spirit of the Republic is coming back. And Alex Jones is like, look at this asshole.
I would never say something crazy like that.
Yeah.
I also hope that actor just followed Alex Jones around like, I'm doing research for a role. It's just for, nobody,
Like Gerard Butler did with Adam Carolla.
Yeah, exactly.
For that one fucking movie. So also, we're going to get back into this clip about Homeland. And I think it highlights one really interesting thing where we've documented that Alex Jones doesn't really know the difference between reality and fiction.
Yes.
And it turns out, I don't think he knows that other people can tell the difference. Which might explain a lot, but he seems to think that everybody thinks that it's actually him on the show.
Really?
Yeah. So
does it look eerily similar to him?
I haven't seen a picture of it. I just heard the audio. But anyway, here's the rest of this.
So the whole push is ban Alex Jones, he's evil. Of course, the New York Times basically has the same thing in a big article today.
Also, that is the article that he was talking about the photographer on our last episode.
Yes, we found out that at least one part of that is confirmed.
There were pictures of him.
There were pictures of him.
He talks so much more about this article later, and we'll get to it.
Because it's a glowing positive review?
It was not good.
And I went online just from the trailers for it. People believe I'm on the show and they believe that I am now working with Showtime to put out disinformation. In fact, let's play this. Let's back that up. Let's play this with audio in a moment. But this is what I'm dealing with now. Not just the X-Files character in a studio that looks just like mine, and then Chris Carter admits the guy's based on me, but at least he's a good guy on the show somewhat. No. With this new Homeland show and others, I'm out framing innocent Muslims and covering up basically terror attacks that other groups carry out. So
is he on the Big Bang Theory now?
Yeah, there's a character based on him.
Yeah, that works.
It's an interesting twist for this parody character to be framing innocent Muslims, because that's kind of metaphorically what he does.
Yes.
And then covering up terrorist attacks and saying things are false flags, when he does say everything is a false flag.
It legitimately, I would not be surprised if this is just a transcript from one of his shows. All of this guy's lines are just reading
The
down.
shit that they play is, essentially.
Really?
Well, like I said, with the talking about the globalists,
Yeah.
that's not a parody even. That's
Yikes.
just... But also, did you see today that when that New York Times article came out, the sister of one of the kids killed at Sandy Hook
Yes.
tweeted it?
Yeah.
And was like, this is disgusting.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. This is a man who denies the murder of my brother.
Yes.
Fuck off, Alex Jones.
Yeah. Agreed.
That's the kind of thing he says is a false flag.
But
so
the
whatever
thing-
umbrage he's taking about this character, go fly a kite.
Yeah. Go fuck yourself. But the thing that I kept seeing was that people kept referring to that as being a seminal moment, and that is terrible. I hate that.
Oh, the New York Times article?
Yeah, or the Sandy Hook thing.
Oh, yeah.
Like, oh, he's so much more crazy than that. I kept listening. I kept reading those tweets being like, you guys don't know shit.
Yeah. You don't know the nuances
You
of
have
little
no
stuff.
idea how crazy this
But Sandy
dude is.
Hook is a big one.
It
for
is
him.
huge.
But also, I want to make this argument, and I think it's going to overarch this entire episode. Part of the reason why I brought up this Sandy Hook tweet.
Mhm.
When he said those things, he did not have his free speech taken away.
Odd.
One of the worst things you can probably do or insinuate is that all of these murdered children are fake.
Right.
And that someone was... Because what ended up happening was all of the family members of these kids got harassed.
Yep.
And they got death threats. Like, you're part of a massive cover-up.
Right.
All this stuff. That's largely because of Alex Jones.
Yeah, if you... how could you imagine a worse tragedy than your child dying?
Well...
That's the worst thing I can think of. Being shot... Having your child be murdered.
Yeah.
And then, while you're trying to grieve, people are giving you fucking death threats. What is wrong with
But
humanity?
we're just a couple of dumb sheeple who don't get it.
That's a good point.
Anyway, he has a couple more thoughts here. But also, that character in the X-Files, the new series, also was based on him. It turns out there's a lot of people who are inspired by his version of craziness. Two in this room.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, I'm covering up false flags on the new TV show, and the voice sounds enough like me in the trailers that people are asking, Alex, why'd you sell out for a show attacking yourself? So you talk about fake news. This is a fake show that has a fake newscaster playing the part of me and then saying things I didn't say. It's fake upon fake upon fake. I sat there.
It's fiction.
Saying things I didn't say. It's not fake. It's
fiction.
It's fiction.
Yeah,
it's just a TV show.
Yeah, it's creative shit.
Yeah. Wait,
and it's, again, well within the parody law.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Who is asking him, like, why did you sell out?
Maybe his lawyer.
Did they not
remember his lawyer didn't know if he'd been kicked out of the
that's
Trump
right.
event?
That's a good point.
Maybe he has just the world's worst misinformed lawyer, and he's just like, "Hey, man, is that you?
Hey,
did I sign documents to get you on that show? What's going on here?
Are you getting royalties? What's happening
I
here?
need a taste."
So they don't have to. They don't have to pay him for that, do they? I mean,
No.
they're not. They're basically using his likeness.
Has Alex Jones trademarked yelling about globalists?
That's a good point.
I
Also, we just looked at a picture of the actor playing him. Nothing like Alex
I
Jones.
recognize that dude, though. I've seen him in some stuff.
Yeah.
But I can't for the life of me place where it is. Anyway, I don't give a shit.
Yeah. Fuck him.
Monday goes on, and Alex Jones does some horrible argumentation This clip
Okay.
is spectacular.
All right.
Because he accuses other people of misusing sources, which is his bread and butter.
It's all he does.
Then he argues about people making a straw man fallacy, and then without missing a beat, makes a straw man fallacy. So this clip is a ride.
He's some kind of superhero of being a complete and utter moron.
Yeah, I wait till we get to Tuesday. I have so many fucking
all right.
thoughts.
All right.
So Trump's lying about knowing Russian agents. And this is so verifiably easy to disprove.
So what he's talking about here is that a bunch of people were saying, like, oh, you said you don't know Russian agents, but that must mean that you don't know Roger Stone.
Right.
Because Roger Stone has deep ties to Russia.
Or Michael Flynn.
Yeah, any of these dudes.
Any of these dudes.
So the idea is a style of argumentation. I believe, it's just a classic syllogism. If A, then B. If B, then C. If A, then C.
Right.
You know Roger Stone. Roger Stone has deep ties to Russia. Therefore, you know someone who has deep ties to Russia.
Yeah.
Alex doesn't understand this at all as a logical form, and so he's like, why are they trying to say that Trump doesn't know Roger Stone? You don't understand the point.
Yeah.
Or you do, and you're just trying to murky the water.
I mean, yeah, your basic trick is just deny, and then maybe, I mean, his followers are just going to believe whatever it is he
deny
tells them.
And pray.
Deny and pray. It's time to deny and pray.
But they don't care. They sit there like con men that have been caught, and they just double and quadruple and triple down and just don't care.
That's you.
Look at the lie. Is Trump lying about Roger Stone and Russia?
Yes.
See, first, is Trump lying about knowing Roger Stone? Never says, I don't know Roger Stone. It's not even a clip of him saying that at a press conference. The clip doesn't even correspond to what they say. It's like saying, I saw a bluebird in the nest. You look in the tree, there's not even a nest. Or there's not even a bird. There's not even a tree, folks. Look at that tree. You're like, that looks like a mouse for a computer. That's not a tree. Yeah, it is. And you're like, no, it's not. You're not even having a logical discussion. They just go, doesn't matter.
I know a better metaphor. If you want to come up with an analogy for someone claiming a source says something.
And triple down and just don't care.
That's you.
Look at the lie. Is Trump lying about Roger Stone and Russia?
Yes.
See, first, is Trump lying about knowing Roger Stone? Never says, I don't know Roger Stone. It's not even a clip of him saying that at a press conference. The clip doesn't even correspond to what they say. It's like saying, I saw a bluebird in the nest. You look in the tree, there's not even a nest. Or there's not even a bird. There's not even a tree, folks. Look at that tree. You're like, that looks like a mouse for a computer. That's not a tree. Yeah, it is. And you're like, no, it's not. You're not even having a logical discussion. They just go, doesn't matter.
I know a better metaphor. If you want to come up with an analogy for someone claiming a source says something that it doesn't, go to any of our episodes. Listen to us explain every time he's done that.
I just love that. That is the perfect analogy.
I saw a bluebird.
Of like, I saw a bluebird's nest in the tree. There's no nest. There's no bird. There's not even a tree. Wait, are you looking in the right place? Is that the real issue? Are you looking still in your studio?
There's no bird. There's no plane. There's no Superman. All right, he's so dumb.
Doesn't matter. So this is a psychological warfare tactic, but
by his own admission right there, he engages in psychological warfare.
Yes. Yeah, it's a great tactic.
Yeah, but he
should really just be praising the tactic, being like, hey, everything they're trying to do is what they're saying we're doing, so I'm doing it.
This is a psychological warfare tactic, and as evidence that it's effective, look at this giant screen behind me. Look at the fact that I've conned all of you with bone pills.
I started getting calls. I guess it premiered last night
back to Homeland.
on Showtime.
Gotcha.
Then I guess it goes like Netflix later, this show Homeland. I know it's been a big show for years. And I'm sitting there and people are saying, you're on Homeland? Because I guess they start out the first episode where you don't see me. I haven't seen it yet, and it just sounds like my voice.
He's totally seen it.
But again, he doesn't say you don't see the character. He says you don't see me.
Yeah.
He doesn't understand the veil between fiction and reality.
No,
it's fascinating.
I mean, it is him. I would actually accept that shorthand because if it's based entirely upon him, and so far, it's kind of yeah.
It sounds like it is. I've never seen Homeland, but this sounds like a bullseye.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it sounds about right. So I actually give him a pass on using the me there.
All right, you've convinced me, but I'm still going to keep it in the back of my head.
Unless he perfectly described what the guy looked like, but he was just looking into a mirror and described himself.
Guy looks like a chubby pug. Hasn't slept in months.
I mean, people are calling me and saying that I look like a chubby pug. I don't even know. Yeah.
But then it doesn't even sound like my voice. It sounds like my voice, but then the guy isn't good at it. He kind of goes back into like an Australian accent and then back into kind of what I sound like. And it's just like, I have to defend myself against this, that this isn't me. And then people go, oh, Alex, quit saying there's TV shows about you. The creators of it are in a whole bunch of newspapers, Variety and, Entertainment Weekly. I mean, go look
Neither
Alex
of which
Jones,
are newspapers.
Google it. And Homeland, and it's just like hundreds of articles admitting it.
Again, he has no idea what numbers are. But the other thing, too, in there that's important for what's about to come up is this idea that he's like, I have to defend myself against this? It's like, no, it's a character.
No, it's, yeah.
There's just a character that's based on you. You don't have to defend yourself against
Who
that.
are you defending yourself against?
But then
he's defending himself against his own people, right?
Or his own insecurities or something like that. I imagine that the character is illustrating something about himself that he's uncomfortable with.
Right.
I imagine.
Just his entire existence?
Possibly.
Yeah, that could be it.
But then his defense...
Like, in the fictional world, though, he has to come to terms with the fact that this guy is a propagandist who spouts conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
So he's looking at himself and going, wait, if I were watching this, I would think this guy is crazy.
Yeah.
I think people think I'm crazy.
At least enough people to make a TV show.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot he's got to deal. Can you
imagine looking at yourself through that kind of a funhouse mirror? That would be crazy.
Yeah, it's like if once we have clones, right? If you're walking behind your clone, it's like looking at your own ass being like, oh, fuck.
I gotta work out.
God damn it.
Yeah, but the thing that I think also is fascinating is he's like, I've got to defend myself against this. And then immediately his next thought is, people are going to say, Alex, you're crazy. There aren't TV shows about you. No one's saying that.
No.
We all are very clear that there are.
There are.
100% there are. What we think you're crazy
well,
about.
I mean, they're not about him. I think he thinks if he's a character on a show, he's the most important character on that show.
The character that he played, or that he was that was based on him in the X-Files, was not the most important character.
It wasn't?
It was not Fox Mulder.
In Alex Jones's world?
It was.
It was the most important character.
Again, I haven't seen Homeland, but it's like the 5th or 6th season of it, and I'm sure that it's just part of the arc for the season.
Of course.
So I don't fucking...
So I'm assuming the Alex Jones character becomes the advisor to the president.
Or maybe just dies. Who knows?
Yeah,
anyway,
that'd be fun.
He's got to get back to his...
Also, I want to hear Alex Jones do an Australian accent. Does he do one?
All right. I don't know how to
do it. I don't think there's any way to do the Alex Jones voice and do it.
No, it hurts my throat.
Yeah.
So he's going to get back into his ideas about how this character is a straw man, how it's stupid to do straw man arguments. Then he's going to misrepresent what a straw man argument is, and then he's going to commit one. It's so fascinating.
I was so excited because I was like, oh man, Alex Jones knows what a straw man argument is. The next thing you said was, and he gets the straw man argument wrong.
Very much.
So then there's that whole thing where guaranteed they'll have MSM say Jones is crazy and claims there's TV shows about him. In fact, when Chris Carter came out and said the new X-Files is based on Alex Jones and his ideas and his theories and his worldview to a great extent, and there's a character that basically plays him. And I like Alex Jones. And I think Alex Jones is a libertarian, not a racist. Well, Chris Carter sounds like a closet Trump supporter to me, but I'm not going to say anything. They came out and said I was lying about that. The new X-Files wasn't about me. I mean, it's like, I'm horrible, I'm dangerous, I'm reaching hundreds of millions of people every few months, but nobody listens, and I'm a kook. Shut me up, though. And Trump's lying, saying he doesn't know Roger Stone, then there's no such thing. And then I read the comments, and I got depressed reading it because it's all like liberals. They're like, see, he has been caught as a Russian and caught not knowing him. They just make up these. It'd be like if I had them bring in Bob the kickboxing dummy. Like, we've got one here in the office. And if I beat up Bob the kickboxing dummy and said, look, he didn't lay a hand on me, he didn't lay a glove on me, people would say, dude, it's an inanimate object. It's a straw man. If I had a pinata of, say, Michael Moore, and I beat it up, I didn't really beat up Michael Moore. They've now reached, like, 2-year-old level, and I realized it. People are now wearing little...
So, that's what he thinks a straw man is.
He doesn't understand any of the words. I don't understand what he was talking about. I'm just excited to know that they have a punching dummy in their office.
He was essentially saying that if he beat up a fake version of Michael Moore, he could say he beat up Michael Moore, and that's a straw man.
That's not.
On a very, very metaphorical basis, it kind of is. If you create a fake version of Michael Moore to rhetorically attack, then yes, that is.
He might as well have said, if I beat up a VHS copy of The Wicker Man, I have destroyed a straw man.
Well, I mean, if you say that Chuck Schumer is a vampire and then you attack him for his vampirism, that's kind of a straw man.
That's pretty much a straw man argument right there.
Yeah, big time.
If you say that all liberals are agents of the globalists who are trying to destroy the country from within, and they've openly said that, instead of, engaging with liberal ideas, you're just creating some sort of, I don't know, like an imaginary,
like a hey dude,
like if Bob, the punching bug dummy, represent. So he lives and dies on straw man arguments. Is the point?
And here's a new one.
They've now reached like 2-year-old level, and I realized it. People are now wearing little safety pins on their collar. That means I could be triggered. I believe I'm in a safe space. Just basically don't even talk to me. I'm a basket case. And they're now everywhere coming into jobs and saying,
God,
you can't ever criticize me, or I have a disability. I'll have to sue you because I'm a snowflake. Total mental illness. And this is what they're pushing. This is what they're doing.
So this is what they're pushing. This is what they're doing.
Yep. Nobody's doing that.
Anybody who knows what those safety pins are about, it's trying to signal to people that I will be an ally for you. If you are being attacked by somebody, you can count on me to defend you.
Yeah.
That is the idea of the safety pin. His argument is, I'm a cuckoo bananas person.
It's clearly that people who wear safety pins have a mental illness, and they will go into jobs, which I don't know how they got these jobs in the first place.
Probably.
Did they get them from Steve Jobs? Steve Jobs is dead. Every liberal thinks Steve Jobs is still alive, the same way the globalists froze Walt Disney? I don't know. I lost that one. I lost control of that one. That one got out of control.
You took it far enough.
Yeah. You can't criticize. Who?
Then the other
who
thing,
is like, hey, if you criticize me, I will sue you.
I'm glad you picked up on that. Important to remember.
Okay.
Just remember that he's complaining that these snowflakes are litigious.
And we will be writing that down in the notes.
Now, we are going to take a little tour through the rest of the time on the episode where Alex Jones proceeds to be every negative thing that people think about him. This first clip, he shows off a little bit of his Islamophobia chops.
In New York City. In D.C. You cannot make this up.
He's showing video of a protest, a march there, where people took some time to appreciate and enjoy some Muslim prayer.
Okay.
Take a moment of silence to recognize one of the world's largest religions.
Right.
Respectfully.
Yes.
And Alex really is not happy about that.
Which is like a good show of solidarity.
Absolutely. Celebrating other people's cultures is a delightful thing to do.
Right. It's like wearing a safety pin that looks like a hijab.
Yeah. Oh, boy. I think think I left this in because it's really nice singing.
It is kind of beautiful. Like,
Yeah.
I have no affiliation with any religion whatsoever.
No.
That is touching.
I like that kind of that throat sound or whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's nice. It's a nice tone.
Yeah, there is a reason that religion kind of resonates with people.
Yeah, it digs deep
Music.
down. Yeah. Alex, though, has some ideas that kind of drift sexual in a weird way.
Of course.
We should probably cut to the other one where we have the feminists going, Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar. And again, this is a fetish. This is a cuckolding. If they see this as really anti-Christian, anti-freedom, anti-West, anti-open society, and so the groups leading these are Islamic. You can go look it up in Paul's article. They hand out these plastic hijabs that women then put on by the thousands, and then they put it on the news saying, look how beautiful this is.
Does he get to the clip of a woman saying Allahu Akbar?
There's a clip of a woman leading a prayer at the Women's March, and she is yelling Allah Akbar, but that just means God is great.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean anything. Just because people yell it when they're committing terrorism sometimes doesn't mean that the phrase itself is bad.
No, I'm going to go with yeah.
Are you?
Yep.
You are?
All phrases are bad.
Okay. I couldn't tell if you were being sarcastic. But it's the same thing with like it's a harder argument, but in non-hateful contexts, a swastika isn't offensive. You know, in like Hindu traditions and things like that.
Right, yes. Okay, now I'm back on board with you.
The physical shape of it is not what's offensive. It's the connotation of it.
Yes.
And the use of it.
Yeah.
The phrase Allah Akbar is not offensive.
No.
It's offensive if someone is shooting you yelling it. But that's
you know
because
what?
of the shooting.
If you were yelling pretty much anything while you're shooting me, I'm going to take that in a negative light.
Great point.
That's a good point.
So then Alex is like, first, it's a cuckolding thing. He always goes on these long rants about how these feminists all think it's cool to have jihadi boyfriends. And so like,
Wait, what?
What are you talking about?
I did not know that.
Is
that a stereotype?
Because they're cuckolding their fucking nationality and their race. Yeah.
So, wait, how is it a cuckolding?
Well, because they're not white. What don't you get?
All things.
It's that same white genocide narrative.
Oh, okay. So they're cuckolding.
Well, you know, cuckold porn online is all essentially black men and white women.
It's good stuff. I'm not against it.
But that's the depth of his understanding of what that term means.
Right.
And so it's always white men being humiliated by white women dating ethnic men. And so that's what he thinks.
Are all white men humiliated by that? Is that what, or is
Fucking
he
Alex
saying?
thinks so.
Is he saying that all white men should be humiliated when a white woman dates anyone not white?
I think that's implied underneath what he's saying.
Yeah,
but I don't think he even knows that he believes that enough to express it.
Yeah, that's pretty much white nationalism right there. He is advocating full-on segregation.
Now,
no miscegenation.
I don't know if he was just not being careful with his words, but that's what he's saying.
Well, as we all know, he is always careful with his words.
Everything I say. So now he gets into...
Even when I'm not telling the truth, it's really the truth.
He gets into a little bit of a combo platter in this next clip. We get to enjoy a nice ride through 3 of the greatest hits.
It's like the Taste of Chicago, but, you know.
With misogyny, homophobia, and terrible exploitative pedophile fear-mongering.
Does he do a voice?
I think he does.
Excellent.
System. So all of it is just completely upside down cuckoo land. And what other signs say? Dismantle white supremacy. Everything is anti-white and anti-West, even though almost every one of them is white. This is mass mental illness.
If you are against dismantling white supremacy, that's bad.
That's real bad.
That's really bad.
Because
that means you're for
white supremacy.
White supremacy.
And if your argument is Isn't it crazy that they're against white supremacy and they're all white?
And they're white? What? Both white and against white supremacy?
You really might be missing the mark.
No, thank you. If you're white, you should be not against white supremacy. I'm not saying you should be for white supremacy. I'm saying you should be, at the very least, neutral on white supremacy.
Or else you might end up a cuck. Anyway, here we go.
But this is what you pay for at the colleges. This is what goes on. And you see the type of women, and I'm not bashing women out there that like women. Give me a break. Please don't put me on your level of being obsessed with what, sexuality somebody is. But these are the type of women that will come up to your good-looking wife, your girlfriend, whatever, in Austin and start hitting on them in front of you. And they can't even believe it. They're like, hey, back up. They're like, whoa, I'm politically correct. I'm royal. If a man wants to compete on a women's team, he can. If a woman wants to take steroids to compete on a women's team, she can. If a man wants to go in a women's bathroom, he can. Vice versa. And NAMBLA says if they want to pick your 5-year-old up out of the backyard, if your 5-year-old says they want to go because they're promising a candy or a puppy or video games, that you shouldn't be able to under law. They have it filed with the UN where they want international law to say they can come to your door. I'm here to pick up your 5-year-old. And your 5-year-old's been told by the school, whatever, it's going to be fun. He's taking them to Star Wars. You're like, no, Billy can't go. They're like, your child's allowed to love. Give them to me. Your child's allowed to have an abortion at age 9 in California. The state takes them away. They're allowed to have inoculations without you saying, because they have their own freedom to go with a pedophile.
There's the voice.
And the pedophiles argue we won't have to take them to a slave dungeon. We might let them live. You see, if you just let us have sex with them, we won't have to kill them and throw them in a shallow grave. It's your fault we got to kill kids. We're liberal. You're not. Get used to it. Now, you just heard me break down what we're actually facing. It sounds unbelievable. It sounds unreal. It sounds like it couldn't be actually happening, but it is.
No, I don't.
This is who we're facing.
This is who we're facing.
It's your fault. We have to kill kids.
We should probably isolate that for an out-of-context drop.
I think that should just be where that's our new intro and outro.
That's the next I'm a policy wonk.
That's actually, that's how we close the show from
Our law, vice versa.
And they're all white.
And they're white? What? Both white and against white supremacy?
You really might be missing the mark.
No, thank you. If you're white, you should be not against white supremacy. I'm not saying you should be for white supremacy. I'm saying you should be, at the very least, neutral on white supremacy.
Or else you might end up a cuck. Anyway, here we go.
But this is what you pay for at the colleges. This is what goes on. And you see the type of women, and I'm not bashing women out there that like women. Give me a break. Please don't put me on your level of being obsessed with what, sexuality somebody is. But these are the type of women that will come up to your good-looking wife, your girlfriend, whatever, in Austin and start hitting on them in front of you. And they can't even believe it. They're like, hey, back up. They're like, whoa, I'm politically correct. I'm royal.
Whoa.
If a man wants to compete on a women's team, he can. If a woman wants to take steroids to compete on a women's team, she can. If a man wants to go in a women's bathroom, he can. Vice versa. And NAMBLA says if they want to pick your 5-year-old up out of the backyard, if your 5-year-old says they want to go because they're promising a candy or a puppy or video games, that you shouldn't be able to under law. They have it filed with the UN where they want international law to say they can come to your door. I'm here to pick up your 5-year-old. And your 5-year-old's been told by the school, whatever, it's going to be fun. He's taking them to Star Wars. You're like, no, Billy can't go. They're like, your child's allowed to love. Give them to me. Your child's allowed to have an abortion at age 9 in California. The state takes them away. They're allowed to have inoculations without you saying, because they have their own freedom to go with a pedophile.
There's the voice.
And the pedophiles argue we won't have to take them to a slave dungeon. We might let them live. You see, if you just let us have sex with them, we won't have to kill them and throw them in a shallow grave. It's your fault we got to kill kids. We're liberal. You're not. Get used to it. Now, you just heard me break down what we're actually facing. It sounds unbelievable. It sounds unreal. It sounds like it couldn't be actually happening, but it is.
No, I don't.
This is who we're facing.
This is who we're facing.
It's your fault. We have to kill kids.
We should probably isolate that for an out-of-context drop.
I think that should just be where that's our new intro and outro.
That's the next I'm a policy wonk.
That's actually, that's how we close the show from now on.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is Alex Jones's fault that we have to kill kids. We don't want to.
Yeah.
We just really have to. we filed a law with the UN
right
that every time Alex Jones speak, we have to kill a kid.
Yeah, we don't want to.
It hurts us more than it hurts the kid.
But you understand the logic that he's using there, right?
No!
The logic he's using is that, look, all these pedophiles really want to do is have sex with kids. But because they're not allowed to, they got to put them in a dungeon and kill them. So he thinks that liberals want to allow people to have sex with kids in order that they don't have to kill them. That's crazy.
That is...
especially considering that he defends Milo, who now has been outed as someone who literally defends pedophilia.
I was just listening to that clip going, this is before the Milo information dropped.
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right.
I won't lie. That plays into what a difference a day makes.
All these pedophiles are liberals.
To be fair, when we talk about Milo, if you guys didn't hear, a number of clips came out that have been in the public sphere.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of it was from his appearances on Rogan.
It's not like we're going to say spoiler alert.
No, but he doesn't talk about. He's not talking about fucking 5-year-old kids. He's talking. Milo's talking about his own experience of having sex with adults when he was 13,
right,
and not recognizing his victimization,
right.
How he's not recognizing that the other person had an adult brain,
right,
at all. And because he makes it so fine in the way he's talking about, and actually a good thing, he is tacitly saying that adults should
totally
be able
cool.
to fuck kids. And that's a
well,
problem.
I mean, there is a UN law that says it's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
It doesn't say it's okay. It says you have to.
No. If you have to allow the kid to go.
I do like that. I'm going to take your 5-year-old to Star Wars. That's where it starts.
Because I promised him candy.
It always starts with Star Wars.
Absolutely.
If I know anything, it's the globalists put a lot of pedophilia imagery into Star Wars.
Sure.
Which is why, and that's why Anakin kills the younglings.
Oh.
All he wanted to do was have
fuck
sex with them.
You're totally
but
right.
But Yoda wouldn't let him.
That's why he had to call out Agenda 21.
That's why Agenda 21 was called in. And we all know this.
Yeah. So that's crazy fucking bullshit.
That's insanity.
So within the last 3 clips, we've heard rampant misogyny, homophobia, transphobia, Islamophobia, horrible
and
racism.
Again, for... I don't know how many times I'm going to say this. It is not allowing men to go into the women's bathroom.
No.
That's not what it's for.
That's not the discussion.
And if you are in a women's bathroom, or if you're in a men's bathroom as a trans person, there is a way higher chance that you are the one who will be sexually assaulted.
Yes.
And by way higher chance, I mean there is 0 chance that it goes the other direction.
Documented.
Yeah.
Well, not 0, but very low.
I mean, yeah. Nothing is 0, but who
you can't account for the cis or trans. You can't account for the incidence of some bad people.
Some bad hombres.
Yeah, being trans doesn't automatically make you a good person.
No.
But it also definitely doesn't make you a bad person.
And it very much is a yeah.
It makes you a person.
Why don't be a dick to trans people.
Agreed. But anyway, all of that said, I still 100% want to make this clear.
Okay.
Our show is not about trying to get Alex Jones kicked off the air. I hate the things he says.
Yes.
But much like Voltaire would say, I defend to the death his right to say them.
Yes.
He is a crazy asshole who should be seen as a crazy asshole.
Yep.
But I am not interested in censoring him.
No.
I want that to be totally clear, despite all of this hate speech.
Interestingly enough, if he was censored, we wouldn't be allowed to play his clips.
Yep.
Right?
And if he was legitimately censored, there would be a part of the show where our obligation would be to defend him.
That's true.
And I would stand behind that obligation.
I would agree.
Now, all of that hate speech.
Yes.
Transitions into,
of course,
what I would call some of the worst sketch comedy I've ever seen in my life. So he's got a new reporter named Millie Weaver, who was making some YouTube videos, and he discovered her and brought her in. So she's his newest reporter, and I don't know what the fuck convinced him that this was a good idea. But she comes on the show as a character on Alex Jones's show.
As a character?
As a character called Rainbow Snatch. Who is...
A character called Rainbow Snatch.
Who is a social justice warrior. Yeah.
Okay, one, did they steal that from My Little Pony?
I don't know.
I feel like there's a character on My Little Pony named Rainbow Snatch.
He might be,
or, in my fan fiction, there sure as fuck is.
One way or another, he's run afoul of copyright law.
Okay, now, Rainbow Snatch.
Pussy.
There's no other way to take that, right?
Pussy hair.
It is pussy.
Yeah. You got to assume.
So, Rainbow Pussy is number one. Seems awesome. I would totally, if ever I found one, I would be like, this is the best day of my life.
It's horribly out of line with his program, though.
Yeah. Has anything like this ever happened on Alex Jones before?
Not in my experience of watching the show.
So out of the blue, he's like, it's time that Alex Jones did some sketch comedy.
Well, here, I'll tell you what. Why don't I play how it starts?
Okay.
All right, coming up later in the broadcast, after Dr. Jerome Corsi joins us, and I should add the Motor City Madman, Ted Nugent's going to be joining us. He's getting ready to probably run for the Senate, is Rainbow Snitch. Rainbow Snitch. It's Rainbow Snatch. Okay, I'm sorry, but she's the latest social justice warrior. We should probably get you a chair in there because folks can't see your sign. Here, let me have it.
As we all know, rainbow snitches get stitches.
Rainbow snitches get rainbow stitches.
Exactly.
So this is terrible. I'm not going to play the whole thing because it's fucking long.
Yeah.
It's so long. But please enjoy how bad both of them are at character-based improv. And how, like, literally minutes before this, he was talking about how legally you will have to let your kids be taken by pedophiles.
Yes. This is
Literally
level
minutes.
1 Second City. But it's all about pedophilia.
Minutes before. So serious. They're going to snatch up your kids.
They're going to rainbow snatch
Thank you very
up
much,
your
ma'am.
kids.
I appreciate you joining us.
You're racist, xenophobic.
Okay, well, we finally got one of you to come on the show. You look a little bit like Millie Weaver, but we'll see what happens. Seriously, we're going to do an interview with you a little bit later. And how are you doing, young lady?
Well, you know what? I just want to say that all you Trump supporters are a bunch of racist, xenophobic rednecks.
I've never heard that before.
Really?
I noticed that you've got some underarm hair.
You need to address me by my proper pronoun, okay? Because you can't call me he or she. I want to be called Z. So if you don't call me Z, then you're going to watch out and see what happens.
Why don't we just call you something like sweetheart?
Nope. Excuse me, but that is extremely racist and bigoted to call me sweetheart.
How about cupcake?
I identify as a multisexual, transdimensional, binary being.
He brought back the cupcake. That seems to be his go-to.
Yeah.
So there was no laughs in there, first of all. Like just as like critiquing humor.
I mean, first off, Yes and was thrown away out of this.
No, it was.
This is entirely no but.
No, it wasn't even no but. It was kathunk.
Yeah.
It was just somebody said something and then no response. Respond to something else. Start just a totally unrelated sentence.
Right.
Or like ask me a question.
Dan,
I'll be Rainbow Snitch.
Okay,
I'll do my impression of what just happened.
I'm sorry. Rainbow Snitch. How do you feel about liberals? Good point.
It's terrible. It goes on so long.
I can't believe. I
have to think that when they were doing it, they were like, "We're fucking nailing this." They had to, because you watch Alex Jones's face, and he is just like he looks like the cat that ate the canary.
He's
so thrilled.
He is not selling it well.
No.
If he actually heard that he was racist and xenophobic, the hour-long rant that he would go on would be astonishing.
And
it would be very racist and xenophobic.
Yeah, but then he'd be like, and look, don't paint me with that brush.
Yeah.
Anyway, I texted you about this when I was watching it, and I want to reiterate this theory just in case something comes out down the line. I think he's fucking this girl.
You think he's fucking this girl?
I can't think of any other reason he would let this on his show. It's so bad.
Okay. Maybe he just wants to fuck this girl.
That could be it, too.
I would say I would go with the former.
It could be a beginning of American Beauty thing as opposed to the end of American Beauty thing.
So we're saying that he's masturbating in the shower a lot.
Yeah, I think that's probably.
I think that's probably true. Yeah,
it's so tonally different than anything he does. There has to be a reason for it.
That's batshit.
That's the only thing I can think of. Hot young girl comes in.
Also, she said transdimensional, which if I were him in this scene, he would be like, "Well, that's the first thing that you've said that makes a goddamn lick of sense."
Yeah, it's so bad. It goes on forever. And then he talks to Jerome Corsi about a bunch of bullshit. Then he has an interview later with the Motor City Madman, and it's just fucking nonsense. I didn't pull any clips of it because you can just assume what he says.
Yeah.
He was like, hunting is great.
I love guns. I also love guns. Your voice sounds like mine. I like how your voice sounds.
I like to read a couple of Ted Nugent quotes just to remind everybody why he should not be in the Senate, even though we joked that it would be fine.
Even though I have already established my position of put all 80s rock stars in the Senate.
What's a feminist anyways? A fat pig who doesn't get it often enough. Blah.
Great.
Blah. 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 Yeah, when he was interviewed in 1990, he said this about South Africa. Me being there isn't going to affect any political structure. Besides, apartheid isn't that cut and dry. All men are not created equal. Whoa.
Well, you know what? Here's what I will say. All men are not created. We evolved.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm done.
Okay. Here's another one that's a little bit harder to defend. I used the word N-word, but not censored.
I don't think he said the N-word at all.
No, he said the real word. I use the word N.
This is where this is where we cut out the part where we go on a 20-minute. If you're quoting something, is it okay to then say the N-word?
Yeah, I'm not going to walk that line right now. I use the word N a lot because I hang out with a lot of N's, and they use the word N, and I tend to use the words that communicate. Boo.
That's just a poorly constructed sentence.
He also said that Barack Obama's a piece of shit and he should suck his machine gun. Kiss my ass. Anyway, so that sort of brings us...
I mean, he did write Cat Scratch Fever, so you got to give him that.
And Stranglehold's a pretty good song.
It's not bad.
Wang Dang Sweet Poontang.
You know what? I'm starting to think that not all rockers are morally upright people.
Wango Tango.
Man knows how to name shit.
Yeah.
Now, if he named a song Agenda 21,
Ooh.
That's a bad name.
Yeah,
it's a bad name.
Yeah, even for a song.
Even for a song.
Okay, anyway, let's not talk more about Nugent. Now it's time to get into Tuesday, February 21st.
Excellent. The Milo news has broken.
The Milo news has broken.
Okay.
The New York Times story has come out.
Mm-hmm.
And boy, is the world looking different. I'm just going to play this clip. You can see what the consequences of life are.
You know, I knew what the New York Times was doing when they wanted to do this profile piece on InfoWars. They'd attacked me probably, 5-6 times in big articles just the last 2 weeks. But I talked to Roger Stone, and he said that he'd gotten some halfway fair reporting out of this Jim Rutenberg show. I did the interview. And I read some of the other articles he'd written calling for shutting down fake news by any means necessary. And I realized that he was basically writing a blueprint for how the system could come after us. How they were asking how we make our money, how we fund ourselves, things like that. But still, I knew it would be in the paper physical edition of the New York Times, and so it could reach some people that aren't normally on the internet who could actually be woken up.
So he is so delusional that he genuinely believed when they said they want to shut down fake news, he meant everybody but him. Or everybody but him and Breitbart and the like.
Wait, I don't understand the question as phrased.
So what was going on there is the reason that he accepted the interview is because they were talking and they said, we have a goal of shutting down fake news. So he accepted the interview because he's like, finally, they're going to shut down fake news without any self-awareness that he himself is the entirety of fake news for them.
I have a little theory that I have no basis. I have no facts about this.
All right.
But
let's speculate wildly.
I have a little theory that he said that Roger Stone told him that this could work out okay.
Yeah, halfway fair.
I think that Roger Stone might have set a trap.
Oh, God damn it.
Now, I don't think...
This is false flag!
It is. I think. Now, I don't think Roger Stone was trying to hurt Alex.
Okay.
But what I think he was doing was trying to create negative press for Alex so Alex can play the victim.
Okay.
That is what I think he was doing.
We are 2 levels deep now.
Yeah.
How many levels deep are we?
Or Alex is an idiot.
Let's go through. I'm gonna go with Alex is an idiot.
Now, I'm going to finish this clip up.
Okay.
Put the mic away from your face.
Done.
Because this might elicit a scream.
And so I did the interview. We got contacted this morning by our big third-party advertising group that brings in a large portion of our funding, selling our products, and they said, you are fake news, you are political. They said, that's banned, and you are kicked off of our system for good. Now, that's like Nazi Germany telling the Jews, you got to go to your ghetto, you can't have businesses anymore anywhere in these areas of the city. It's not. Matt Drudge came here a year and a half ago. Only interview he's done in like 4 years. And I think it's time for one again. And he said, I was told by a Supreme Court justice, they're coming after free speech. They're coming after it in 2016, towards the end of the year. We're in 2017, and I have congressmen on television saying that Trump should have his free speech banned and that they want a law passed to ban Trump's speech.
They play that clip. It's not what that guy is saying at all.
Trump should have his free speech banned.
Yes.
That's...
They played a clip from a senator.
Can you ban the president's free speech?
I don't think so.
I'm gonna go with... let's go with yeah. Why not?
Yeah.
If the Supreme Court is saying that they're going to go after Drudge's free speech, and they gave him a hard date, which is something I don't know if the Supreme Court has ever done before.
And I have to assume that was Scalia, too. You have to assume.
Do you mean the ghost of Scalia? Because
it
that's what we're
last
going.
Year.
Yeah.
Like a year and a half ago. 2 years.
So Scalia is warning him?
Yeah, that's why he got killed. So he got murdered at that lodge.
Oh, shit.
That's the narrative Alex would tell you.
Holy fuck.
Now.
We're going deep. Yeah. This is deep state shit right here.
Dude, they had their fucking sponsor taken away.
Wait, but does he say who the sponsor is?
Yeah, it's AdRoll. It's Google Ads.
Oh. So
it's not really even a sponsor.
No, that's not a sponsor at all. I was thinking it was some kind of...
Dr. Wallach?
I was thinking it was our secret backer.
No.
Who has finally decided no more secret backing.
That's what I hoped immediately when he said it.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's AdRoll.
It's just AdRoll?
AdRoll.
Okay.
But it's a very serious deal.
How much money do you think he loses?
He does get into that a little bit later.
Sweet.
So let's finish this clip. I apologize. You can't talk at all because I had to turn this... Look, I don't know why. This clip is playing real low.
Okay.
So I had to compensate it.
All right.
Also hear them saying ban him off Twitter, and now they don't let positive comments get up in his Twitter feed, so he can't read those and interact with the public, because he interacts with the public.
Again, that's that Twitter is being gamed against the president.
And the president is also on the 1960 switchboard.
Yes. I also forgot, I was explaining that the clip that they end up, that he's talking about the guy wanting to send, a senator wanting to get rid of Trump's free speech.
Yes.
Is this guy talking about how the tradition of the phrase enemy of the people has a distinct lineage to it.
Yeah.
And Trump needs to be careful when he uses terms that have traditions that go back to Stalin. Those sorts of things, especially when you're talking about the press.
So at the very least, what the senator was saying is don't say things fascist dictators have said.
Yeah.
If you're going to act like a fascist dictator, not much we can do. Good idea not to say it, though.
It really, if you distill it down, the message is more be cool. It's not stop it. It's, hey, be cool. Be cool.
Oh, you know what? I would vote for any senator who goes on TV and is just like, dude, chill out.
Chill.
And that's the end of the interview.
Smoke a blill and chill.
Yeah, come on, man.
Anyway, here you go.
Just like
that's
sit
why
there
we
and
should have
answer
liked
the
the
switchboard
news
at night, randomly, and talk to the public. He loves it. Something his dad and he always did, and the rest of his family. So Jerry Nadler's gone on CNN and said it's time to ban Donald Trump from being able to, quote, criticize the media. Whoa! Look, they're the fake news. They're the collapsing news. Their revenue, their viewers, they know it. And so their answer is get a bunch of foreign Mexican kingpin money to come in and, run the New York Times. And if that doesn't do it, just shut down InfoWars, shut down Donald Trump. This is a big deal. Reddit is banning sharing Donald Trump information. This is a war they're heating up against us, and there's ways to stop them. There's ways to defeat them, but we have to codify it, we have to document it, we have to expose it, we have to sue people, we have to get really aggressive, and you, the viewers, have to understand it's a total war and spread the links and the articles even more and buy the products directly from us.
Now at the end
that turned into an ad.
The whole show does.
He's so good.
The whole episode becomes an extended, I'm going to sue everybody and buy our products.
So somebody criticized him.
Right.
And he is going to sue them.
I actually took a screenshot.
Which means he is technically correct. Cupcakes do sue people.
Yeah.
Snowflakes are litigious.
I took a screenshot of the supposed letter that he got from the ad roll people.
Yes.
And if you want to take a look at this doesn't look like any letter you'd get in an official capacity. I mean, look at that header. There's no way that header...
Letter suspending InfoWars for support of Donald J. Trump from major advertising platforms. That's the fakest shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
It's very unofficial. It looks like something that was made on terrible MS-DOS, MS Word or whatever.
Yeah.
So
not even that. It was WordPad.
Here, I'll just read the entire thing. I apologize for the lack of communication here prior to pausing campaigns. InfoWars has been flagged by the AdRoll policy team, and as a result, campaigns suspended. In an effort to protect the privacy of our site vendors, our partner ad networks, as well as the National Advertising Initiative, our partner ad networks, as well as the National Advertising Initiative, have strict policies that prohibit retargeting user segments based off potentially sensitive information. All content on your website should be relevant, accurate, informative, and up to date. Any claims should be easily verifiable. We are not able to promote websites that intentionally misrepresent their business or use any tactic to falsely enhance reputation or misdirect actual offerings. Furthermore, all political content should focus on the merits of the candidate, and political messaging should not target special interests or groups, or imply affiliation. That last part is what he does not understand.
No. Here's the other thing. Just looked up the National Advertising Initiative.
Uh-huh.
It is a set of self-regulatory principles which NAI members must agree to uphold in order to be members.
Yep.
I don't think he has to do that.
No.
I don't think there's any self-regulation at all.
Well, I don't know about any of that. I don't know if he's lying about stuff or what. But that letter is fake as fuck.
That letter is fake.
But even if it is just like a copy and paste job, so they could add that header on, which I think is possible, because there's no way they got a letter that said we're banning you because you support Donald J. Trump. There's not a fucking chance of that.
It was all in Times New Roman.
Yeah.
Instead of what we
Arial?
what we know that the NAI uses. Comic Sans.
Oh, yeah.
We all know that they only...
They're goofy.
I would love to get a cease and desist in Comic Sans. I would totally cease and desist.
Or wingdings.
Yeah. Oh, God, yes.
So the part there, the...
cuneiform.
Any political content, cannot apply affiliation.
Yeah.
That's important, because he is essentially a wing of the Trump campaign.
Yes.
And especially now that Trump is doing campaign rallies again.
Which is bananas.
And Alex Jones talks constantly about how he talks to Trump.
Right.
And that article in the New York Times explicitly laid out him bragging about talking to Trump.
Correct.
He can no longer imply that he is not affiliated with Trump. AdRoll, according to the document that he showed, has every right not to allow their services to be used.
If that document was real.
Right.
And if that regulation was real.
Right.
I don't think that regulation's real.
I don't know, but we're just, we have to, you have to dance with the one that brought you. And if
we gotta talk about the actual fake letter instead of the actual real.
We don't know
world.
enough about the advertising contracts that are signed. We can only go on what he's provided, and based on what he's provided, he doesn't understand the letter that he puts on screen.
Do they have a contract with AdRoll?
I mean, they must.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, probably. I mean, so basically what happens is you have cookies in your computer, and they track you. And so if you go to InfoWars...
Chocolate chip.
If you go to
White
Infowars.com...
The Subway chocolate chip.
If you go to Infowars.com,
yes,
you'll see a bunch of their weird super male vitality caveman ads on the site.
Right.
Then you start going to other websites. You'll start seeing Infowars ads on those other sites. That's how adware works, essentially, or
Yes.
This service works.
Yes.
They have a bunch of spaces on tons of websites that they have affiliates. It's this really weird system.
Right.
But because you've gone to their site, to InfoWars, you'll now start seeing their ads.
Yeah, it's gonna pop up.
This is what's been taken away from him. Nothing else.
Oh.
No one is censoring him. No one's taking away his free speech.
No.
They're just saying you are now a wing of the Trump administration and you can't use our service, which is fair.
It is fair.
I do not stand up for him on the grounds of free speech.
But also, I think he's pretty much fine. I don't think they can even really do that.
You think he's fine?
I mean, with Citizens United, as long as he doesn't actually, I'm not even going to pretend I know what I'm talking about.
I can tell
Fuck
you
it.
this.
They probably didn't do it because it's a fake letter and he gets to play the victim. But maybe they did do it, and I don't know why, but fuck them.
Which, you know what, though, man? You're playing fast and loose, and what you need to realize is that there's real consequences for Alex, which he spells out in this clip.
I would hate
In
to.
Trump's volleys, echoes of Alex Jones conspiracy theories, the message that wasn't, and a turning point for fake news. This is all the New York Times coming out in the article saying it's time to restrict fake news. And a day after the New York Times comes out and says that, Alex Jones has $3.3 million of funding. That's what happened last year with AdRoll. Projected into next year, more than that, pulled so we can't start a Washington bureau, so that we can't hire more crew, so that we can't fight harder and expose these liars. When Nancy Pelosi gets up and says George W. Bush is still the president, and in the same press conference, Maxine Waters is so out of her mind, she thinks Russia attacked Korea.
He's still talking about that clip.
Yep.
But you get that? $3.3 million.
Yeah, he just threw that number out, and that sounds like that's a real number.
I think it's a real number.
I think that's a real number.
He lost $3.3 million this morning.
Fuck! That's a good day for all of us.
Can you imagine how fucking excited I was at work?
Yeah, you just jerked off. I see your face. You're jerking off right now.
I hate to engage in schadenfreude, but the reality is he's one of the worst people in the world.
Yes.
And this is not encroaching on his free speech.
Nope.
This is a business saying, well, you are no longer within the terms of our service.
Right.
So you're gone.
Yeah.
Now, he can paint it as they targeted me because of my affiliations and I'm a libertarian and blah, blah, blah. But no, I mean, unless one of the implied essential pieces of you being a libertarian is that you violate their service contract.
Yeah.
And then if it is, yeah, sure, okay.
You know what he needs to do?
What's that?
Get some of that foreign Mexico King money.
Some of that Carlos Slim money?
Oh, that's what you got to do.
Yeah. So he goes on.
You got to find your own foreign Mexico King.
The rest of this episode legitimately is him screaming about needing money.
Yes.
Doing tons of interviews because he can't handle filling time talking about news. So he has Jerome Corsi in Washington.
He's full on losing his shit.
Yeah.
He's broke.
Yeah.
He's fucking broke.
He might not have an angel investor.
Holy fuck.
Now, actually, I think there's two possibilities.
Okay.
Which we'll get to. I'll spell out some theories as we go along.
Excellent.
But I want to be clear. Jerome Corsi is out in Washington, D.C., and it really feels like he's pulling whoever is in the hall in to do an interview. Because he gets a former guy who was in the Senate to come in there and talk about how he's going to spill dirt on the Clintons.
Just a guy who was in the Senate,
apparently
not even a senator, just a guy who's hanging out.
Yeah, no, he was
He's an aide?
He keeps saying he was the vice chair of the subcommittee It doesn't really specify.
Don't you have to be a senator to be
He
the
was
vice
a senator.
chair? He was a senator.
He was an ex-senator.
Okay,
Yeah.
what's his name?
I don't remember.
I want to know his name.
No, I don't remember. He might mention it again, but then he gets like the guy who published Roger Stone's book in to have an interview, and it's all just such ass in tongue shit.
Right.
It's insane. They're all just like, you're being fucked, Alex.
They're all panicking.
Yeah.
They just lost $3.3 million.
Big time.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's fucking great.
Yeah. So this next clip is a really impassioned sales pitch.
What are they going to do? I don't know. They need that money. I don't know. That's $3.3 million gone from a budget.
Yeah. You know, one of the things that I'm
starting to think Rainbow Snatch is not going to be around for long.
They can't afford
I don't think they can afford Rainbow Snatch.
They can't afford that wig?
Nuh-uh.
One of the things that I think is implied in Alex's panic, because he's just pitching the entire show,
right,
is that I think he knows that a lot of traffic that he gets to his website and a lot of the traffic that he gets are bots. Like, I think he knows that, so he knows that there's a very limited base that he has to work from.
Okay.
That's kind of a feeling that I get.
Wow.
Because he's in, it's desperation mode.
Okay. Here's my theory.
Okay.
He's going to be fine.
Yeah, I know.
Russia.
Probably.
There's going to be an investor from Russia.
Alexander Dugin's going to give him a little call.
The Dukes got it down.
This might be the best news ever for Russia.
Yeah, now they fully own
Maybe
him.
Our eyes both just got wide. Did you just have the same thought I did?
I want to hear yours first.
Okay.
Do you want to say it at the same time?
Russia used Roger Stone to set up that New York Times article.
Oh, yes!
The New York Times article ended up putting Alex Jones in the hopper.
Yes.
And now his funding has fallen out. He needs funding. Russia comes in, invests in him. He is over a fucking barrel.
Wow. God damn it.
We're war games in this
This is
thing.
amazing. If that's not what happened, Russia should hire us. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. There are two things that we need to do right now. One, we need to be on MSNBC as Alex Jones experts.
Undoubtedly.
Two, we need to do some serious consulting for Russia on how they need to proceed with this this whole Alex Jones situation.
Now, that scenario I just laid out is one possibility.
Right.
I'm going to give you a second one. Alex is a fucking idiot. He's a horrible bigot.
Yeah.
And the people who work at AdSense or whatever, I don't remember the name of the AdRoll.
Yeah.
People who work there are like, is there any way we can not fuck with this guy anymore? And they're like, oh, shit, he's in breach of our contract. Let's get him out of here.
Awesome.
That's entirely possible, too.
Also, AdRoll needs to get letterhead. If they're sending
Seriously.
that letter the way it's sent, no. Get a letterhead. Be a business, AdRoll.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Yeah. So anyway, here's this clip. It's a fucking intense sales pitch that pivots. Now, normally what we see is him talking about something very serious, and that pivots into a commercial.
Right.
In this case, he's doing an ad, and then it pivots into a conspiracy theory about what happened to Milo the night before.
Excellent.
But please put it in your calendar, your digital calendar. Put it on your physical calendar to every month support InfoWars, to get a Hillary for President 2017 shirt, to get a Bill Clinton rape shirt. You know, they're saying, oh, we're mean, so we're not allowed to advertise our shirt.
Rape shirt?
Yeah, I'm shocked that you didn't react to that more immediately.
Get a Bill Clinton rape shirt.
Yeah.
Does that? Let's go through all the ways that could be taken.
Sure.
Is it a shirt?
Yeah.
That says Bill Clinton raped people?
Well, yeah, that's what
Is
it implies.
Is it a shirt that says you should rape Bill Clinton? Is a shirt that says that Bill Clinton, rape? Question mark.
It's a shirt with Bill Clinton raping a shirt on it. What it is?
It is a full. It's like the mirror room where it's just a shirt of Bill Clinton raping a shirt of a shirt of Bill Clinton raping a shirt.
What it is that Shepard Fairey Obama Hope shirt, but with rape.
That's really
yeah. Do you not know about?
That's not a. That's.
Do you
I
not
mean,
know
if that
about
weren't
Alex Jones' whole
if
campaign?
that weren't really really hateful, it's kind of a funny idea.
Do you not know about his whole campaign where he was telling people that if you got on the news,
right,
like if you photobombed the news and yelled Bill Clinton is a rapist and said Infowars.com, he would give you $5,000.
He actually said that?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I need $5,000.
So people started doing it.
No shit.
Yeah. So a couple people got on the news.
He just lost $3.3 million. How is he going to be able to pay that shit?
Well, I mean, I hope he's already paid those people out. But yeah, he.
All right.
So
he's looking up the ad roll situation. None of what he has said is on ad roll. So.
What are you talking about?
I mean, all of the stuff that they emailed him, it is completely mentioned
like
that.
The terms of service?
Yeah. None of that is on ad roll. So it is an interesting. Is this all a secret game plan to sell more shit?
It could
Does
be.
Is he just overstocked?
It could be. He could be having a fire sale. The thing is,
because if you're gonna have a going out of business sale and you're Alex Jones, fucking make up a lie.
Whoa.
Right?
So he's not ordering another shipment. That's
Caveman, not a big seller.
Oh, you know what I also discovered recently? You know how those there are those companies
that your bones can be turned into pills?
I did discover that recently. You know how there are those companies where you're supposed to order the product and sell it to your friends? Those pyramid schemes?
Multi-level marketing schemes.
They have
multi-level pyramid marketing schemes.
Infowars has one of those too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Yeah. So anyway,
can we do that?
No, we absolutely can't. Although we should. Caveman's a great product. Hey, everybody out there listening, I hope you enjoyed the podcast, but
listen,
really...
I can't begin to tell you how great my bones have become now that I'm eating other bones.
Just bones
my
on bones.
My bones are double bones now.
But, okay, so just to poke holes a tiny bit in your theory that maybe this is all like a facade or fake, listen to the intensity of his sales pitch.
Shopping cart with Make America Free Again hats and Made in America apparel, like Come and Take It. They're the ones on every major platform saying kill the president, have civil war, beating people up that go to demonstrations to support the president. I want to say something about Milo. I'm going to get into this later. Milo made his comments about being sexually abused when he was, quote, a boy or a teenager. And CPAC invited him knowing that so they could disinvite him and have a big stunt to begin all of these amazing attempted takedowns of civilization and society.
Now we're against CPAC.
And that's what they're doing. They're trying to set the precedent with bullying.
Holy shit.
To take down all the different groups and organizations that are actually defending our republic.
Now, between the two of us, we're just trading conspiracy theories with Alex Jones's clips.
Yeah. So wait, what's your theory on this one?
I have no theory on this one. I'm talking about how the last time we ended, or the last like 3 clips we ended, we immediately went into conspiracy theories.
Well, it's like,
and then he immediately goes into conspiracy theories.
This shit is getting so crazy now.
CPAC,
but to be fair,
sent the invitation,
right? But I want to say
only to send the disinvitation.
Yes,
that was their plan the whole time.
That's what Alex thinks.
God damn it, I love this.
Now, to be fair, Alex Jones is not a man who would defend CPAC in any other way.
Okay.
Like, he would be against them as establishment and the Soros Republicans or something like that.
That's all right. All right.
So he would say that they're the enemy as well.
Right.
So the idea
CPAC is rich fuckers, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So and it's Republican. So the idea that like he's making them out to be villains isn't too wild.
Right.
But the idea that they would invite Milo just to uninvite him in order to discredit him as the opening salvo in the takedown of the right-wing wacky news, which he claims is the takedown of civilization.
Right.
That's insane.
That's pretty insane.
Yeah.
That's a long game right there.
They
played a long-ass game.
A more likely game is they were like, oh, fuck, Milo's hot as shit right now.
Oh,
Let's
fuck,
get him.
Milo's a pedophile right now.
Oh, we blew it.
Yeah.
Like, I can't imagine how shitty Bill Maher must feel. Maybe not at all. He's an asshole.
No, he doesn't give a shit. But he got better ratings and he got more publicity. He doesn't give a fuck.
He's probably disappointed that he didn't have him on after.
I know! I bet he was thinking the next day, he was like, fuck! I nearly missed out on the best scoop of my fucking life.
And my ratings would have been through the fucking
Through
roof.
the fucking roof.
If Milo was...
Everybody would have hate watched the shit out of that show. I would have been unable to avoid clips of that show today.
Yeah.
Of people condemning Bill Maher. Oh, it turns out
there was plenty of that already.
He's an idiot opportunist, like we all fucking knew he was from the very beginning.
Yeah. Fuck that guy. Sad. So this next clip, he rambles a bit, where he actually sort of admits that it's cool if Russia infiltrates our government as long as bad people are in charge, which is weird. And then he gets into another impassioned sales pitch that involves some praying.
And
praying
it's the fact
for
that you
$3.3
push
million
so hard
from you
is
guys.
the reason people like Kurt Weldon, who knows all the secrets, folks, highest level, head of the committee.
That's the senator he was talking about, Kurt Weldon.
Oh, okay. Kurt Weldon.
Head of the committee.
He was not head of the committee.
He was vice chair of something, but again, Alex doesn't. He plays fast and loose with the details.
Right.
But he knows all about China.
Well, he's hopped up on that male vitality right now.
Super male vitality.
Only way he's going to get through this.
Oh, yeah.
Vice chair of Homeland Security, vice chair of Armed Services Committee. He knows everything about the Clintons and the Chinese. That's the big one. The Russians are, and it's not anti-Russian to expose this, but if they want to sit there, of course Russia infiltrated our government because we had traitors in it. Russia did its job.
Whoa, what?
The point is they respect Trump because they know the globalists can't buy him. You know about it. They're attacking his family. He is the most beautifully pig-headed person I've ever seen. And so here's the bottom line.
Wait. Did he just say it was fine if Russia infiltrated our government?
That's their job.
I think he just said it was fine if Russia infiltrated our government.
Because they had Obama in there.
Which is basically admitting that Russia infiltrated our government.
It's not basically admitting
He just said that Russia infiltrated our government.
And he's cool with it.
Isn't that bad?
But it's fine now because they respect Trump.
Aren't they at the very least supposed to pretend that Russia didn't infiltrate our government? Isn't that the party line?
He lost $3.3 million.
He lost $3.3 million. He's given up all the secrets now.
That's the big part of why I am so tickled.
Is he trying to extort Trump now? Is he going to give up all of the bullshit that he knows?
I think he's trying to entice the Russian investors that we were talking about. We were speculating about earlier. Hey, it's cool if they infiltrated the government because now they respect Trump. It's totally fine.
He can say that.
What?
He can say that it's cool.
This is when Alex was like, he didn't do that. But even if he did do that, it's totally fine to do that. That bullshit.
Cool that is that's fucking nuts.
He can say it, but I think him saying it will only make the case against him much stronger whenever people are like...
I think it makes the case against Trump so much stronger.
He talks to him on the phone a bunch.
Yeah. I think that basically means that Trump has told him...
Russians have infiltrated
our government. Or at the very least, Trump has told him, like, hey, man, I got all these Russian contracts.
What's great is they respect me.
Yeah. They're the only ones left.
Yeah. Also,
and they don't.
Also, if we take the letter that he got from Admiral seriously, him saying that Trump is the most beautiful pig-headed man he's ever seen, this might be why you're in trouble.
I, again, don't think that's a compliment.
No, pig-headed's kind of like, it's like stubborn. It's in that sort of ballpark.
No. I kind of understand that. But again... He's a beautiful pig-headed man. Pig-headed man.
It's on the cusp.
That's not a good. I don't. If you said I was a beautiful pig-headed man, that would not make me feel better.
But it also isn't within your character, so I would never describe you that way. You're an ugly pig-headed man.
Yes,
flipped it.
Easy targets.
All right, here. You ready to buy some product?
I am so ready.
Dr. Corsi's on fire. He's had 3 #1 New York Times best-selling lists. He worked at the highest levels with the State Department. And
he also was the guy who was behind the Swift Boat Veterans for Truth campaign that was fake news.
Fake news.
So, fuck him.
Banking and work with Trump. Why is...
Oh, he also wrote a book about how Obama's birth certificate wasn't real.
Great!
Fake news. news.
New York Times bestseller.
Yeah. You know what? Everything that's been a lie has been a bestseller.
That's a good point.
A Million Little Pieces was a bestseller.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you get a bestseller and you're a wildly discredited individual. If you're just shown publicly, definitively to be a liar and a propagandist, I don't care about your accomplishments anymore.
No. I mean, but also, like, good for you.
Yeah.
I haven't written a New York Times bestseller.
No, he's moved some product. I'm proud.
I should lie.
Yeah, we got to start lying.
We got to write a New York Times bestseller on how caveman works.
He, at his age, fighting so hard 7 days a week.
He's like, why is he at his age fighting so hard? And then he shows on the screen Jerome Corsi's fat, bloated fucking head. And he's just sitting there like, like he wants to talk and Alex won't let him talk. And
wait, he's actually on?
Yeah.
Jerome Corsi is on
Skype
right now.
Yeah. He's on
and
Skype.
Alex Jones is just talking
Won't
as
let him
this
talk.
dude is bummed out.
Yeah, won't let him talk. He's like, why do you think at his age he's still doing this? The reason is because he's been discredited by every other organization. Yeah. He can't get work anywhere else.
He's probably broke as fuck.
Yeah, and listen, no one would touch him. He can't,
in so many ways.
They complain about not getting White House credentials in another part of this, this episode. And first of all, they were really talking a big game about how they were going to get them before.
They really were.
And in this episode, Jerome Corsi's like, they're just stymining up the process, and they won't give me these credentials. There's no reason they shouldn't give me these credentials.
They're never going to give them those
There's
credentials.
plenty of reasons not to give you those credentials.
So many.
Anyway.
Although I would like to see I would love to see some Alex Jones questions in the press corps.
Have you tried caveman?
Excuse me, Mr. Trump. What are you going to do about the 11th dimensional beings?
That's way too tight.
That's a good point.
The question would take 5 minutes.
It would be both, what are you going to do about these 11th dimensional beings? Have you considered trying wearing a Bill Clinton rape shirt?
What you also missed is he would be like, I'm not going to ask this question. All right, I'm going to ask the question.
That's true. Yeah. You're right.
Right.
I missed out. I had a real opportunity there.
I also think he never lets Jerome talk in this clip.
Because he realizes, folks, we're in crisis, and we're starting to get a little bit of the initiative back, but we're still not winning.
Not anymore.
And listen, spread the article, spread the video, spread the link, spread them like your life depends on it, because it does.
Because your life depends on it, Alex
Buy
Jones.
our products directly from InfoWarsStore.com, because that's all the money. If you look, basically, because I have a bunch of different things that help bring in money. And that is right at the money. We have a little bit more that was in our budget for this year. That was the money. I told you I'm not going to even take a profit this year because my children's future is everything. It's not that money's bad. The point is that all I want's to win. And so I started expanding our operation 10 years ago when they tried to infiltrate us and shut us down when I had like 7 or 8 employees.
We're going back
how dare you try to shut me down. I'm going to go to the next level. We did it. And now I pledge before God and his son Christ, my Lord and Savior, that I am going to turn every bit of my will completely over to this. And I pray for God discernment and to lead God and direct me. And I'm going to ask the listeners to pray with us and to flood us with capital. So I'm not penny pinching with Dr. Corsi hours the last week on how to get a little office in D.C. and worrying about the bills. We shouldn't be worrying about the bills. There should be just tsunamis of money coming in here. And quite frankly, for media, it is tsunamis. But for what we need to do, it's not enough, okay? I need money to go after these people.
He fucking needs money.
This is pathetic.
Adroll really did lose him $3.3 million. There are no more conspiracy theories about that. He is fucked.
I still think the letter is fake.
He is going down. He wrote the letter because the actual email was like, dude, fuck off.
No, the actual email probably had details he couldn't refute.
Oh, that's a good point.
I imagine he
wrote.
spin
Yeah,
it.
he had. No, he wrote that email.
Also,
he
let
definitely
me
wrote that
this,
email
because I've forgotten already. But I believe that email. The sign-off is just a first name. It just says...
It's actually just Adroll.
It just says, thanks, Caroline.
Love...
There's no way.
And all my best, Adroll.
There's no way that some, like...
Caroline.
Any business, anybody who's in customer relations or anything like that has a email signature. They have like
At the very least, they would have a phone number.
They'd have a boilerplate kind of thing.
Yeah.
But yes, you are right. This is not fake.
He has lost a shit ton of
The
money.
letter's fake. Him being fucked is not.
He is fucked.
Yeah.
This is hilarious.
Now,
he's not going to stop doing the show.
No.
But we are going to see a skeleton crew of a man with an iPhone filming him.
Now, get
this is exciting.
Get this. I have one theory, and that is that a bunch of rubes are going to send him a bunch of money. So I think he's going to make a ton of money off this.
All right. The same way that, those fucking, the people who refuse to bake a cake got a shit ton of money
or
that very same
Chick-fil-A.
day. Yeah, or Chick-fil-A.
Yeah, all of these things tend to work that way. I think he realizes he has enough fucking idiots in his cult, and it's time to cull. It's time to. So I think he knows that I can get a lot of money out of these ding dongs.
Okay.
But then the second thing is, when this episode comes out, it's going to be Wednesday.
Right.
He had already planned that he was going to do a Reddit AMA.
Oh, shit.
So that's already going to be happening, but he's decided to expand it into a 13-hour live broadcast.
Oh, my fucking God.
Telethon for free speech.
Holy shit.
Because he's painting this as a free speech issue, and it is not.
No.
No.
It's very much not a free speech issue.
No.
This is a fucking I'm broke issue.
This is a Alex Jones gets hoisted on his own propaganda petard issue. This is insane.
This is insane.
So anyway, he's not.
But it is also insane to know that he was making an extra $3.3 million.
It's insane that he can continue to operate at all after losing $3.3 million.
I
But to be fair,
I assume that he didn't just. I assume they didn't take $3 million away from him that day.
The $3.3 million is what he projected to make from it this year.
Yeah.
And it's only February, so he better fucking have an nest egg.
Oh God, yeah.
But you understand why I'm so happy now. We're about to enter a weird period for Alex.
This is going to be a delight.
He might actually be fighting for his life.
He's going to do the last hour from here on out.
He might have to.
He's going to have to do the full 4
Can't
hours.
pay Rappaport?
Yeah. How many people is it? Okay.
He doesn't pay Rappaport.
Nobody pays Rappaport.
No. And no one puts him in the corner.
Nobody. Nope. I was about to say that. You son of a bitch.
Sorry.
You son of a bitch.
No one puts Batman in the corner.
Except for him, as long as it's a dark corner.
So I don't think I have a clip of this either.
In some young woman's bedroom.
Alex was yelling about how, like, I was going to add 25 more people around here. Fuck it. I'm adding 100. I lost 3 million people. I'm gonna hire 4 times the amount of people. He's like, I believe in God and providence.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's got Jesus on his side.
That argument makes me think that there is a secret investor.
Okay.
Like the confidence to hire more people in a downturn like this.
He's not gonna hire more people.
No, it is probably just bravado.
He is going to hire 0 more people now.
Anyway, this sales pitch goes on and it gets great.
Excellent.
And people ask, the New York Times is like, we want your affiliate list. We notice there's stations you don't list. And I go, yeah, because I tell the network, don't list our affiliates. Because all sorts of stuff goes on. I'll leave it at that. Not just boycotting, okay? I mean, straight up mafia racketeering crap, and our stations know it. A lot of our stations have us on a little bit and get threatened. They go, especially in the South, they go to hell. He's on prime time now. So it backfires a lot, too, when you threaten station owners' families. I mean, let's just get it out in the open, what we're dealing with here. And I'll tell all the bullies and all the mafia scum this. You want to fight? You better believe you got one, okay? So AdRoll blocks us off. We've got other systems as well. And they say, you are fake news. You are not allowed to have free speech. It says right here in the email this morning, we were projected to be over 5 million this year with this program, 3.3 last year after expenses. All content on your website should be relevant, they decide, accurate, informative, and up to date. Any claims should be easily verifiable. We are not able to promote websites that intentionally misrepresent. No judge, no jury. They just claim and just say, I'm worthless, I'm bad. Their businesses or use any tactic to falsely enhance reputation or misrepresent actual offerings. Really? I mean, we have on third-party sites 4.9 reviews, tens of thousands of them. I mean, we're just loved everywhere. The president calls me. I talk to the
president calls me.
You just accidentally said the thing that's the problem. If that letter
No, I think the real thing that was the problem is that they wanted easily verifiable claims, and he has 0 verifiable claims.
And if you go back and listen to the episodes that we've done already, we have verifiable evidence that he's a liar.
Yeah.
And consistently lies.
Yeah.
Everything is a lie.
None of even if he was a Trump campaign arm, as long as he was referencing verifiable facts, I think they would have been fine with it.
Well, no, because of that.
Because at this point, Fox News is fucking a Trump campaign arm.
No, but because of that sentence implies affiliation.
Right.
That's important, and he never reads that from that letter. Fox News, as much as they are like a propaganda wing, they don't pretend that they're friends with the president.
I mean, they have what's his fuck? Sean Hannity.
Yeah, but he still doesn't talk all the time on his show about how he calls Trump and shit like that.
That's true.
Alex Jones has crossed a line in terms of what he's presenting.
I also like the... Do you think Trump calls him all the time?
No.
Not all the time, but it seems like Trump calls him often enough.
Yeah, they probably talk a little bit, but then now...
Trump calls him.
Yeah.
Probably at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
In front of the switchboard.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, hey, man, who should I talk to? Do you have any listeners who are willing to call me at 2 in the morning?
Hey, you got Nugent's phone number?
I bet Trump wants to meet Nugent all the time.
Oh, yeah, that was the other thing that during the Nugent interview that they kept talking about. Like, Alex is like, I mean, we're rebels. We got rock and roller Ted Nugent here. Like, nah.
Yeah, nobody more rebellious than 85-year-old Ted fucking Nugent.
With a weird fucking gray soul patch.
Yeah. It's always a good time for a gray soul patch.
Anyway, this isn't done.
President. I got award-winning journalist on. I just had a former head of the Homeland Security Committee on.
What awards?
New York Times bestseller, Jerome Corsi.
That's not an award.
He has.
That's a fucking numerical response.
Yeah.
Nobody.
No.
For Homeland.
He did have Seymour Hersh on.
Okay.
Conspicuous in his absence of guests that he's listing is notorious social justice warrior Rainbow Snatch.
Although I would give her a comedy award.
Can you believe that
we're changing the world? We just put the president in. You, the listeners and viewers, did. And I know for a fact the other big news sites aren't contracting in viewership and readership. I'm not going to say their names. I love them. They're all in trouble.
Breitbart.
Except for us and one other. And I'm in talks with them to basically merge. Because we've got to get big or be destroyed here, ladies and gentlemen.
Holy shit.
And they are cutting the money out. And they won't even let Breitbart have an app, folks, after they paid for it years later. The same stuff's happening to us. So we just basically, imagine we're a ship. We just got hit by, a huge 50-millimeter shell, okay? So just understand, it's a big fire on the deck. We're going to make it through this and get stronger. But I don't want to spend all my time crawling around just trying to raise capital. We need everybody to get products they need. There's thousands of great items at InfoWarsStore.com. Go there. Sign up for vitamins. Sign up for minerals. Sign up for supplements. Sign up for auto ship. And there may come a time when they shut all that down. I'm going to be up here every day saying, you want to hear this show? Send me a donation, because that's what this comes down to. That's where this country is, and that's where this world is. I'm going back to Dr. Corsi here in a minute, but I'm going to tell you right now. Help defend InfoWars and get our Silver Bullet colloidal silver that now just came back in stock after 3 months of being sold out.
He doesn't talk to Jerome Corsi. He just talks about colloidal silver for like 5 minutes.
By the way, Breitbart has an app.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
So does InfoWars.
Yep.
They haven't been censored from anything.
Nope.
It's all bullshit. It's that same thing that he was saying. It's like, oh, I was on Rogan. It's the most popular podcast ever. They took it down. And then, like, you can just go and find it. It's there.
Yeah, they did not take that one down.
You can't Google search it. Yes, you can.
Easily.
Yeah.
You put it into Google.
Yeah.
Have you ever done a Google search? You can do that.
Why do they call us fake news?
Because you're lying.
Yeah.
And
maybe,
disseminating fake news. Who are they merging with?
I think it can't be Breitbart, because that would have weird conflicts with the White House.
Right.
I think it has to be Drudge.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So, but Drudge is just an aggregator, right?
Mostly, yeah. There is some original content on there, but it is largely posting links to InfoWars and stuff like that.
And then who's the other? So then he mentioned one other who was taken off. Breitbart was taken off Admiral?
No, that wasn't what he was saying.
See, he mentioned a couple of names, and they said Admiral was coming after us and one other. And he wouldn't mention the name.
I don't know. But he's also saying that these people's audience aren't contracting, and he knows that.
Right. Which is the opposite of the narrative that he likes to spin.
But it's also because there's so much fake traffic. Like, you can have millions of hits to your website a day, but if you look at the actual analytics of it and you look at unique viewers, it's totally different.
Really?
Like, if you go to their Quantcast and you look at the numbers versus unique visitors, and it's true of even when I've had blogs.
You said that it was a third. A third was fake, right?
Well, no, that's Twitter followers.
Oh, that's Twitter followers.
And it was like between 20% and a third.
Yeah.
I don't remember the exact number, but it's in there. Because I don't remember which was Prison Planet and which was Alex Jones's personal Twitter.
Wow.
So yeah, but even if that's just Twitter,
right?
If you go to actual websites and the traffic that you're getting, you can set up bots to artificially inflate traffic.
Yeah, of course.
And I have no doubt in my mind that a lot of these right-wing sites are doing stuff like that.
Of course.
Although Alex would say he's not right-wing, but that's a whole nother dilemma for another day.
He's Trump-wing.
Yeah.
Because yeah, there is no right wing anymore. There's Trump wing, and then there's reality.
Yeah.
That's all there is.
So we have a couple more clips.
And then there's Democrats who are
He has an interview on this show with a guy who claims to be one of the most important intelligence operators in the world.
Oh, I bet he is.
His name is Robert Steele, and we're going to get to his interview. But before we do...
Everybody has a great fucking name. Rob Steele?
His name is actually Robert David Steele.
3 names?
Rob
he's
Steele is better.
He's going to kill the president?
Rob Steele is way better. So he is
Rob and Steele is way better.
He's a weird dude, and his interview is scary as hell. But before we get to that, I want to take a little opportunity to introduce you to another gentleman who is a member of Alex Jones's team.
Okay.
He is a gentleman by the name of Mark Dice.
It's a pastel snatch.
We've talked about Mark Dice in passing in the past, and I think it's
Mark Dice Clay.
More or less.
Yeah.
I think it's time that we meet him.
Okay.
This is a clip. This is a show.
And he comes through the door right now, ladies and... No, okay.
He is insane.
Oh. If you're there now... with what we deal with, if you specifically single him out for being insane, we're going to get wild.
Now, I want to say a few things. They take at least 5 minutes to play a Mark Dice segment in the middle of this We Need Money show, which is wild.
Yes.
But then also, I did a little looking into it, and Mark Dice worked for InfoWars a ways back.
Okay.
Then he and Alex Jones had a falling out.
Okay.
And he started his own YouTube channel where he was mocking Alex Jones consistently.
Oh, no!
He started...
Are we watching a full-on professional wrestling reconciliation? Is that what's happening right now?
This is Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn coming back together.
Okay.
Because he now works for InfoWars again.
Oh, my God.
They squashed the beef, and now they're working together again.
Okay.
And Mark Dice, more or less, he does a couple other things. He sometimes does really snarky reports, but a lot of what he does is jaywalking. He does a lot of like that.
Oh, he does the man on the street. Look how dumb people are. Yeah, that whole thing.
And the implied thing is that they're all liberals, and look how fucking stupid liberals are.
Of course.
I'm going to play...
Boy, I hate it whenever we are so fucking stupid.
I'm going to play a little sample of his gotcha journalism out on the street. And now keep in mind, if you're watching the video, all but the last person he talks to in this clip, who we might not even get to, are all trying to walk away from him.
Foreign and domestic.
Which means
it's Alex.
Which means that not all liberals are dumb.
Yeah.
Jones.
What country is Mount Rushmore located in?
I don't know.
Are you an American?
Yeah.
American. Okay, I'm gonna have to revoke your citizenship.
Okay.
Fuck you.
Where is Trump Tower located?
I don't know.
You don't know? Where's Donald Trump from? Where does he live?
I don't know where he lives.
Just generally, where does he live?
I have no idea.
If you could tell Donald Trump something about your tampons, what would you say to him?
So,
if you could tell Donald Trump something about your tampons, what would you say to him?
So, but
that is Dear God, it's me, Margaret. Isn't that what that is?
I think so.
I think so.
So he's out at a beach just asking people questions who are walking around on the beach. But one of his big gotcha journalism styles is he'll pretend that Trump is doing something really bad and be like, "You're so gullible, you believe."
Good evening, Zach. I am doing well, thank you. I hope you're also doing well. It's past midnight here, so it's now Thursday. But I have Thursday off work, so I'm very happily hanging out with my kitty cat. And I'm working on 2 kitty cats, double kitty. We have been blessed, double cat. You can't really see it on the. But this here is Don Gato. And then Brain. We are listening to the pod. I am drawing the hologram machine going bug wild. I'm also cooking a delicious onion soup for me to eat later. If anyone has ever made French onion soup, I highly recommend it as like a very cheap and easy meal. And you don't have to do it like all perfect and like fancy. It's the only ingredients you need is an onion and some broth or some kind of stock or something. I just have some powdered shit and made some, threw some mushrooms in there to make some kind of vegetable stock. You caramelize the onions, you throw the stock in, you let it soup, and you eat it with some cheese and some bread somehow, whatever kind of cheese, whatever kind of bread. And it's really good. And it's super cheap. Super, super cheap. And very filling and great. So anyway, let's listen to the pod a little more. I'm kind of bouncing back and forth. Enjoy the double kitty action. He's sitting right on my drawing pad. So that's going to be a problem. He likes to sit right on top of the drawing pad. And then I'm unable to use the drawing pad. However, right now I'm doing a lot of mouse work. And I don't need the drawing pad for that. So maybe we'll be okay. Little buddy.
To me. And so this was him talking to a girl that Trump signed an executive order to get rid of tampons.
That's not gullibility.
No.
That's the world we live in now. There are 0 things you could tell me about Trump where I would be like, where I would not entertain the possibility.
Right. But he told this girl that Trump is trying to outlaw tampons. Now, he's playing this in his sizzle reel of how stupid people are.
Right.
Listen to her response.
They're definitely a necessity. They're not something that needs to be banned at all. I don't know for sure, but I don't think he would use an executive order to ban tampons because, one, that just sounds preposterous to me because they're kind of a necessity. They're not a luxury at all. And I can tell you that from many, many years of experience that there's nothing luxurious about having your period and needing to use a tampon.
What's being made fun of there?
What does he have a response to that?
No. And that's
why did he put that in the clip?
That's not even
That's actually really good advocacy.
Yeah.
Like, she did a great fucking job. Maybe he snuck that clip in there because he agrees with her.
Maybe he never wanted to. Maybe he never stopped wanting to take Alex Jones down.
Oh my God!
Dice is on the inside.
Why have we become the main conspiracy theorists on this fucking podcast? Have we lost our minds?
Jordan, the worm has turned.
It's all backwards.
The hunter has become the hunted.
Now Alex Jones is asking for listeners, and we're spouting conspiracy theorists. This has all gone tits up.
Yeah, and tomorrow's episode is undoubtedly going to be just clips of our show.
God. She makes a really great point, and that's not
But how bad of like man on the street shit is that?
Yeah.
There's no punch. There's no like, aha, you're an idiot. It was just he introduced the idea that Trump was going to ban tampons, and she said, I think that sounds preposterous. I don't really believe that that's what's going to happen, but I will say that it's not luxurious to have your period.
Yeah.
I've had my period for a really long time.
That's like if the question of, like, where does Trump live, it was actually answered by, well, so far, Trump seems to have many different living locations, and it seems like even though he's supposed to live in the White House, he's rarely there. It's also maybe he lives in New York. Was he born in New York? Probably, but I don't know. He spends a lot of time in Mar-a-Lago.
Now you're answering
Who
that question
and what
with sad
are we?
piano underneath
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Yeah. Let's see. I think he has some more. Also, he confronts somebody.
What country is Mount Rushmore in? America?
Her answer,
Idiot!
Well, her answer was,
the country is North Dakota, moron.
She says she doesn't know, but she looks high as shit. She's trying to have a nice day on the beach. You fucking coming up with your cameras and shit. Blowing the buzz.
You might have seen the Donald Trump kids are big hunters. They go on these hunting trips just for fun and kill these poor animals. So now, just getting people's reactions to Donald Trump's kids now killing the Triceratops in Africa on a hunting expedition.
Okay, so honestly, my opinion is I think they're just getting away with a lot for the simple fact that they're Donald Trump's children.
So he cornered.
So again, even though he said Triceratops, she had the absolute correct answer.
And, the Trump kids do kill a lot of wild game, weirdly.
Yeah, it might as well. Like, if I was asked that question, I wouldn't immediately stop and go, Triceratops aren't real.
Yeah. To the bigger issue, I would say that blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
But
you are clearly making an exaggeration, and I'm going to give you a response instead of engaging with your dumbassness.
But this lady is dumb, and she's clearly like a wannabe actress. She's like grabbing the mic from him and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah?
She's just dumb and going along with it for like being on camera.
Aw.
Which is fine, but it's still, it doesn't end up being funny at all.
No.
It's not like a boom, gotcha. All it is you don't know Triceratops aren't real.
Again, Triceratops are real.
Nah, Eddie
they're
Bravo.
just not now.
Eddie Bravo told me they aren't.
Okay, that's a good point.
So this next clip.
If Eddie Bravo says it, 1, I don't think it's true, but 2, I think he has a good heart.
Now, this next clip is the beginning of this interview with Rob Steele. And this is a really short clip where Alex makes...
He has to have committed burglary at least once.
Like
that's
nice B&E.
nominative determinism, right?
Yeah, probably.
He has robbed or stolen something.
I didn't even think of that.
How did you not think of that? That's the only thing I've been thinking about every time you said his name.
Because his name, the S-T-E-E-L-E, Rob Steele to me is more like superhero-ish. Like to me, that's a alter ego.
Rob Steele, man.
Yeah. So this clip is really short, and Alex makes a wild exaggeration about the situation he's in.
Okay.
Now, this all broke this morning. We don't even have articles out on this yet, okay? But Robert David Steele joins us. I want to get his take on where we are and what's currently happening. But people need to understand this is the most serious censorship since the Civil War in this country.
Bold.
Okay. All right.
I'm not even going to try and argue with that.
The most serious censorship since the Civil War in this country. You know what?
What about...
I would actually argue the most serious censorship
Two Live Crew?
Was
Chipper Gore shit?
Milli Vanilli not being allowed to have a career.
Girl, you know it's true.
Girl, you know it's true. Triceratops are real.
Yeah.
Whenever FDR refused to mention that it was specifically the Japanese that he was putting in internment camps, the order that he wrote never once mentioned Japanese people.
Okay, well, that's selective truth, not censorship.
You're right. That's a good point.
This is censorship being forced
I was
upon
just trying
somebody.
really hard to
Two
find
Live Crew.
any kind of... It was Two Live Crew.
Two Live Crew.
You're right.
They got banned in the USA.
Look,
I was Banned in the USA. That's a great song.
What about Lenny Bruce?
Sure.
I would go with Lenny Bruce. Wouldn't you go with Lenny Bruce?
Steve-O, when he got in trouble for stapling his balls to his leg.
He should get in trouble for stapling. Although, at the same time, wasn't he already in trouble enough?
Yeah, he was in deep trouble. He was doing fucking PCP on video and selling it. We and my buddies...
PCP is actually made of bones. Did you know that?
I didn't.
Yeah?
Me and my buddies actually bought that DVD from a late-night infomercial. It was called PCP Saved My Life. It was nuts. But not as nuts as this next clip.
Bath salt saved my face.
So this is just this Robert Steele talking.
Rob Steele.
I generally don't include interviews on the show.
Right.
But some of the stuff that this guy is...
Unless it's Jerome Corsi not being allowed to speak.
Yeah. Some of the stuff that this guy is saying is incredibly scary, and I think it's actually really what this is all about.
Well, Alex, you're my hero. I think you're one of the best of the alternative media sites, and frankly, I wouldn't be popular anywhere if it hadn't been for you. So thank you.
No, thank you.
That is scary.
I'll give you two names, Brendan Sullivan and Daniel Sheehan. I think you should reach out to both of them because this is the single greatest threat to American democracy since Congress abdicated its constitutional role to control the power of the purse and war.
Alex
Jones. There is a certain amount of that is kind of true whenever they have not yet authorized any actual war, and yet we've still fought a lot of wars, and they've been okay with the executive branch doing that.
No, I agree that that's a problem.
That is a problem.
But Alex Jones losing a sponsor is not the biggest threat to democracy since that.
I would say no.
Yeah.
This is, without question, an unconstitutional, illegal action. And, Alex, I would be thrilled if you got Brendan Sullivan and Danny Sheehan on your side and led a full court
Sure,
press.
tell folks who those are. There's a lot of people that have been warning about all this, and now it's happening.
Well, Brendan Sullivan is the I'm not the potted plant guy who defended Oliver North.
That's not a
Brendan
good
Sullivan
credit.
is probably the single greatest lawyer still working in Washington, D.C. Daniel Sheehan is the Ellsberg lawyer. I reviewed his book, The People's Advocate. Danny Sheehan is one of the greatest lawyers on the planet.
So you get two lawyers.
So wait, now we've got two the greatest lawyers on the planet.
Yeah, but one of them defended the guy from the Vietnam papers, right?
Oh.
Wasn't that Ellsberg's thing?
Yeah.
So you got that guy.
That's good.
And then the guy who defended Ollie North.
Less good.
Very different.
Less good.
Very different.
That's like the guy who defended OJ and the guy who defended Dave from IT, who is now officially our punching bag.
Yeah, he's a character.
He is our the whatever it was, Bob the punching dummy.
Also, I have a new segment.
Okay.
We don't have time for it now, but
all right.
I just want you to know.
Are you teasing a segment and then saying we're not going to do it?
I'm just saying.
We're immediately going to do it, right?
No.
Oh,
we're not.
okay.
This is not an Alex Jones fake out.
Okay.
I came up with a segment, and we're going to do it next episode.
Okay,
I'm
all right.
thrilled for it.
All right.
Get excited for that, listeners. Anyway, this guy goes on. But seriously, those lawyers, their credits could not be further apart.
No, not good.
And he is deeply committed to First Amendment rights.
Absolutely.
So,
and they're going to argue we have terms of service, but they just can't take some fake list that the Washington Post admits is fake and then apply it and then ban me and say I'm not a human and put me in some electronic ghetto.
AdRoll is a failing company. They laid off 500 people in December.
So they flash up on screen an article from Fortune magazine,
right,
when he says this to add credence to his claim that they laid off 500 people and AdRoll is a failing company.
Yes.
I'd like to read to you from this December 7th, 2016 article from Fortune magazine.
I love it when you read contradictory information.
AdRoll has laid off around 29 employees. Fortune has learned. CEO Aaron Bell provided the following statement. During our annual planning process, we made prioritization decisions to focus on the growth areas that we're most excited about. This led to a small number of roles being eliminated. We also opened up other new roles, and there was no personal impact on R&D. We saw record-breaking revenue in 2016, and these changes will support our ambitious growth plans for 2017 and beyond. Where did that 500 number come from? A little bit later in the article, Adderall has around 500 employees.
So they laid off their entire business, according to Rob Steele.
Rob Steele, not big on the details.
Not big on the details.
He says he's one of the most important intelligence operatives in the world. He can't even read a 3-paragraph article.
Not good at intelligence.
Fucking liar. Whenever they're complaining about being fake news, this is why. This is why. You flashed that article on the screen when you were lying about it.
How long did they leave the article up? Did they leave it up long enough for you to read all 3 paragraphs?
Long enough for me to see it. It's like,
that's basically admitting that my viewership can't read.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, do you not think someone's paying attention? I am.
I think, okay, maybe we're the only people paying attention.
Again, this
is a new conspiracy theory for us.
No, we've already speculated.
That's a good point.
It's just bots.
No one else watches Alex Jones.
Yeah, it's all bots.
There are 0 Alex Jones listeners, and yet somehow we have some downloads on this show.
Yeah. So
all Alex Jones bots.
To be fair, if Alex Jones, no one was listening to him, this podcast is still fascinating. Using him as source material.
Now we're just we just have a live video feed from a dude in an insane asylum.
That is what Alex lives in his head.
That's a good point.
Anyway, we're about to get to what I think this clip is really scary.
Okay.
They're a crap company, okay? They do whatever Google tells them to do. And behind Google is Eric Schmidt.
So this
and
is
behind
Google.
Eric Schmidt is the Clinton Foundation and George Soros, and behind them are the Rothschilds.
George Soros,
what is
everybody
happening
drink.
right now is that we need a new internet. We need to bury Google, Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Steam it is a good start. I personally have never taken ads on my website, in part because I rely on donations, and I'm much smaller than you are, Alex. But I think this is war. And Trump, unfortunately, is having all of his people being stripped away from him, and he still doesn't get it. He needs an Electoral Reform Act, and he needs a Trump channel. And you and I have talked about the Trump channel, and you should certainly be a critical part of the Trump channel. But I want to bury Twitter, Facebook, Google, and YouTube, and I want to do it in the next 90 days with a blockchain technology that Donald Trump could roll out with Brad Parscale overnight.
Now, when you're
holy fucking shit,
when you're complaining about censorship, and then you're advocating a Trump channel and destroying the internet,
and
you're not on solid ground.
The scarier part was the elector reform thing.
Yeah,
because that's got the you know how much Mugabe ran a dictatorship.
Oh, did you hear what he said recently?
I mean, more a democracy, but somehow he won 97% of the vote.
Did you see that?
All great dictators win 97% of the vote.
Did you see Mugabe gave a shout out to Trump recently?
Oh my God, great, fucking great.
Yeah,
I love it. The Trump channel. Now, do you think so? The theory behind Trump's actual campaign was that what he was really going for was a Trump news network that Jared Kushner would run.
Yeah.
So do you think they're still trying to put that together?
Well, doesn't Kushner run the New York Post or whatever? Doesn't he have his own paper?
I don't think he has. He's a real estate magnate.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure he owns a paper.
Really?
I'm not entirely sure. I don't know all the details.
Oh, we're fucked.
I shouldn't speculate. I believe I've read that somewhere.
All right.
I don't know all the details. We're not fake news. I'm not claiming that.
Yeah.
I'll look it up.
Okay, so we've got the Trump channel, which if he was going to merge with somebody, wouldn't you want him to find out whether or not there was a Trump channel that he could merge with? This is actually a possibility, right?
Yeah.
And if it is a possibility, then that's state-run media. And if we have state-run media, it's fucking over.
Yeah.
Isn't that what happens? Like that's Brazil. Brazil has state-run media.
Jared Kushner owns the New York Observer.
Isn't that like
I don't know.
Two men found Bigfoot, and they had a child with him.
It might be. I don't know what the New York Observer is. I don't know if it's a paper of record or credible at all. But
all I know is that they fucking watch shit.
But I'm glad that I didn't just make up out of whole cloth that he owned something. I apologize that I said it was the New York Post.
That is good.
But it still had New York in the name.
Yeah.
Yes. The idea that he's going to merge with some other propagandist arm and create the Trump channel, which I think is what they were talking about earlier in the episode, is one of the scariest possibilities ever.
That's for real terrifying.
Yeah.
Wow. We're fucked.
We are. And that's
Russia. That's Russia.
For all my glee.
Who is going to back the fucking Trump channel?
Wait. What are you asking me?
Russia.
Through Roger Stone. Our conspiracy theory from earlier is coming full circle.
$3.3 million lost, but who's going to make up that? The Trump channel.
In
the
billions.
Trump channel, who is going to finance that? Putin's non-existent money.
Rosneft.
Do what?
All that oil money from Russia.
That's a good point.
Carter Page is going to shoot it over.
Is this? I've never gone from glee to utter and abject terror so fast.
Well, here's what's interesting
I
for
was
me.
so happy that we're losing $3.3 million, and now I know there's a state-run media coming.
What's great?
Why did you break my heart?
Now, let me try and cheer you back up.
Okay.
So it is delightful, Alex Jones being in panic mode.
Yes.
It's so fun, and I don't think he's going to get out of it for a while.
No. So, we're here. At the very least, tomorrow is going to be batshit insane.
And it's going to be 13 hours episode.
How is it?
I'm going to be watching all of it.
You told
we might
me
have to have
earlier.
an emergency episode.
You told me earlier that you were going to do a full, I got to take a day off. I'm going to have to watch this from start to finish.
I'm going to take a full day on.
Eventually, you, I'm going to come in here tomorrow afternoon, and you are just going to be naked writing your name in shit on the wall.
No, I've got therapy tomorrow night. Friday, though.
Fair enough.
Friday.
Fair enough.
Shit on the wall. So the what I want to say to cheer you up is that this state-run media shit is so obvious.
Yeah.
And we are on the ground floor against it.
We're hipsters against state-run media.
We stand to gain the most out of this.
Your naked self-interest is delightful.
Not naked self-interest. I don't mean gain monetarily or anything like that. What we're doing...
Yeah. Weird.
It's still
this
fun.
This is bad, right?
It's
us being important is the worst thing I can think about.
It's a little scary, but the way we do this is so fun, and it's so easy. It's like a hot knife through butter.
God, I wish AdRoll just gave us that $3.3 million.
That would be a great fuck you.
Yeah. So megalomaniacal right now.
No, but think about what happens to people who do what we're doing in Russia.
Yeah.
They die.
Oh my God. If we look.
I'm not saying we're gonna.
Do you remember the journalist who in her home was shot in the face 20 times?
On Putin's birthday?
On Putin's birthday, which is both if it wasn't real, that's cute. That's a fun little, if that was in a TV show, part of you would be like, oh.
Again, that's wagging dick. That's Putin being like,
yeah,
suck
exactly.
It, suck
yeah,
it.
yeah. That's The Wire. That's Avon Barksdale getting taken down.
Yeah.
But the idea that we might be in your fucking apartment and shot to death, if I'm going to die, that's the only way I want to die.
For sure.
Only way I want to die.
Now, let's just bring this back into reality.
Yes.
This hasn't happened yet, the state-run media thing. There's just the kernels of it here in this episode.
Yes.
We're not really in danger. We're not paranoid to the point where it's we think this is real.
No matter how many conspiracy theories we just made up in the past hour, we are not paranoid.
But worst case scenario, this shit gets really dark really fast.
Yeah.
And we will be here documenting
Worst case scenario? Frankly, best case scenario is that this gets dark.
For whom?
Just dark? That's fine.
Anyway, this last clip I want to play is more from the Robert Steele interview, where Alex keeps trying to get Robert Steele to talk about how shitty Alex's situation is. All he wants to talk about...
This is the two of them in a bar and the bartender being like, what's wrong, man?
All Alex wants to do is talk about, like, I lost $3.3 million. Everyone's trying to censor me. And Robert Steele is like, will not stop repeating, you need to get lawyers.
In Alex Jones's defense, if I just lost $3.3 million, holy shit, that's all I would be able to talk about.
If I lost $3.3 million, David Knight is hosting. Like, I'm taking the day off.
That's a good point. He should have taken the fucking day off.
Should have gotten drunk.
He should be fucking wasted right now.
Yeah. So this dude just...
I mean, well, he is fucking wasted right now. He should have been wasted at about 10 in the morning.
Yeah. Steele just keeps telling him to lawyer up.
Lawyer up. To do what?
To fucking take the fight to the establishment.
To the Supreme Court?
Yeah. Take the fight to Google, I guess.
To Google.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you're going to win a fight against Google.
But that's another thing. If he does end up taking this guy's advice, shit's going to get wild.
Frankly, if he fights against Google, I wouldn't be surprised if he died on Google's fucking birthday.
So anyway, he does the. I don't remember exactly what else is fucked up about this clip, but it's fucked up.
But the problem is, you are our natural leader, and I really respect everything you have done for all of us.
Woof.
But on this one, I think you really need to think very deeply about reaching out to Brendan Sullivan and Danny Sheehan.
No, listen, I know that I need to sue some people now because for everybody...
No, you do need to sue them, and you need to get these two lawyers this week.
I know I'm not a litigious person, but when they just say, we say you're fake, and we've got a Washington Post list that they admit was a fake list, and so now you signed a contract, we worked with you for years, and now we're not going to work with you. If they just said we're not going to work with you, fine, but they said, no, you're fake, you're a fraud.
You are a propagandist.
Yeah. I wouldn't say you to be a fraud. No, he's a fraud. Never mind.
Fraud. So we're not going to work with you. When I just had the former vice head of the Homeland Security and Armed Services Committees on saying they threatened my family 10 years ago and I didn't speak out, well, I'm taking the gloves off now and exposing the Clintons as communist Chinese and Russian agents. That's not fake news. That's Pulitzer Prize level stuff. I mean,
oh, my God.
It's also not.
If there is a Trump news network, Alex Jones will win all of the Pulitzer Prizes.
Yeah, and he'll get a Hugo Award.
Oh, God, yeah.
Because, science fiction is just the dreams of man.
It's just the dreams of men, which we did not even talk about. I listened to the past episode, and I was like, wait, how did we skip that shit?
Because we both just laughed.
That's true.
So this isn't dumb, but seriously, like, just having a guy on who, by the way, we all know how hard it is to get voted out of the Senate, and this guy managed to do that.
Yeah.
So he's not great.
Also,
but also
is Rob Steele currently sucking Alex Jones's dick?
No, he's on Skype.
Oh, he's on Skype.
Yeah.
So he's got a dildo that's shaped like Alex Jones's dick.
Bingo.
And he's putting it in and out of his mouth while he speaks.
You're our natural leader. So, but like having a guy on Skype sitting with Jerome Corsi in an office telling you that the Chinese are involved with Hillary Clinton, which is something you've said 100 times on your own show already.
Yeah.
And then that guy vaguely insinuate that his family was threatened, but give no evidence that actually happened. That's not Pulitzer Prize winning journalism. And I know from my experience with Alex Jones and InfoWars,
winning a Pulitzer Prize.
No, he's never going to get to the details of that story. He's going to leave it as this guy came on my show and said his family was threatened, and that becomes enough for the story to be real.
Was that guy's family threatened with polonium poisoning?
Like Roger Stone?
Like Roger Stone. It's everywhere, man.
Yeah, man.
It's all around us.
Yeah.
Polonium? I don't even know if I'm not poisoned with it right now.
I probably am.
I know.
You might just be sleepy or
polonium poisoning.
Mm-hmm.
I have a pimple.
What do you make of that stuff with Kurt Weldon?
You're right where WikiLeaks was when PayPal cut them off without any legal due process whatsoever.
Exactly.
Okay?
Which is not a thing
they have to have. That's what's happening to you now. Now, there's a three-part...
And if I don't fight back, it's going to be everything next. Exactly.
There's three ways you fight back. Way number one is you get Brendan Sullivan and Danny Sheehan, and you create the legal dream team. You go O.J. Simpson on steroids, and you make these people hurt.
purple people.
O.J. Simpson already took steroids.
Right, but
let's stay right where we are there.
But also, let's unpack that.
You make those purple people hurt. Make those purple people hurt. That was a brilliant little misspeak.
Yes. O.J. Simpson murdered
with polonium poisoning.
Like Roger Stone?
Like Roger Stone. It's everywhere, man.
Yeah, man.
It's all around us.
Yeah.
Polonium? I don't even know if I'm not poisoned with it right now.
I probably am.
I know.
You might just be sleepy or
polonium poisoning.
Mm-hmm.
I have a pimple.
What do you make of that stuff with Kurt Weldon?
You're right where WikiLeaks was when PayPal cut them off without any legal due process whatsoever.
Exactly.
Okay?
Which is not a thing they have to have.
That's what's happening to you now. Now, there's a three-part...
And if I don't fight back, it's going to be everything next. Exactly.
There's three ways you fight back. Way number one is you get Brendan Sullivan and Danny Sheehan, and you create the legal dream team. You go O.J. Simpson on steroids, and you make these purple people hurt.
O.J. Simpson already took steroids.
Right, but...
Let's stay right where we are there.
But also, let's unpack this. O.J. Simpson murdered 2 people and hired lawyers to cover it up.
Yeah.
So don't use that metaphor when...
Allegedly murdered 2 people.
Yeah.
It was not proven in court.
All right. But anyway...
I wish all of a sudden everybody found out that I'm an OJ apologist or something.
You're a Sandy Hook truther.
I'm a Sandy Hook truther. No!
OJ denier, Holocaust denier.
No!
It's because you're pig-headed.
I am. I'm a beautifully pig-headed man.
But yeah, like, don't use that metaphor.
No.
Don't you, like, the dream team, if you want to say that.
At the very least, get Cochran.
Or talk about Dominique Wilkins.
That
You know? Better dream team. I really hope he was on the dream team. I've forgotten the 94 lineup.
You get judgments against them in every state that cuts them off.
No, I agree. It's a battle to expose fake news. Well, the Washington Post had to retract a few months ago their fake news list because a lawsuit was filed. And then they backed off.
Alex, you have got to get me in front of Donald Trump and Steve Bannon. We have got to.
I missed a call just yesterday. It's not like I talk to Trump all the time. We'll be back.
Hell, there it was.
That might be
that
what this is about.
It.
That might be what this is
God
about.
damn. Is that how we got the reconciliation? There it is. You got to get me in front of Trump.
Because I've got to suggest this Elector Reform Act.
Yeah. Well, if that... Trump would totally go for that, right?
I don't know.
He would totally go for that.
If he sat in a room with somebody who suggested it, yes, apparently. So, yeah, this guy might have a little bit of an agenda he's playing Alex with.
It could be because it's bald-faced and obvious.
The whole thing where you were like, is this guy sucking his dick? That might be because he's trying to... That's an off-air conversation.
How many dicks do you have to suck to get to Trump? Apparently. Is my favorite... sucker commercial.
It's like the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Yeah. A 1, a 2, a 3. And that's Trump's dick.
So yeah, I think that there's a decent chance. I think this guy does actually think that there should be a Trump channel. I agree with that.
I think Trump does too.
But I also think that he has no access, and he's
none at all.
Kind of trying to use Alex Jones to get to Bannon.
Which is a great idea if you're him.
It's not bad.
It's not a bad idea at all.
But this also implies that he can't talk to Alex
Frankly,
off-air.
We should use Alex to get to Bannon.
I don't want Alex to know about us.
I do want Bannon to know about it.
That would be great. He would destroy us. Man, that would be bad.
Yeah.
There would be so many articles about how big a cucks we are.
We
in
would get so many polonium poisonings.
Oh, so many. Like
Every
6.
other day we're polonium poisoned.
I'd lose a little weight.
That's true.
I've been trying to use the bike more, and it's not working.
Not
Polonium.
going well?
Polonium. It's the next move.
That's why you should not buy a bike made out of polonium.
So, Jordan, that brings us to the end of our clips, and that is what a difference a day can make. We started this episode with happy fun time. I'm pissed off about how I'm being portrayed in Homeland. I don't know what's real. I'm a horrible, racist bigot. Oh, my God, what's this? Comedy. And then immediately...
We haven't dealt with Alex Jones being panicked, have we?
Not really.
No, he's always been at the height of his powers.
Well,
this is a man laid low.
We've only dealt with fake panic, like that COG shit.
Right.
Like they're going to nuke the inauguration.
Right. Well, but he was panicked about others.
Yeah.
This is the first time he's panicked about him.
He's never been in survival mode.
We can see now what a beta cuck he is.
Mm-hmm.
The moment he gets a challenge, man, he's beta cucking it.
We have thousands of products. Please buy our shit.
I still don't know what that actually means.
I don't either. It has something to do with Islam.
Yeah.
According to Alex.
At the very least, Twitter has told me that.
Yeah. Speaking of Twitter, you can follow us at knowledge_fight.
God damn it, your transitions are amazing.
I've been doing this a while.
We are on iTunes. Subscribe and shit.
And please give us a review or a rating if you enjoyed the show. You can email us at knowledgefight@gmail.com.
And you know what? I wouldn't mind a death threat. I'm at Jake Mondale.
Oh, God, you're a fool. You're a damn fool. Anybody can figure out our fucking Twitter handles. It'd be so easy.
I know.
Anyway, Jordan, this has been so much fun.
Always a delight.
I can't wait to tell you all about the 13-hour marathon.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. Are we policy wonks?
Oh, I think we're a couple of goddamn policy wonks.
We're policy wonks.
Andy in Kansas, you're on the air. Thanks for holding.
Hello, Alex. I'm a first-time caller. I'm a huge fan. I love your work.
I love you.
Ooh, all right. So I've been taking it easy and slowly building up a catastrophe of this Hologrammo 2000. But you already know that. We've got sleeping kitty cats. I wish I could do multicam, because I've got a sweet kitty over here and I've got a sweet kitty over there. But we're gonna go for the couch one just because the light's a lot better. Sweet kitty. All right, let's listen to another episode. Oh my goodness. How long have I been covering up chat? Has that just been covered up the whole time? All right. Well, let's do another episode. I think we're going to go back. Let's continue what we're doing. We're just looking at the old ones. That was episode 15. This is episode 16. Let's get it. Ep 16. And then I can update this. 16. Okay. Let's watch our work so far today. We've got the hologram glitching out and melting down. And I made two versions of this. One full size and one with Dan in the foreground. Whoop. So we'll kind of use both of those in the edit. Cool. Club Cave Tester.
All those key blue cities where they murdered so many people before they rolled out.
All right, this is what we've got so far.
They would cocoon you in a bag, put a catheter in you, and then murder your ass. Talk about a captive audience. There it is. Right out of a horror movie.
What's up? You're losing it a little.
Sorry, there's just a rhythm to that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, hey, they'll put you in a bag and they'll murder your ass. Talk about a captive audience. Yeah, right. I just feel like you don't need to cocoon people.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's an extra step.
No cocooning?
No cocooning.
Well,
it's just a waste of...
But it's part of it. The demons tell them to cocoon people, and so they must.
I mean, it's like metaphorical.
But honestly, maybe it's not demons.
Maybe it's
large holograms that appear in boardrooms.
Could be.
and the executives go into these hologram rooms in corporate America and the government, and it goes, and a avatar head pops up and says, here is the command recommended progress action to expand the overall directives. And then they sit there and go, yes, launch operation. And the human gives the AI the final order, and it goes forth. Imagine they go in a room, they're there, hologram of a AI avatar, looks like a person. I'm told in most of the systems it's a beautiful woman.
Sure.
And then they talk about the battle plan and what they're going to do to us, and the AI estimates in different reports how long until they've got total life extension or basically immortality, they believe. But by testing on the massive population, they'll both do the main directive, depopulate, while discovering how to live forever. That's their main goal, by using us as the guinea pig.
This sounds legit. What? You don't think that super attractive lady holograms are plotting the demise of humanity in Fortune 100 boardrooms?
I just
seems legit.
I have the mental image of like the Power Rangers going into the wrong cave.
Yeah,
and
no
just
shit.
There's a bunch of executives there getting a different set of orders, and oh, sorry guys, we thought we were talking to Zardoz or whatever. Yeah.
It's a rich scene in your mind.
Yes.
It
Little
seems
robot.
seems like a lot of pageantry for what the goal of what one of these meetings would be.
because if this meeting takes place as described, that means that weeks in advance, one of these guys was like, "Hey, Marissa, we got to make sure we have the 3D model up. We got to have the hologram all set up. If anybody fucks up, everybody's dead."
Right?
Because you would have to kill people.
I assume you'd have to kill people anyway.
Yeah, right.
There's
so many people who die for every goddamn meeting.
I've been to like all hands meetings at companies and stuff, and I've been there when like something hasn't worked exactly, like a video didn't play right. And I just imagine this AI hologram like sort of like fizzling in and out, glitching a little.
The moment you got to be like, listen, we're going to switch to the overhead projector. That's a bad day. That's a bad day.
Yeah.
Yep.
Especially if you're in the globalist cave.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, so disappointing.
Brutal.
Dan and Jordan.
That's what we got so far. But so what we can add to that pretty soon, because I've finished drawing it, is this. And of course this, but then I'm also working on Dan trying to pad out the fire. Like right after this, when he runs this way, he's gonna see the hologram machine smoking and bursting into flames, and he'll be like, I don't know exactly what he'll be doing. Maybe he'll be swatting at it with a towel, or maybe he'll try a few different things. At one point he'll just sort of give up, and then Jordan will come in holding the overhead projector. To replace the fancy machine. And he hits the lunch button. Oh, that's my favorite thing of the whole night. He comes in and he's like, lunch. Oh, shit. Error. The lunch button. See? It's really quick. But if you're looking at it, you'll see it. He hits the lunch button. All right. You can do the overhead projector. It's just a PowerPoint slide with the lady and the bullet points. Yeah, because remember, like, overhead projectors wouldn't even be PowerPoint. It would be like transparent sheets on a big light with like a lens and a mirror. and that would project. So it would just be like transparent pieces of paper. I don't know. I don't know if I want to draw the overhead projector set up and going. I kind of want to just have Jordan walking in on Dan, like dealing with the flaming hologram machine. And he just comes in and he's got the overhead projector. Like, yeah, that thing's toast. We have to use this instead. Because it kind of works with the audio of how they kind of say it at the end.
All those key blue cities where they murdered so many people before they rolled out.
Especially if you're in the globalist cave, glitching a little.
Oh, the moment you got to be like, listen, we're going to switch to the overhead projector. That's a bad day.
Because as soon as Dan says glitching a little, at that point he's going to be like dealing with the machine. And then Jordan walks in kind of as he's talking.
Yeah, especially if you're in the globalist cave.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, so disappointing.
Brutal.
And then it's over. So there's not really much time to like see it all hooked up. I think that's the button, is him just walking in with the overhead projector. It's like, yeah, that hologram machine's not working. We gotta use this shit from the 1970s. Or fuck, the 50s. All right. Where's our podcast? Here it is, episode 16.
Andy in Kansas, you're on the air. Thanks for holding.
Hello, Alex. I'm a first-time caller. I'm a huge fan. I love your work.
I love you.
Luke,
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Knowledge Fight. I'm Dan over here.
I'm Jordan.
Forgot to say, thank you, though, for the ideas. If I don't use an idea, or if I explain why I might not use an idea, please don't worry. I'm not mad at you. I love ideas. And I like talking about stuff, so even if it doesn't go into the cartoon, it's still fun to like imagine it. Right? And who knows? Sometimes I end up doing things that later and might be an idea for a later thing. So yeah, if I say that I'm not going to do the idea, it's not at all because I don't think it's good or anything like that. But yeah, we'll see. Let's do this podcast. I'm going to finish up the Puffy Smoke. That's my next.
We are a couple of dudes who sit around and drink wine and break down Alex Jones and InfoWars.
That is, that's pretty much what we do.
But the twist.
What's the twist?
I know a lot about Alex Jones and have listened to his show.
Oh, and I don't fucking know a thing about Alex Jones.
You do not.
Although I'm learning too quickly.
Yeah, this is educational, is what it is. So today...
This is like me watching the Sesame Street of conspiracy theory shows.
Yeah, I wanted to start out today's show. We're going to be covering the February 24th episode of the Alex Jones Show, but before we get into it, I want to just have a little bit of an out-of-context drop. This is going to go up there in the pantheon along with I'm a Policy Wonk.
All right.
Here is a great out-of-context Alex Jones drop.
This just sounds like pedophilia to me, bro.
I love it. Sounds like pedophilia to me, bro. All right.
That one goes up there, yeah.
I wanted us to have that fun before we started because today is going to be rough.
Is that our new outro now?
No.
Instead of Policy Wonk, we're just going to be like, hey, this looks like pedophilia to me, bro.
The bro is what kills it. That's what's awesome. I wanted to have that fun because today's episode is going to be a little murky and a little bit difficult.
Oh, great.
It probably is the first time that I've rage turned off the show.
Oh, shit.
This is an episode where I could not stand getting through the last hour.
Holy cow.
So I don't know what happens in the last hour. All I have is about 2 hours of the show that I have documented. But it's plenty.
Do you know what's crazy? I watched the last hour, and it was just an apology for the first three. That's all it was. It was just, you know what? I feel like we went too far.
Guys, we fucked up. I said a lot of shit I said.
You know, the globalists are bad, but man,
I really joined the globalists this time, guys.
Yeah. Speaking of joining the globalists, I wanted to make this announcement up top. Also, this month we take donations at patreon.com/FreezenPoint, and for reasons that will become clear throughout this episode, and just because we are people who have hearts, we will be donating all of the proceeds that we've made, all of our donations. It's not that much, but it's something, to the Ali Forney Center in New York. They're a charity that works with homeless, gay, and trans youth, and I think they do a great job, and we're going to be supporting them.
Yeah, and if you don't donate to the podcast, donate to them anyway.
Sure, that would be great.
That's
That, we
don't need the middleman.
We would consider that a donation to us.
Yeah.
If you go and support them.
I think that may be taking a little too much credit, but
I just want to own it. So anyway, last week, when we last left you, Alex Jones did a 13-hour live broadcast in the middle of the week because he had lost his sponsor with AdRoll.
Because he was broke as fuck.
He did
a telethon for the underprivileged hymns of the world.
Yeah, but he presented it as, we're fighting against censorship, we're all about free speech, all
of
this.
Course.
So
of course.
He does this 13-hour broadcast. It's not him most of the time. He just does his regular show, then he leaves, and comes back to do a Reddit AMA at 8 o'clock.
Okay.
He does this Reddit AMA.
Shit. Is this
he
this
doesn't
one?
answer any questions. He just screams about
crazy drunk
wild bullshit.
Was it a question and answer on Reddit, or was it video?
It was both.
It was both.
He was doing. He ends up doing more question and answer on Reddit proper, but he did like an hour and a half of it on his show on Infowars.com.
All right.
So he's answering all these questions. Also, people got a little suspicious because a lot of his answers ended up with him hawking products. So it was kind of a shitty AMA in a lot of ways. But so he does that.
Broke Alex Jones is my favorite new development.
Yeah.
It's like a whole different character. Like, we're in season 2, and it's the evil twin of Alex Jones, I don't know.
Hobo Jones.
Yeah,
So he...
we're going to call him Hobo Jones until he gets through this funk.
The thing that was super fun was I was checking in and watching that 13-hour broadcast quite a bit. And you'd have, like, Rob Dew hosting an hour. And while he's trying to host, Alex would storm into the studio and start screaming. He'd start screaming about, we need to make back this money. All this shit. Like a drunk stepdad coming in. And you could see in all of the people who work at InfoWars' face, they are scared of him.
Oh, boy.
Because he is in rage mode. He's had too much super male vitality, and he is charging in like a fucking dinosaur.
Like he's trying to build bunk beds out of IKEA stuff, and then he just takes it out on those 2 twin kids that he never wanted.
Rob Dew and McAdoo. So he's screaming at everybody. It's great. The next day, he doesn't come in. He has Paul Joseph Watson ends up hosting, which is no good for anybody.
Nope.
And then Friday comes along. That was Paul Joseph Watson hosted on Thursday, and then we get to Friday, and he opens the show much the same way. If you're running late for work, you might call in and bullshit your boss. Here's what Alex Jones does.
Gentlemen, it's Friday. Alex Jones here. I am on the road. I will be in the next hour. We've got so much to break down. I may even go 4 or 5 hours extra today because there is just so much to break down. The critical battles against the globalists are at key junctures right now. The way they're trying to basically have a civil war inside the government and block Trump is amazing. The way he's fighting back is absolutely critical, and that we support him. We're going to look at the demonization tactics that are taking place. Stephen Colbert misrepresenting what I say and what I do. The same tactics are used on Trump.
He smoked a full carton of Cools the night before, didn't he?
He entered the House of Cool.
He went in, and he is coming. Oh, man, he sounds hungover.
He's probably hungover.
He had a cocaine-fueled binge. I mean, that is a 13-hour telethon and a 13-hour drink-a-thon is what we're talking about here.
I would assume. And also, we're going to get deeper into this a little bit later, but he brings up this Stephen Colbert did a hit piece on this.
Yes. Stephen Colbert stepped in on our game.
Yeah, fuck off, Colbert.
Yeah, come on, Colbert. You going to step to us?
I want to say this, and it's not because he's treading in our turf. I have to kind of agree with Alex.
Okay.
I kind of agree that what Stephen Colbert did on his show was a little unfair.
Okay.
We've discussed this a little bit.
You already pre-rolled this episode as he says some of the worst shit we've ever heard.
Right.
now before that, you're saying it's a hatchet job?
I think the Stephen Colbert thing in particular is a little bit unfair.
Okay.
Because he does use a ton of clips of Alex Jones saying stuff out of context.
Okay.
And we talked about this. Whenever you're trying to run a clip package, you have to run short stuff.
Yeah.
You can't give it the proper context that it deserves.
It's got to be sound bites.
Now, the thing that I think is interesting is that Alex Jones is way worse than Stephen Colbert is making out. With context,
so it
the
wasn't
things he's saying is
hatchet
worse.
job enough, is what you're saying.
Well, it is unfair journalism, but it's lazy on the wrong side of it.
It's unfair to portray him as less of the monstrous lunatic that he is.
Well, he portrays him as just a crazy person, and that's not fair.
Oh, no, you're absolutely right.
He
is not just a crazy person.
It goes back to that Dave Chappelle thing. It's like calling someone crazy is the worst thing you can do because it takes away whatever else they say.
Yeah.
And for good or for bad, that's true. If you just call Alex Jones crazy, you're not dealing with the stuff that he's saying that he believes.
Nor the influence that has.
Exactly.
Over the fucking president now.
Yeah, so he gets into the specifics a bit later about the Colbert stuff, but I want to say I'm on his side a little bit.
Okay.
I do think that Colbert could have done a much better job. Anyway.
And ways to further mobilize the base to ensure that we defeat this entire program. We also have the Judas goat, Glenn Beck, going on all these shows saying Stephen Bannon is dangerous because he's, quote, a nationalist. Glenn Beck is openly declaring himself a globalist. He's always been one to control the movement. And see, they were going to ban conservative and libertarian media this year. Hillary had admitted that when she got elected. And so they're still going ahead with that program. Beck thought he sided with the win.
Once again, they're doing what they say we're doing,
Yep.
so we're going to do it.
Yeah.
Hillary would have banned conservative media, so it's totally fine if Trump actually bans news.
Mainstream media.
Actual reputable journalistic institutions.
He gets into this a little bit, and I think we should deal with it when he gets to it, because Alex spells out a little bit more what he's talking about and his beliefs about the media stuff a little later. And so we'll get to that then, instead of just like spouting it now.
Well, the Glenn Beck openly declaring himself a globalist seems like a very out of character. Yeah.
He talks a lot about Glenn Beck on this episode.
Where did he do this?
He went on CNN.
He went on CNN and said,
Cooper.
I am a globalist, while crying and
Pretty
admitting
much.
all of the lies.
And Alex keeps
pulled
saying
out the fucking chalkboard behind him and explained in detail how he became part of the globalists.
Yeah. Alex Jones keeps being like, he looks constipated up there, this fucking smug asshole. Like, all right.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to defend
And
Glenn
he was
Beck
going to be
on
the
that one.
representative now of the conservatives. He was going to be the fake conservative who then played along with their system as controlled opposition. But they lost because America was in such a critical crisis. Finally, the intelligence agencies and other patriot groups ensured Hillary couldn't fully steal the election. She did steal part of it. And so now they're in such panic mode, they're just going ahead with their program as if Hillary still got elected. And that's why the government and the shadow government is behaving as if Trump doesn't exist and the American people don't exist, with total arrogance. But they're failing. We have the initiative. We have the upper hand. We have justice and the right side of history on our side and destiny. But most importantly, pray to God and get on your knees and repent for everything you've done. I do as well. And humble ourselves before the Lord and ask God for guidance and to lift the scales from our fellow countrymen and women's eyes and others around the globe. I'm Alex Jones. This is the Info War, and you are the key, the critical anchor to that whole thing. In the last 2 days, we've seen massive, unprecedented support coming in since the Google banned us through AdRoll from being able to online advertise. Just incredible jackboot, chilling effect censorship. But we're going to find ways to defeat that thanks to your support. So thank you all. Now back to the live transmission from Austin, Texas.
And then David Knight is in the studio hosting.
He got a little bit of the theatrics in there with the little,
you've been part of the Info War.
You are the key.
We need you.
Whenever he does that
By
voice,
super male vitality.
whenever he does that voice, you know he's full of shit.
Yeah.
You know, that's big.
Yeah.
Oh, and I forgot to mention this. I figured out, I've been keeping a spreadsheet of the times he tugs his ear.
You've got a spreadsheet.
I do.
Oh, God.
And
we will be auctioning off the data file of that spreadsheet.
It's in the dirty dossier.
Exactly.
So it's not 100% of the time this is the case, but every time he insinuates that everybody knows something, or whenever he insinuates that this is widespread information, the crazy bullshit that he's saying, he tugs his ear.
Really?
It's very consistent.
Wow.
Every time he's like, you all know, and he always just
and
tugs
then he
his
tugs his ear?
Yep.
Like the kids' version of holding your crossed fingers behind your back?
More or less, yeah.
Oh, so he knows he's lying then.
I think that's...
At the very least, subconsciously, we have to admit.
There's a piece of him that's struggling to get out. This part that knows he's lying is
Now,
fighting against his consciousness.
New conspiracy theory.
I like this.
He absorbed a twin in the womb.
Okay.
And that twin is the good twin.
Oh,
That's
man.
the Arnold Schwarzenegger twin in this Danny DeVito, Arnold Schwarzenegger buddy comedy movie.
I don't hate this.
All right. Now, the twin is trying to escape the best way it can and change
Through the
for
ear.
the better. Through the ear, exactly.
So he's not tugging his ear, he's plugging it.
Like Athena. As we all know, the good Hobo Jones resides within the ears of the bad Hobo Jones.
It's possible.
Hobo Jones would be a pretty good name for a Dashiell Hammett character. I would read a noir about Hobo Jones.
I'm in. Let's kickstart that shit.
Okay.
Also, want to say thank you to our friend JP.
Yeah, that was the coolest fucking thing.
We're going to put this up on our Tumblr. He sent in a ludicrous remix with Alex Jones's verse in it.
And, I thought I was right. Now I know I'm right.
100%.
Because it nails it.
Yeah.
Right on beat.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, not
also,
totally.
for
Alex is
him,
a little sloppy.
for him.
So he has Alex's next clip. He has a bunch of thoughts about Glenn Beck, and he misrepresents the history of culture along the way.
All culture?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
You've got Glenn Beck on CNN, CBS, ABC, it's everywhere going, it's very dangerous what Trump and Bannon are doing, economic nationalism. We can't run our own affairs. He takes total globalism in our country, totally captured, and selling out to world interest, and says that if we do things that are good for our jobs and our industry, if Americans were to organize as a union, that's what a country's supposed to be, is the original union. It has ideas, it has policies, it has beliefs, it has unifying spiritual systems, cultural systems, and then they have a goal of what that culture wants to be.
Has he come on as being for unions?
No.
Never?
Not really, no. I don't think he would be into unions.
What you're saying is he doesn't like it when a large group of people get together to fight against a shadowy cabal of very, very rich people?
Not in that context, no.
Not in that context.
No.
He likes it in a larger, more global context, you may say.
If you're against the globalists, you can unionize.
Right, but what if the globalists are your CEO?
That's an interesting question. I don't think he wrestles
I want
with
to
that.
get into that.
Well, you know how Alex Jones says
Get him
that he's
on the phone.
Bring, bring. You know how he says that he's a classical liberal?
Sorry, you've reached Hobo Jones. I'm still drunk. Leave a message. I don't know.
I don't know.
Fight the globalists. Leave a message.
Buy our pills. I think he would say that he's into unions, but what unions are now isn't what unions are supposed to be. I think that's probably the argument he would make. Because that way he can play both sides.
Right.
He can say, I am...
He's for unions, but not in their current incarnation.
Yeah. Something
Okay.
like that.
All right.
Anyway.
He's so slippery in your voice.
Yeah. In my rationalizing his dumbass beliefs.
As long as you're spitting it, it makes sense.
And normally cultures are known for different things that they strive at and they succeed at. Or they're barbarians. And you've had those throughout history in every sector of the world. During the murder, deaths, cannibalism, human sacrifice, things like that. Civilization is into art and literature and culture. But the globalists are bringing in a corporate barbarism, a barbarous system that totally, in a piratical way, wages war against humanity from a psychopathic, cold-blooded perspective. And that's all basically coming to an end because humanity is rediscovering itself right now.
So that's a wild oversimplification of cultures.
No, I think it makes perfect sense. You've either got culture or you're a barbarian into cannibalism.
It's not
Does he not know that cannibalists also have a lot of culture?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
barbarian civilizations often had amazing culture.
Oh, yeah.
They created art.
I mean, the Aztecs famously cut the heads off people off of a giant pyramid or whatever shit it was, but that pyramid was made of fucking gold, so you got to give them one.
Mm-hmm. They had sophisticated understandings of the stars and time and stuff like that. That's very cultural.
The Mayans had some sort of calendar one time. It was pretty important for a while until we found out it wasn't.
Yeah, until 2012.
It happened real fast.
It's still a great calendar. it's just
I'm a big fan of the word of the day that it has on it.
yeah, it's just that our interpretation of it, or not our interpretation of it, some wacky people's interpretation was off.
Yeah, it's like having a calendar where every day the word of the day is the apocalypse.
Yeah. The thing is that if you look at culture like this, it's so black and white, and it's dumb. It's very dumb.
But I think in our understanding of Alex Jones, nuance has never been a big portion of his end game there.
No.
He's not one to try and see the best in both worlds.
No. But he is a historical scholar.
He's read thousands of history books.
He has.
At the age of 6, he started.
Probably not about barbarians,
Way
clearly.
more than all of us, except Trump. I think that's what
and Ron Paul.
I think that's what his real idea there is.
Yeah. Anyway, he gets to the headlines of the day. He transitions from this misunderstanding of culture into misunderstanding everything that's happening.
Like the Jay Leno segment.
Jaywalking?
No, the one where he reads headlines.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
And he's like, hey, look at these people and their typos.
How fucking awesome would it be if Alex Jones had a new segment where he makes fun of wedding announcements? Anyway, here's the headlines.
Tia
is
getting married to Frank. She sounds globalist. That was a good one.
Look at these headlines I'm going to cover when we come back. CNN host blames intolerant father for 12-year-old girl not wanting to see a men's penis in the locker room. This has been said by Obama as well. This is Como, who said you can't read WikiLeaks, only he can. People say, that sounds crazy. Why would he tweet that and say that? Because they're told to get you used to sexualizing your children. This is pedophilia. I don't know if him saying it is a promotion of himself. I'm not saying he's one. Oh, certainly not. No, I'm saying that saying, how dare your daughter not want to see a man in the locker room with his penis.
He's totally called Cuomo a pedophile before.
I think he's suggested.
Totally said he was.
In this episode, he does call him a predator, but then he's like, I'm not saying he's a pedophile.
I want to say
he's drifting into slander territory.
Yeah, I want to say that he's done that before, like but more in like a group situation. Like he was rattling off a list of names, and he happened to be on one of them.
Yeah,
who's part of the pedophile cabal.
Yeah,
but where you have to fuck a kid in order to. Jump in to the group. I don't know.
This is one instance on this episode of maybe 3 or 4 where he runs afoul of what I think is legal.
Okay.
Well, I mean, like calling Chris Cuomo a predator and all this stuff that might be legally actionable.
If you are a predator,
yeah,
you don't want to be misrepresented.
Wait, do you mean like Alien Versus?
I am pretty sure that's what I was going for. Yes. Now, they wouldn't be able to take him to court, of course, because they wouldn't be seen in courts.
Yeah.
You have to have standing and you have to show up. And if you're invisible, nope.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yep.
So this is his big headline of the day, and it runs throughout the show. And it is essential. They're big old penises in the locker room with your daughter.
He's talking about, he's not talking about trans bathroom bills, is he?
He is.
Okay. So he frames the trans bathroom bill as your parents.
I had an idea earlier. I want to try it. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. And it's been a good long stream, 6 hours. Just about. Called Outro. And I've got some audio clips right here.
I don't understand these cult-like Kool-Aid drinking followers of Celine.
These cult-like Kool-Aid drinking followers of Celine. Now, we're going to add another video into here that has some sound bites. It's this one. Let's just take a look. 24:05:08. So let's slide it on in here, and we're gonna look for this idea I had. So,
it's funny. I had my children up.
Didn't know then.
can't see the waveforms.
Now that's funny, Mr. Savage.
Now that's funny, Mr. Savage. So here's what we're going to do. Unlink this. I don't really need the video. There we go. Waveforms.
2,000 rockets for Iraq, but cute? You think that's funny? You think that's something you should get upset about? Cute? You think that's funny?
Think that's funny? So let's I want to kind of try to be organized a little bit. We'll put them orange and we'll put them down there on this track, then we'll mute that track.
You think that's something you should get upset about? You think I'm the weirdo?
Think I'm the weirdo?
Set like a wild bull in a cage? Delivers 2,000 rockets for Iraq. Yes, that's funny. Started. That's funny from the... That's funny, I had my children up.
Didn't know then?
Yes.
They just think that's funny. President Trump has...
True. It's funny. I go, that's not true. It's funny. That's real. That's
Randy
funny.
Savage. Who's Randy Savage? Hey, Veronica.
Oh, that's funny. That's...
Hey, Veronica. Look, right now we're looking through the thing Alex has ever said on the... oh, he's actually laughing recorded my stream.
After dark in any major urban area, and you watch your kid, they should be watching television. Shouldn't be looking outside. You should be watching television. Yeah, you should be watching your kid. They should be outside. You should be watching television. That's funny from the children up.
No, then we...
Yes, that's funny. Well, that's funny. Well, that's funny. Funny. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny.
All right. Maybe that's funny is funny. We'll see.
That's funny. President Trump had...
It's funny. All right, let's go forward a little bit.
And then, meanwhile, that's... So...
Oh, I want to say they take me out of context.
And I can't believe this is happening. So everybody's talking about 15 plugs. I can't believe this anymore. It's God. Oh man, I can't believe this is happening. So everybody's talking about 15. Oh man, I can't believe this is happening.
Sometimes the speed that he talks gives the impression that he doesn't mean what he's saying. Big surprise. But one example is like that little emotional outburst of, oh dear God. But then immediately going into...
So everybody's talking about 15...
So everybody coming just immediately talking money. Like the immediate switch in tone of shutting off the emotion. It's very noticeable.
Plugs, I can't believe this anymore. It's...
Folks, I can't believe this.
God, I can't believe this has to happen.
He's been astonished. And he says,
oh, I want to say...
The conservatives were all mad at name of the rise of the new right, silence, by editing my words out of context. By editing my words out of context.
That's a keeper. Editing my words out of context. Editing my word. Yeah, okay. So I didn't just record the clips. I also recorded me commenting on the clips.
Talks about InfoWars. They quote things that they say I said on the TV show. Talks about InfoWars. They quote.
Alright, make that orange. Good times when Dan played a clip of Alex.
Me and saying I should be taken off the air, and they say I said that part, and then try to deceive, but the edit doesn't even say what they say I said. They say I said that. And again, it isn't about Alex Jones. They say I said that. And again, it isn't about Alex Jones. They say I said that the government did 9/11. I'm saying they say I said that the government did 9/11. I'm saying criminal elements work with Saudi Arabia.
Wishy-washy on Epstein illegal criminal. My face. I don't know.
There is a free podcast there you can subscribe to that we serve out. You can subscribe.
You can subscribe.
That we serve out.
Oh, I should find him saying leave a comment.
We had over 40 million.
39.
No.
You go there, you can go and become a subscriber and see all. You can go and become a subscriber. You can go and become a subscriber.
You can go and become a subscriber. All words start sounding like music if you repeat them.
And see all of...
It doesn't matter who says it or what they say. If you repeat it in the right loop, in the right timing, it'll start to sound like music. You ever create a store to sell products?
That's come out years ago. By the ratings, by that you have to subscribe to even be able to have access to them. That by the ratings, by that you have to subscribe to even be able to have access to them. There's a war on 3 million listeners.
Subscribe twice. I don't know if
that's Steven Crowder. What?
YouTube just changed it, so people effectively have to subscribe twice. I don't know if...
Oh, is it because you click the...
We do not have to subscribe.
That's what I'm looking for.
The Be Normal, but we do not have to subscribe.
I don't know who this is.
We do not have to subscribe.
I wonder if anyone recognizes that voice. We do not have to subscribe. Yes, you do. So I looked at that one a little bit. That's perfect. Pretty good as well. Oh, yes, you do. I wonder if there's an exact string of yes, you. It was probably said like over each other, so it comes out. Yes, you do.
But the truth of the matter is that yes,
you do, little lady.
For the salt.
Yes, you do.
You.
There it is.
Yes, you do, little lady.
That one's almost too cringe. That's almost too cursed. I think there's another one that's maybe a little better.
For the salt.
Where he says, yes, you do.
It was like a witch. Yes, you do, little lady. Yes, you do, little lady.
It's like a witch.
But the truth of the matter is...
You can go, wait a minute. Yes, you do.
Wait a minute. Yes, you do.
You do.
That's when he's doing his Rush Limbaugh voice.
You can go, wait a minute. Yes, you do.
You can go. I don't want the you can go.
You can go, wait a minute. Yes, you do.
I want to hear these together.
Yes, you do, little lady.
Oh, no, not that. This one. Here we go. Pull that over there. Let's move those over there. And who do you like that?
We do not have to subscribe.
Wait a minute. Yes, you do.
Let's try a couple different things.
We do not have to subscribe.
Yes, you do, little lady.
on God.
No,
I was
yes,
listening
you do.
That one was pretty good as well. Oh, yes, you do.
Oh, yes, you do.
Let's see. Yes, you do, little lady. Or this
We
one.
do not have to subscribe.
Oh, yes, you do.
They're all different in their way. I think the last one is the most like himself in his natural voice.
Ever been on,
Obviously.
but we do not have to subscribe.
Wait a minute. Yes, you do.
Wait a minute, yes you do. Like that's his Rush Limbaugh voice. You know, he's putting it on real thick.
We do not have to subscribe.
Yes, you do, little lady.
I don't need to say anything about how natural that voice is.
We do not have to subscribe.
Oh, yes, you do.
Oh, yes, you do.
Have to subscribe.
I don't know. I think everyone's gonna have to text 555 with your favorite. Do you like the olive group? Do you like the blue group? Or do you like the pink group? Hello, Cabela. Nice to see you. All right. Give a listen to green, blue, and pink. Tell me what you think. Are they good or do they stink? These are things I want to put in the outro. Here we go now.
We do not have to subscribe.
Wait a minute. Yes, you do.
We do not have to subscribe.
Yes, you do, little lady.
We do not have to subscribe.
Oh, yes, you do.
I don't even know which one is funnier. I think the last one is the funniest to me. Just because he sounds like he's annoyed.
We do not have to subscribe.
Oh, yes, you do.
I don't know. If anyone's watching, tell me what what do you think? You can say the first, second, or third, or green, blue, pink. This one's crazy.
Yes, you do, little lady.
Little lady. But I don't like the little lady comment. If he just said yes you do.
Yes, you do.
Do that. He just connects his words so much.
Yes, you do.
And then it doesn't sound good. So good. Let's eliminate that one.
We do not have to subscribe.
Wait a minute. Yes, you do.
Sounds like such a douche there. What if we did both of them?
We do not have to subscribe.
Oh, wait a minute. Yes, you do. Wait a minute. Yes, you do. Wait a minute. Oh, yes, you do.
This is a stupid idea. I just want to try it.
Wait a minute. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Oh, yes, you do.
You do.
Wait a minute. Oh, yes, you do.
The casual dismissiveness of the last one. That's what it is. Oh, yes, you do. Like, yeah, he's definitely, like, if someone's like, like he's responding to someone saying like, I don't have the opportunity to do that. And he's like, oh, yes, you do. Fuck out of here with that.
We do not have to subscribe.
Oh, yes, you do.
Which is absurd, because obviously no one has to subscribe. Oh, yes, you do. And it's
we do
Alex
not
coming in. I wonder if I could get another soundbite from her saying, like, we do, I don't know, we subscribe if we want, but we do not have to subscribe. Oh, yes, you do. All right, let's take this cut, and we're going to put it over toward the front where I've already got something else. And then let's paste it.
Drinking followers of Celine.
We do not have to subscribe.
Oh, yes, you do.
I don't understand these cult-like Kool-Aid drinking followers of Celine.
We do not have to subscribe.
Oh, yes, you do.
Okay, I probably won't put those together, but I want to get something about, like,
I don't understand these people.
Maybe I should find some clips that say comment.
That's funny.
That's funny.
You think that's funny? You think that's something you should get upset about?
Okay. Do you think that's funny? Who knows? Oops. Was that a good thing or a bad thing? I think that was good. Let's try it like this. 4. Alright, gotta get used to my shorty cuts. I love my shorty cuts, but sometimes I get them all mixed up. Ooh wee. Okay. Let's listen to what we have.
I don't understand these people.
That's funny. You think that's
themselves? I don't understand these people.
Well,
I mean, I don't understand.
I can't believe this is happening. By editing my words out of context, they quote things that they say I said on the TV show.
They quote things I said on the TV show by editing my words.
They quote things that they say I said on the TV show, editing my words out of context. I said on the TV show. By editing my words. Show by editing my words out of context. They say I said that. And again, it isn't about Alex Jones.
You can subscribe.
You can go and become a subscriber.
We do not have to subscribe.
Okay. Oh, yes, you do. Oh, yes, you do.
We do not have to subscribe.
Oh, yes, you do.
You can subscribe.
You can.
So I might also reuse some other clips where he's like, you can just click that right there, because those are pretty good. Where I don't remember.
We do not.
I might have to go into another file to find those.
Editing my words out of context. They say I said that. And again, it isn't about Alex Jones.
You can subscribe.
You can go and become a subscriber.
We do not have to subscribe.
Oh, yes, you do.
I don't understand these people.
That's funny. You think that's funny? You think I'm the weirdo? Oh, man, I can't believe this is happening. They quote things that they say I said on the TV show by editing my words out of context. They say I said that.
Let's see.
I don't understand these people. I don't understand. I don't understand these people. I don't understand these people. I don't understand these cult-like Kool-Aid drinking followers of Celine.
It's a pretty rough match, but it's funny.
We do not have to.
So I don't need that one.
That's funny. You think that's funny?
You think that's funny? That's funny.
You think that's funny? That's funny. You think I'm the weirdo? You think I'm the weirdo?
I don't understand these people. I don't understand these cult-like.
Oh, man, I can't believe. You think I'm the weirdo? Oh, man, I can't believe this is happening.
I don't understand these people. I don't understand these cult-like Kool-Aid drinking followers of
Celine. You think that's... They quote things that they say I said on the TV show by editing my words out of context. They say I said that. And again, it isn't about Alex Jones.
I need something really, really goofy to go in between these two.
By editing my words out of context.
And then he'll say some really ridiculous or something funny.
They say I said that.
And then they say I said that.
Editing my words out of context.
What should he say? And it should be like a very obvious, like, mashup Frankenstein clip.
You can subscribe.
You can go and become a subscriber.
We do not have to subscribe.
Oh, yes, you do.
And then maybe that it should finish off with him, like, saying, like, you must, like, you know, giving some sort of direct order to subscribe. Maybe something to comment.
A weirdo? Oh, man, I can't believe this is happening.
Oh. There's another. This is why I write sticky notes. Okay, episode 892 at 3232. Let's find episode 892. Here we go. Add into media pool. 35. 30. It's very sensitive. Let's go 3520. Why not? Oh no, I need to do that over here. Okay, I think that's a good place.
I don't understand these people.
One of Alex's articles about the Australian fires from 2020 was included in the paper and deemed false/misleading.
Wow.
This is tremendously petty.
Wow.
So the headline in question is, quote, nearly 200 people arrested across Australia for deliberately starting bushfires.
Sure.
To complain about this Nature Wars article to even get what this was about. Apparently they're complaining about how systems. Its programming often appears to be the equivalent of taking Alex Jones's InfoWars, but setting it in a local television news studio. Doing your own research might lead you to reputable-looking sources that are anything but. There's nothing about fires or Australia in the article at all, so Alex's complaint about the Washington Post really isn't on target. The words Alex and InfoWars don't appear in that Nature paper, so I had to go to the InfoWars article to even get what this was about. Apparently they're complaining about Alex's article. People arrested to complain. Fact check of arrested for bushfire-related setting fires.
Sin.
The article goes on to on the word prominently used, quote, failed to mention the source site files. This is just tacking out an article from every metric. This was a false /
You have
of people to start.
And if you don't, you'll do your own research.
We want you to look into this because undoubtedly you're going to find even more stuff than we found. Because when we get millions of people to start
and if you don't,
digging,
you'll make it up, and then we'll say it.
That's when things get interesting. So let me show you these headlines.
That is
John
true.
Fleetwood is a researcher, highly recommended by Dr. Bartlett. He's joining us next hour. Ebola vaccine that sheds onto and infects others, 31% rate.
31%.
Of the time given to Colorado healthcare workers just down the road from the new Ebola bat lab.
So
sorry?
We'll get to that. So that was a pretty perfect encapsulation of Alex's information model at the beginning that you responded to. Talk a bunch of shit, then crowdsource memes to talk more shit about.
Yep.
It's a lucrative business.
Yeah.
So that 31% number that Alex cites about vaccine shedding comes from a November 2023.
The part I'm looking for, I don't know if I went past it.
I will.
This is it.
And the Brisbane Times. So, we want you to do your own research.
Got it. I will.
That is...
So, we want you to do your own research.
Got it. I will.
Research. Why does he get all weird with it? Why does he get all weird with research? Like he says it like he's doing a pouty lip. Like, doesn't sound genuine, dude. You don't sound like you mean what you fucking say when you use a weird tone of voice that doesn't match your words.
We do not have to subscribe.
Oh, yes, you do. We want you to do your own research.
Got it. I will.
I will. What does Jordan say after that? Let's take a little peek.
Says all you got to do to start fires in Australia.
I will.
This says all you got to do to start fires in Australia is carry a magnifying glass. That doesn't count as a crime.
Sure. And we talked.
It doesn't count as a crime.
Do to start fires in Australia is carry a magnifying glass. That doesn't count as a crime. Count as a crime.
Sure.
Sure. I don't know. That's quite an out of context.
I don't understand these people. I don't understand these cult-like Kool-Aid drinking followers of Celine.
You think that's funny? That's funny. They quote things that they say I said on the TV show by editing my words out of context.
Right there, I wanted him to say something really absurd. Some fucked up absurd sentence. But I think it's time for me to go. I think I'll sleep on this one. So thank you for watching. It's been a very good stream. And I'm going to be back tomorrow. We're, I guess, hopefully closing in on this video. It's a lot of work. There's a lot of little scenes that I've wanted to draw to really flush out the world of the globalist headquarters. And I felt inspired to, you know, take my time with the backgrounds and everything and really make it. So it's turned out to be a lot of fun and kind of a learning experience. And I've had a lot of very long, extended drawing sessions where I'm just sitting there figuring out how to draw like the inside of a security room at a globalist headquarters. And it feels good. And it's so nice to have people hanging out and chatting and throwing me ideas. And I love hearing your opinions and your thoughts about stuff. And also, just you can say whatever you want if you just want to talk. So that's what this stream's all about. It's not a lot of action. It's just chilling out. We're just listening to the pods and chatting every once in a while. So we'll do it again tomorrow. So take care. Good night. And I'll see you next time.